Marvel, CYOA. Chapter 1, Character Sheet. J. The Doctor. Drop-in arrival, no background, history, or family connections. Drawbacks. Heavy eater, requires triple normal food intake to stay satiated. Challengers, constant stream of wannabe heroes/villains seeking to defeat him for fame. Hunted, alien hunter will eventually target him for sport in remote woodland location. Unmasked, true identity will be publicly exposed at some point. Rivalry, team of powered individuals specifically formed to defeat him. Arcane, completely unable to use magic, no exceptions. Perks. Power protection, powers cannot be nullified or shut down. Mind shield, immune to telepathy and mind control, can be lowered voluntarily. DNA lock, DNA samples become useless once they leave his body. Adaptive power, can develop creative applications of stolen abilities beyond their original scope. Heightened potential, powers have double growth potential through training. Comic nerd, complete knowledge of this world's heroes, villains, and events, just like a wiki. Primary power, power thief. Brief contact, copies a weaker version temporarily, but this exhausts the target. Complete drain, permanently steals power for himself. Power transfer, can grant stolen abilities to others, 2 power limit per person. Storage limit, the body can only hold a limited number of powers based on strain and capability. Chapter 2, Code Black. Jay had always thought his name was a joke. Victory, in Sanskrit, his mother's hopeful choice for a son she believed would conquer the world. Instead, at 25, Jay felt like he was drowning in the fluorescent-lit hell of Metropolitan General Hospital, working as a nurse practitioner in the emergency department. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, and Jay was mechanically updating patient charts, his mind elsewhere. Another 16-hour shift, another day of watching people at their worst moments while he felt dead inside. The attending physicians treated him like furniture, patients screamed at him for things beyond his control, and the hospital administration squeezed every ounce of productivity from his soul while paying him barely enough to service his student loans. This wasn't the life he'd imagined. Hell, this wasn't living at all, it was just existing, going through the motions of a life someone else had planned for him. His mother called every week, her voice bright with questions about when he'd find a nice girl, when he'd buy a house, when he'd give her grandchildren. The same script, the same expectations, the same suffocating path everyone assumed he'd follow. Jay stared at the computer screen, cursor blinking in the notes field, and wondered what it would feel like to just disappear. Not die, exactly, but vanish from this predetermined life and start over somewhere else, as someone else. Someone free to make their own choices. The layout felt weirdly familiar. Like a half-remembered dream or a Reddit thread he'd read during a night shift. Those, what would you do if you could start over, posts that always made him scroll faster, pretending he wasn't mentally cataloging every escape fantasy. The trauma alert shattered his daydream. Multi-vehicle accident on I-95, multiple casualties inbound. Jay sighed and pushed back from the computer. More broken bodies to catalog, more families to give devastating news to, more evidence that life was just a series of random tragedies punctuated by brief moments of false hope. The first ambulance brought a screaming teenager with a compound fracture. Jay went through the motions, triage assessment, vitals, prep for the trauma team. His hands worked automatically while his mind wandered to a fantasy where he was somewhere tropical, no pager, no schedules, no one expecting anything from him except what he chose to give. The second ambulance carried an elderly man in cardiac arrest. Jay watched the trauma team work for 47 minutes before calling it. Another family destroyed, another reminder of how fragile and meaningless everything really was. At least the old man was free now, free from pain, free from expectations, free from disappointing anyone ever again. "Where's the third bus?" Dr. Martinez called out. Dispatch said they were 2 minutes behind. That's when they heard it, the screech of tires, followed by the sickening crash of metal meeting metal. Through the hospital's glass doors, Jay could see the intersection outside. An ambulance, lights flashing, had been T-boned by a drunk driver who'd blown through the red light. For a moment, Jay just stood there. He was tired. Bone deep, soul-crushingly tired of caring about things that didn't matter, of following protocols that served the hospital more than the patients, of being a cog in a machine that ground people up and spit them out. What was the point of running out there? More casualties, more paperwork, more of the same endless cycle. But then he thought about the EMTs in that ambulance, people probably as trapped and miserable as he was, just trying to get through another shift. Maybe they had families waiting at home, maybe they still believed their work mattered. Maybe they deserved a chance to find their own freedom, even if he'd given up on finding his. Besides, what did he have to lose? His crushing debt. His soul-killing job. His predetermined life that felt more like a prison sentence. Jay ran toward the crash, and for the first time in months, he felt something like clarity. This was it, his moment to break free from the script, to do something that wasn't expected or required or part of someone else's plan for his life. He was halfway across the intersection when the ambulance's oxygen tank exploded. Jay's last thought wasn't about heroism or sacrifice, it was about how ironic it was that dying might be the freest he'd ever felt. When consciousness returned, Jay found himself in what looked like the afterlife's customer service department. Everything was pristine white except for a single desk with 2 chairs, one occupied by someone who looked remarkably like a middle manager with infinite patience. "Well, hello there," the figure said cheerfully. "I'm XYZ, not my real name, obviously. My actual designation is about 47 syllables long and includes sounds that would make your vocal cords file a restraining order. ROB, that's my boss, the random omnipotent being, suggested I pick something simple. I went with XYZ because I'm always the last stop before someone's next adventure begins." Jay blinked slowly. "I'm dead." "Very much so." Small oxygen tank explosion, quick and painless, if that helps. The cylinder had already been taken out of the ambulance, but you were right in the way when it went off. Most of the blast hit you, and that gave the crew a chance to get clear. The noise pulled everyone nearby into helping, so they all made it out fine. XYZ shuffled through some paperwork. "Interesting case, yours. Most people in your shoes focus on the heroic side. You seemed more interested in escaping." Jay laughed, a sound devoid of humor. "Escaping, helping, what's the difference? Either way, I'm out of that life." "Ah, but that's exactly why you're here." XYZ's eyes lit up. "Your case caught ROB's attention because of that desire for freedom. A young man named Victory who felt utterly defeated by the constraints of his predetermined life, yet still chose to break free in his final moment." ROB was quite moved. "Moved enough to do what?" XYZ leaned forward conspiratorially. "To offer you something extraordinarily rare, a genuine second chance. Not just at life, but at living. True freedom to choose your own path, define your own destiny, become whoever you want to be." Despite his cynicism, Jay felt a spark of interest. "What's the catch?" "No catch, just choices. ROB is offering you entry into a new world through what he calls a CYOA system, choose your own adventure. Think of it as cosmic character creation, where every choice is yours to make." XYZ produced an advanced tablet from thin air. This particular system was designed by someone called Valmar, and ROB was quite impressed with their work. The tablet's screen displayed several world options, but one glowed brighter than the others, a marvelous world of unlimited potential, where power equals freedom and heroes forge their own destinies. The Marvel Universe. Jay's eyebrows rose. Not just any version, one where all properties coexist. A world where someone with your intelligence and creative interpretation of rules could carve out their own kingdom of personal freedom. XYZ slid the tablet across. "Think about it, Jay. No student loans. No soul-crushing job. No predetermined path. Just you, unlimited potential, and the power to live exactly as you choose." Jay picked up the device, feeling its weight. "I could really do anything. Within the bounds of your choices, absolutely. Want to be a hero? Your choice. Want to be something else entirely? Also, your choice. Want to build a personal paradise and tell the world to leave you alone? Completely your choice." XYZ's smile was knowing. "The only person who gets to decide how you live this new life is you." Jay thought about his mother, probably still planning his life from what felt like trillions of miles away, still expecting him to follow the script she'd written in her head. The thought should have made him sad, but instead, he felt relief. She'd never have to be disappointed by his choices again. "Will I remember this life?" "That depends on what you choose," XYZ said gently. "Some paths preserve memory, others offer different gifts. But the core of who you are, that desire for absolute freedom, that refusal to be trapped by others' expectations, that stays with you." Jay looked at the categories on screen: insertion, drawbacks, perks, powers. Each one represented a choice that would be entirely his own, with no one to please but himself. "You know what the best part is?" XYZ added. Whatever you choose, whatever you become, you'll never have to explain yourself to anyone ever again. True freedom means never having to justify your choices to people who don't understand them. For the first time in years, Jay smiled, really smiled. When do I start? XYZ leaned back with satisfaction. Take your time. Eternity isn't going anywhere. And remember, this is your chance to finally live completely free. Make it count. Jay pressed begin without hesitation. The interface came alive with possibilities. At the top, a message appeared. Welcome to your new life, Jay. In this world, victory isn't about meeting expectations, it's about exceeding your own. Your choices will determine not just your power, but your freedom. Choose selfishly. Choose boldly. Choose for yourself. The only person you need to satisfy is you. As Jay began scrolling through options with genuine excitement for the first time in years, XYZ leaned back with satisfaction. This one was going to be interesting. After all, the most dangerous kind of person was someone who had nothing left to lose and everything to gain. The game and Jay's new life were about to begin. Chapter 3, Building Freedom. Jay stared at the glowing tablet, feeling something he hadn't experienced in years, genuine excitement about making choices for his own future. The interface was sleek and intuitive, with categories that expanded smoothly as he touched them. At the top right corner, a counter displayed, points available, 0. 0 points to start. Jay asked, looking at XYZ with confusion. That's right, XYZ confirmed with a smile. ROB believes in earning your power, not getting it handed to you. You'll need to make some tough choices to gain the points necessary for abilities and advantages. Jay nodded, understanding the game now. He tapped on Insertion to start building his new existence. The category expanded to show two options. Drop in, gain, plus 2 points, you'll be inserted into the world without any background, history, or family. Insert, you will come into awareness in the world at your chosen age. You will have family, background, and history which will, where applicable, incorporate your chosen talents. Jay didn't hesitate. Having a family meant having people who could be used against him, obligations he didn't choose, and expectations he'd have to meet. He'd spent his entire previous life being weighed down by other people's plans for him. Complete freedom, he said, selecting Drop in. The counter updated, points available, 2. XYZ raised an eyebrow. Interesting choice. Most people prefer to have some kind of support network. Support networks come with strings attached, Jay replied, scrolling down to the next section. I've had enough of people thinking they know what's best for me. Jay immediately tapped Powers with a note saying he can only take one power. This was what he'd been waiting for, the abilities that would define his new existence. The list that appeared made his heart race. Power Thief, cost, 10 points, you can drain the powers of those you make physical contact with. Brief contact will allow you to use a weaker version of their power and leave them exhausted. Should you drain them completely, you will take their power from them and gain a copy for yourself. There is a limit to how many powers your body can hold, depending on the strain of the ability and your own capabilities, but any stored power can be passed to another. Others for whom you grant power can only hold 2 unique powers before their bodies start giving out from the strain. Babylon, cost, 4 points, can create mid-air portals around yourself that can launch volleys of melee weapons of your envisioned shape and size. The amount of force and power instilled in these weapons scales depending on the user's own overall power. These weapons will fade away minutes after launch. Hyper Regeneration, cost, 6 points, your healing factor is further amplified. You'll now recover from all but the most severe injuries in mere moments, and severed limbs will slowly regenerate in a matter of days. You are effectively immortal unless you are reduced to ash or less than an arm's worth of solid biomass. Omnikinesis, cost, 15 points, in a radius of 100 meters around you, with nothing but your will alone, you are capable of shaping the physical world. Moving objects, generating and manipulating all forms of energy or matter, or even creating constructs of everything the physical world has to offer. Time Stop, cost, 10 points, your power has the ability to suspend the subjective sense of time of anyone within 30 feet of you. Those under its effect are frozen in place for the duration of its activation. Kinetic Absorption, cost, 7 points, your body can absorb up to 95% of kinetic force to stockpile for your own attacks. Your natural durability is not enhanced, but due to the nature of your power, most attackers will struggle to harm you. Vibration, cost, 5 points, you can control and generate vibrational forces on objects you make contact with or in condensed and focused directional waves. Gravity, cost, 8 points, you can control the gravity within a space of 30 feet around you up to 20 times or even nullify its effect. Avatar, cost, 12 points, you can not only bend all 4 of the elements, but you can also energy bend. With training, you can give and take away, bending to others. He saw Babylon, the power to summon phantom weapons from thin air, a brawler's power, flashy but limited. He saw hyper-regeneration, a near immortality that promised survival. Survival was for the victims. He was done being a victim. He saw omnikinesis, the raw, godlike ability to reshape reality in a 100-meter bubble around him. The 15-point cost was staggering, but more than that, the limited range felt like a golden cage with him needing years of mastery to even begin to do the basic stuff top heroes in Marvel do on a casual basis. He saw Avatar, the mastery of 4 elements, powerful and iconic, but still a defined, limited set. His gaze passed over kinetic absorption, gravity manipulation, and time stop. All were incredible, game-changing abilities that could make a man a king. But Jay didn't want any of them cause of their control over a single concept with no scope of broadening their applications. Jay's eyes immediately locked onto Power Thief. His mind raced with possibilities. It's like All for One from My Hero Academia, he whispered, or Rogue from X-Men, but way better because I can actually control it. The more he thought about it, the more perfect it seemed. Why limit himself to one ability when he could eventually collect dozens? In a world with Spider-Man, Storm, Iron Man, and countless other powered individuals, this was like having access to an unlimited arsenal. This is it, he said with certainty. Why be stuck with one power when I can have them all? Without hesitation, Jay selected Power Thief. The counter immediately went red. Points available, -8. Bold choice, XYZ observed. You've gone into debt for power. Very ambitious. Jay grinned. Some investments are worth going into debt for. This one's going to pay dividends. Chapter 4, Tools of Freedom. Jay cracked his knuckles and dove into the perks section like a kid in a candy store. After 25 years of playing by other people's rules, the idea of customizing his own superpowers felt downright intoxicating. Sure, he was already -8 points in the hole from his drawback shopping spree, but honestly, that just made it more exciting. Alright, let's see what toys are on the shelf, he grinned, scrolling through the options. Power Protection, cost, -2, your powers can no longer be nullified, shut down, or otherwise kept from you. Mind Shield, cost, -2, your mind is now protected from all forms of mental attack such as telepathy, mind control, or reading. You can choose to lower this protection should you so desire. DNA Lock, cost, -2, any DNA you leave behind, such as skin, hair, or blood samples, will now no longer be valid. Any trace of your DNA that leaves your body ceases to be useful for anyone meaning to study it. Great for avoiding cloning issues. Charisma, cost, -2, you'll have an innate knack for making friends and swaying people to your side. Even your enemies are likely to gain some respect towards you. Power Training, cost, -3, you now have a wealth of knowledge and experience associated with training and utilizing your powers and abilities. Even when you first awaken your powers, you'll be familiar with them as if you've been using them for years. Inventive, cost, -2, you are creative and inventive when it comes to crafting various little tools and gadgets to aid your endeavors. You're especially good at working up last-minute solutions when encountering problems and obstacles. Presentation, cost, -3, what truly makes a super stand out amongst their contemporaries isn't just about what power they have or how strong they are. Presentation plays a huge part for anyone who wants to truly be super, to be larger than life and enthrall a crowd. The world itself will seemingly work in your favor just to aid in this, with cameras catching your best angles, light reflecting perfectly for dramatic flair. Adaptive Power, cost, -5, your powers are now more diverse in their usage. You can adapt your powers to work in unique methods beyond their initial scope, within thematic limits. Think laser vision that can curve trajectories instead of just shooting straight. Heightened Potential, cost, -2, your chosen powers have twice the potential strength. They won't start twice as powerful, but you have considerably more room to grow with training and effort. Fortune's Favor, cost, -2, you are unnaturally lucky. While misfortune can still happen, you're more likely to get last-minute rescues or stumble upon valuable opportunities. Comic Nerd, cost, -5, something peculiar happened with your arrival. You hijack someone else's reincarnation, some otaku who spent their life reading comics and watching anime. Their knowledge synchronized with yours briefly. While most of what they knew is useless trivia, they knew this world inside and out. You now have all the lore knowledge about the Marvel setting, even obscure stuff only hardcore fans would know. Jay rubbed his hands together like he was about to crack the world's most entertaining safe. Being in debt just made this feel more like a real gamble, the kind where you either walk away a legend or crash spectacularly. Comic nerd, cost, -5, no hesitation. Jay slammed that button. This is like having cheat codes for this reality, he laughed. I'll know who's gonna break bad, who's secretly a god, and what random junk in some shield warehouse turns into a world ender. Half the battle's just knowing what's coming. This isn't just useful, it's like having the strategy guide for the most dangerous game ever made. Balance, -13 points. Mind shield, cost, -2, another instant pick. Emma Frost could turn me into her personal puppet. With a giddy laugh, he took it, feeling like he was hanging a giant, "No bosses allowed" sign on his brain and declaring it officially under new management, his own. Balance, -15 points. Power protection, cost, -2, essential insurance policy. Government power dampeners, sentinels, that leech kid who shuts down mutant abilities, half their playbook is, turn off the superhuman and arrest them. If they can't switch me off, they can't stop me. Balance, -17 points. DNA lock, cost, -2, practical paranoia. Jay took it instantly. I've read enough X-Men to know what happens when guys like Mr. Sinister or the Jackal get a blood sample, he thought. Next thing you know, you're fighting your evil twin in a sewer. No clones. No unauthorized science experiments. His DNA dies with him, or stays with him. Balance, -19 points. Adaptive power, cost, -5, the game changer. This is what separates the pros from the amateurs, Jay said, his excitement building. Most powered people think in straight lines. Fire powers. Throw fireballs. Super strength. Punch harder. This lets me get creative, turn any ability into a whole toolkit of applications. The example about laser vision controlling trajectory got his imagination racing. Whatever powers he'll steal, they'd evolve with him, adapting to meet any challenge. Balance, -24 points. Heightened potential, cost, -2, future-proofing at its finest. Double growth potential means high ceiling. In a world where threats range from street thugs to Omega-level threats, unlimited scaling is basically mandatory. Balance, -26 points. Jay skimmed past the perks he wanted, ones that would have made things smoother, but this build wasn't about comfort. Charisma, -2, useful but redundant. His powers and presence would already draw attention. Better to be respected for results, not supernatural charm. Power training, -3, too expensive. With adaptive power and heightened potential already locked in, growth would come naturally. The struggle would teach him more than shortcuts anyway. Inventive, -2, tempting for sure. But with the powers he had in mind, he wouldn't need gadgets, he'd be the weapon. Let Tony Stark build toys. Presentation, -3, he actually liked this idea, style mattered in the superhero game. But forcing it felt cheap. Fortune's favor, -2, actually appealing, who wouldn't want better luck? But at -26 points already, every choice had to be mission critical. Comic nerd gave him foresight, which beat luck anyway. Better to see problems coming than hope to stumble out of them. 26 points in the red, Jay announced with the satisfaction of someone who just placed the bet of a lifetime. But look what I built, perfect information, bulletproof defenses, and growth potential. XYZ looked like he was watching someone juggle chainsaws. This is quite the deficit. You're betting everything on whatever drawbacks you pick next. Damn right I am, Jay grinned. I need to be free, powerful, and unstoppable. Every perk I picked serves that goal. He leaned back, feeling the familiar rush he used to get from video games when he'd min-max a character build to perfection. Now came the difficult part, choosing the debt that would make all this debt go away. Chapter 5, Doubling Down. Jay stared at his current balance -26 points, and instead of feeling worried, he felt that familiar gaming rush. The kind you get when you're about to attempt something completely insane that'll either make you a legend or get you spectacularly destroyed. Time to balance the books, he grinned, opening the drawbacks section. Here's hoping I didn't bite off more than I can survive chewing. Heavy eater, gain, +3, maybe it's a side effect of your power or something else, but you have a larger appetite than most. You will need to consume at least thrice as much as normal to feel satiated. Government, attention, gain, +2, a government agency has taken a keen interest in you. They are intent on capturing and studying your power, and are not above using underhanded tactics. Challengers, gain, +4, after your debut, there will be more and more individuals coming out to challenge you with hopes of being the one to defeat you. Most won't be a match for you, but they'll be an annoying hindrance. Hunted, gain, +4, after your debut, a hunter from beyond the stars will take notice of you. This alien has the skill, strength, and technology to pose a threat. It will hunt you for sport in remote locations, but its honor won't allow it to cheat. Unmasked, gain, +4, at some point after your debut, your true face and identity become exposed not just to government agencies but to the public at large. Rivalry, gain, +6, you have a group of powered individuals that have teamed up specifically to defeat you. While individually they may not pose much threat, as a team they'll be a frequent headache. Blank slate, gain, +5, you forget everything you know about the world setting. You can remember general terms like it being about superheroes and villains, but beyond that, nothing, incompatible with comic book nerd. Inhuman, gain, +3, your power has left you with a distinctively inhuman appearance. You're unnatural and inhuman looking, not just human with makeup or horns. Arcane, gain, +5, you're born without the ability to utilize magic. No amount of study or effort will change that. Plot knife, gain, +2, it's difficult to control your urge to monologue when you have the upper hand. The longer you delay, the more likely good fortune shines on your target. Montage, gain, +2, when you first arrive, you only have access to a quarter of your full potential. Within 5 years you'll gradually gain full power, but can speed this up with training. No kill rule, gain, +2, you must not kill. Regardless of how dangerous someone is, you feel adamantly opposed to murder. Weakness, gain, +2, you possess a natural innate weakness that either harms you or leaves you vulnerable. Has to be something feasible for others to exploit. Extremists, gain, +2, after your debut, you'll be targeted by radical extremists. Not individually powerful, but their fanatical hatred can be troublesome. Clone imposter, gain, +2, sometime after your debut, some mad scientist will create a clone of you with similar powers but less control. Incompatible with DNA lock. Jay's problem shopping spree. Jay cracked his knuckles and dove in like he was building the most challenging boss fight ever designed. Heavy eater, +3, this is basically a non-issue. I've always been able to put away food anyway. Plus, with the kind of powers I'm planning, I'll probably burn through calories like the Flash after a time travel sprint. Current balance, -23 points. Unmasked, +4, Jay hesitated for a moment. This one's actually kind of scary. But honestly, Tony Stark had the right idea, I am Iron Man, on live TV. No double life, no lying to people I care about. If I'm going to do this, I'm doing it completely. He couldn't have freedom while hiding behind a mask anyway. Current balance, -19 points. Challengers, +4, every wannabe villain with new powers will come gunning for me, Jay muttered, reluctantly clicking it. It's like painting a target on my back and announcing, free shots. But that also means I'll have more powers to steal and increase my arsenal. The constant interruptions would be annoying, but the reward would be worth it. Current balance, -15 points. Hunted, +4, this one made Jay pause longer. An alien hunter tracking me across the galaxy for sport. That's just a yautja who's decided I'm trophy-worthy. He took a breath. Alright, I can prepare for this. I think. Current balance, -11 points. Rivalry, +6, Jay's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. A dedicated team whose entire existence revolves around defeating me. He clicked it reluctantly. He needed the points, and every legend needed worthy enemies. Current balance, -5 points. Arcane, +5, this one hurts, Jay admitted. Magic is an entire branch of power I'm permanently cutting myself off from. In a world where Doctor Strange can reshape reality with hand gestures, I'm voluntarily handicapping myself. He stared at the option. But magic users answer to cosmic entities, follow ancient rules, get their power from borrowing dimensional energy. Cut off from magic, I'll be completely self-made, no mystical laws to navigate. It was a steep price for independence, but he needed the points and the freedom. Current balance, 0 points. Strategic restraint. Jay looked at his current balance at 0 points, and felt a deep satisfaction. He'd managed to build exactly what he wanted without going into debt. 0 points, he mused with satisfaction. Perfect balance. I've got enough challenges to keep things interesting without being completely reckless. XYZ was staring at him like he was watching someone juggle live grenades. You just chose some of the most challenging drawbacks available, and you're enjoying this. Jay leaned back, less triumphant now, more thoughtful. It's not like I want any of this. Constant challengers, a team of enemies, a damn alien hunter stalking me across the stars. He exhaled slowly. But I can't afford to play small. If I'm going to survive, I need pressure, something to push me to steal better powers, adapt faster, stay sharp. He glanced at the perk sheet. Comic Nerd gives me the map. I'll know who to avoid, who to watch, and who to target when the time's right. If I prepare, really prepare, I can tailor what I steal to counter them. He looked up, jaw set. If they're coming anyway, I might as well turn them into milestones. And cutting yourself off from magic in a world where the Sorcerer Supreme exists. Magic is dependency, Jay said firmly. Strange gets his power from external sources, serves cosmic entities, and follows ancient rules. I'll be answerable to no one. While he's bound by mystical law and mystical politics, I'll be absolutely free. XYZ shook his head in apparent disbelief. In 20,000 years of doing this job, I've never seen someone choose challenges specifically to be free. It's contradicting, actually. That's because most people are afraid of actually living, Jay replied. I spent 25 years playing it safe and being miserable. Now I get to choose my problems, and I'm choosing ones that'll make me stronger, happy, and completely free. The foundation was set, the challenges were locked in, and the books were perfectly balanced. Chapter 6, Into the Marvel Multiverse. The interface pulsed once, displaying Jay's final configuration in glowing text. Final build locked. Insertion, drop in, +2. Power, Power Thief, -10. Perks, Comic Nerd, -5, Mind Shield, -2, Power Protection, -2, DNA Lock, -2, Adaptive Power, -5, Heightened Potential, -2. Drawbacks, Heavy Eater, +3, Unmasked, +4, Challengers, +4, Hunted, +4, Rivalry, +6, Arcane, +5. Balance, 0 points. Jay stared at the summary, a mix of anticipation and nervous energy coursing through him. No going back now. Satisfied with your choices? XYZ asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. More than satisfied, Jay replied. This is the first time in my life I've built something completely for myself. XYZ gives Jay a moment after locking in his choices. The interface dims as XYZ clears his throat. One more thing, you won't need to worry about the TVA. Jay raises an eyebrow. Time Variance Authority. I figured this much interference would get their attention. XYZ smirks. Their tools only work within official storylines. You're being dropped outside that framework, like a gap in their system. They can't prune what they can't see. So I'm invisible to them. XYZ stood up, the pristine white room beginning to shimmer around the edges. Yes, you are. Well then, it's time to begin your new life. You're going in completely clean, no documentation, no identity, no safety net. Just you and your choices. The cosmic middle manager's form was already becoming translucent. Your insertion point has been randomized within acceptable parameters. You'll arrive shortly after a pivotal moment, when everything changed publicly. No papers. No starting cash. Jay asked, feeling a flutter of uncertainty. You chose drop-in for a reason, XYZ's voice was fading. True freedom means starting with nothing but what you can build yourself. Your perks will integrate over the next few hours. The Comic Nerd knowledge will hit first, brace yourself. The room dissolved completely, reality folding like origami, and Jay fell. Jay crashed into consciousness on cold asphalt, his head splitting like someone had taken a sledgehammer to his skull. The Comic Nerd perk activated like a mental supernova. Names, faces, alternate timelines, story arcs, decades of continuity slammed into his brain like shrapnel made of trivia. He forced his eyes open and immediately wished he hadn't. The late afternoon sun felt like needles, but through the pain, he could see where he was. Tree-lined suburban streets stretched in both directions, expensive houses set back from perfectly manicured sidewalks behind wrought iron gates. And in the distance, barely visible through the tree-line, the outline of a very familiar mansion. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Jay pushed himself up from the sidewalk, his new body feeling both alien and familiar. He was definitely taller than before, lean but with wiry strength. His reflection in a nearby BMW's window showed the changes: sharp features, messy dark hair with an almost ethereal quality, and brown skin that seemed to catch the light strangely. The knowledge dump continued its assault. He knew exactly where he was, dropped practically on the X-Men's doorstep with nothing but the clothes on his back. His stomach chose that moment to remind him about the heavy eater drawback, growling so loudly that a passing jogger gave him a concerned look. Great. Supernatural appetite, no money, no ID, and I'm probably on a dozen security cameras already. Jay started walking, putting distance between himself and the mansion. The sidewalks here were pristine, lined with trees older than most countries. Every house whispered of old money, the kind of neighborhood where senators had weekend homes. He needed to think, to plan, but the headache was making it difficult to focus. Every step triggered new flashes of knowledge: Wolverine's healing factor, Storm's weather control, Jean Grey's telekinesis, and her darker potential. So much power, all within a few miles of where I'm standing. But he couldn't just walk up and knock on the door. The X-Men were heroes, but they were also paranoid about threats to mutant kind. He didn't need a telepath to tell him how they'd react to someone whose literal power was theft. The suburban perfection gradually gave way to something more recognizably middle class. Jay found himself in Bayville's small downtown area after 30 minutes of walking, a main street that looked frozen in amber since 1985. Murphy's Hardware with its "Serving Bayville since 1953" sign. A used bookstore called Chapter and Verse. A bank branch so small it probably knew every customer by name. The smell from Sal's diner hit him like a physical force. Bacon, eggs, coffee, fresh bread. His enhanced appetite made his knees nearly buckle. If this was him now, just after arrival, what would the hunger feel like tomorrow? I need money. I need food. I need a plan. Jay studied the diner through the window. Late afternoon, not too busy. A few customers scattered around red vinyl booths, a waitress who'd probably been working there since the place opened, a cook visible through the service window with the unconscious precision of decades of practice. A darker thought whispered, I could just take what I need. Jay shook his head, pushing the thought away. His condition was not an excuse to prey on innocent people. Start small. Start smart. The X-Men aren't going anywhere. A newspaper stand caught his eye. The headline screamed about the impossible: Iron Man reveals identity, Tony Stark, I am Iron Man, Wall Street in chaos. May 3, 2010. Stock markets in chaos. Government officials calling for registration of enhanced individuals. Jay snorted. They had no idea what was coming. The Hulk was already out there, hiding in exile. Thor would arrive in a few years. The Tesseract was sitting in a shield vault, waiting to call down an alien invasion. A local news crew was setting up outside the bank, probably getting men-on-the-street reactions. The reporter, fresh out of journalism school, checked her makeup while curious locals gathered: retirees, teenagers cutting class, business owners on smoke breaks. Can't believe it's real, an elderly man was saying. Iron Man, flying around like something out of a comic book. What's next? Men shooting laser beams out of their eyes. If only he knew, Jay thought. Xavier's school was less than 5 miles away. As the crowd dispersed after the broadcast, Jay noticed a wallet on the ground where an elderly woman had been standing. He picked it up, checking inside. Emma Rodriguez, 83, with photos of grandchildren and $47 in cash. For a moment, Jay was tempted. But the photos of smiling children stared up at him, and he knew he couldn't do it. Instead, he walked to the address on the license. Emma Rodriguez lived in a small Cape Cod with a garden that spoke of decades of care. When she answered the door, her face lit up with relief. "Oh, bless you," she exclaimed. "I was just realizing I'd lost it." "Near the news crew," Jay said. "Must have fallen during the excitement." Emma looked at him more carefully, the unkept clothes and hair, the slight tremor from hunger. "You look like you could use a meal, dear. Have you eaten today?" No, actually." "Well, that won't do at all." She stepped aside. "I was just making lunch anyway." The simple meal, grilled cheese and tomato soup, tasted better than anything Jay could remember. His enhanced appetite made him finish 3 sandwiches before he realized he was being rude, but Emma just smiled and made 2 more. "So, what brings you to Bayville?" she asked. "I'm between situations. Looking for a fresh start. Running from something or toward something. Both, I think." Emma nodded as if that made perfect sense. That's usually how it works. On the television, news anchors continued their breathless Ironman coverage. "Different world now," Emma said. "Change comes in waves, sometimes gentle, sometimes like tsunamis. This feels like a big wave coming." She was right. The world had always been stranger than people wanted to admit. The only difference now was the public's awareness. When he finally left, it was with a full stomach, $10 Emma had insisted he take, and something he hadn't felt in years, hope. Chapter 7, First Transaction. Jay walked through the quieter residential streets of Bayville, his mind still buzzing from the comic knowledge download and Emma's kindness. The $10 in his pocket felt heavier than it should, both a lifeline and a reminder of how far he had to go. His enhanced appetite was already stirring again, reminding him that his new body had needs his old wallet couldn't meet. That's when he heard the voices. "Can't keep pretending this isn't happening, Margaret." The man's voice was tight with frustration, carrying across a well-maintained yard. "Xavier can't even fix the mutation. All he offers is acceptance and training. That's not what we need." Jay slowed his pace, instincts prickling. Through a gap in the hedge, he could see a couple standing by their garden, him in an expensive business suit despite the weekend, her in the kind of dress that said, "Country Club Lunch." Both looked like they hadn't slept properly in weeks. "Keep your voice down," the woman, Margaret, whispered sharply. "Mrs. Henderson already looks at us like we're running a circus. If the board finds out about Tommy, our whole company is at risk," the man continued, running a hand through his graying hair. "Government contracts don't go to families with complications. And with this Ironman business, everyone's going to be looking closer at enhanced individuals." "He's a child, not a liability," Margaret snapped, but there was fear underneath the anger. "He's our son." "He's both," the man said heavily. "And we need solutions, not sentiment." Jay felt something cold settle in his stomach. He knew exactly what kind of complications they were talking about. The comic nerd knowledge provided the context: mutant children from normal families, manifestations that couldn't be hidden or explained away, parents caught between love and terror. He had an idea the $10 in his pocket wouldn't last the day, and his stomach was already demanding more food. Besides, these people had a problem he could solve. It was just business. Jay stepped around the hedge, deliberately making noise with his footsteps. The couple spun toward him, the man's hand instinctively moving toward what was probably a concealed carry. "Sorry," Jay said, raising his hands peacefully. "I couldn't help overhearing. You mentioned complications with your son." "Who the hell are you?" the man demanded. "If you're some kind of reporter." "I'm not a reporter," Jay said calmly. "And I'm not with Xavier either, before you ask. I'm someone who might be able to help with your specific problem." Margaret stepped closer to her husband. "What do you mean, help?" Jay took a careful breath. This was it, the moment he either committed to this path or walked away and stayed hungry. "I can permanently remove your son's mutation. He'd be completely normal." The silence stretched between them like a taut wire. The man's eyes narrowed with suspicion while Margaret's widened with something that might have been hope. "That's impossible," the man said finally. "Xavier told us the X gene can't be erased." "Xavier's not wrong," Jay replied. "It can't be erased. But it can be removed. Taken away and given to someone else who's willing to carry that burden." "Better not show all my cards just yet," Jay thought. "You're talking about removing a part of our son," Margaret said, and there was something fragile in her voice. "I'm talking about giving him a normal life," Jay corrected. "No more fear of what he might do or what others might do to him. Just a regular kid with regular problems." The couple exchanged a look loaded with months of sleepless nights and whispered conversations. "What would you want in return?" the man asked. $50,000. Cash. That's less than you'd spend to hide his mutation," Jay interrupted. "And this is permanent. One transaction, problem solved forever." Another loaded silence. Jay could see them weighing options, calculating risks and benefits like the business people they clearly were. "We'd need to see him first," the men said finally. Make sure you're not some kind of con artist. Of course. They led him through their house, tasteful furniture, family photos with a conspicuous gap in recent years, the smell of expensive coffee. The backyard was a suburban paradise, manicured lawn, flower beds, a wooden swing set that looked barely used. The boy was there, maybe 7 years old, listlessly pushing himself on one of the swings. He looked tired in a way no child should, the bone-deep exhaustion that came from a body constantly fighting itself. "Tommy," Margaret called softly. "Come meet someone." The boy slid off the swing and walked over with the careful, measured steps of someone much older. When he looked up at Jay, there were dark circles under eyes that should have been bright with mischief. "Hi," Tommy said quietly. Jay knelt to bring himself to the boy's eye level. "Hey there. Your parents tell me you've been feeling pretty tired lately." Tommy nodded. "The doctor says my body works too hard. Makes me sleepy all the time." "I might be able to help with that," Jay said gently. "Would you like to not be tired anymore?" "Yes, please." The simple honesty in those 2 words hit Jay harder than he expected. This wasn't some abstract transaction anymore, this was a tired little boy who just wanted to feel normal. "Okay," Jay said. "I need you to sit down and give me your hand. It might feel a little strange, but it won't hurt. I promise." Tommy sat cross-legged on the grass and extended his small hand with complete trust. Jay took it carefully, noting how warm it was, too warm, like the child was running a constant fever. Then Jay activated his power. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced. It started as a gentle tugging, like a magnetic pull between their skin. Then it intensified, becoming a flowing current that seemed to move in both directions. Jay could feel the boy's mutation, a chaotic, uncontrolled healing power that was burning through Tommy's body like an engine without a throttle. The power was beautiful and terrible. The kid was healing him without even trying. It wasn't flashy, just quiet strength. A touch that mended and healed others, but drained him every time. And now it was his. "Easy," Jay whispered, as much to himself as to Tommy. "Just let it flow." The transfer felt like drinking lightning. Raw energy poured into Jay, wild and untamed. His own body began to adapt and absorb it, his power thief ability working to integrate the new ability safely. But the process was draining for both of them. Sweat beaded on Jay's forehead as he carefully drew the mutation out of Tommy's system. The boy's eyes grew heavy. Jay could feel the exact moment when the last traces of the X gene separated from Tommy's DNA, a sensation like a door closing gently but permanently. Tommy's hand cooled to normal temperature. His breathing deepened and became more regular. For the first time since Jay had seen him, the boy looked genuinely peaceful. "There we go," Jay said softly, releasing Tommy's hand. "How do you feel?" Tommy blinked slowly, then sat up straighter. "Not tired," he said with wonder. "I do feel sleepy." Within moments, the boy was asleep on the grass from the simple, healthy tiredness of a normal child who'd had a long day. Jay stood carefully, his own body thrumming with new power. He could feel the healing aura settling into him, already beginning to work. "Is it done?" Margaret asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's done," Jay confirmed. "His X gene is completely gone. He'll sleep for a few hours, but when he wakes up, he'll just be a normal, healthy kid." The man was staring at his son with something that looked like relief mixed with guilt. "And is this permanent?" "It is." Jay flexed his fingers, feeling the new ability humming under his skin. "It's not suppression or temporary. It's permanent removal. He'll never manifest again." Margaret knelt beside her sleeping son, tears running down her cheeks. "He looks so peaceful." "He is peaceful," Jay said. For the first time in his life, his body isn't fighting itself. The man pulled out his wallet, then stopped. "We'll need to go to the bank. 50,000 in cash will take some arranging." "Tomorrow's fine," Jay said. "I'm not going anywhere, for now, just a couple hundred will do." As Jay walked away from the house, he felt the healing power settling into his system like a missing puzzle piece. Tommy would grow up normal, healthy, free from the exhausting burden of an uncontrolled mutation. Xavier would have surrounded the boy with other mutants, preaching acceptance while Tommy suffered. The government would have catalogued him as a threat, even experimented on him. Jay had given him actual freedom. Yes, he'd charged for it. But he wasn't running a charity, and everyone got exactly what they wanted. The parents had their normal son, Tommy had his health, and Jay had both a new power and the means to survive another day. As he walked through the darkening streets of Bayville, Jay felt a quiet satisfaction. This was what real freedom looked like, making choices based on results, not expectations. No hero's code, no villain's dramatics. Just practical solutions that actually worked. He could live with that kind of person. Chapter 8, Future Direction. Jay woke up in a motel room that smelled like industrial disinfectant and broken dreams. He'd blown $50 on this dump, but it was anonymous, and that's what mattered. His stomach hit him before he was fully awake, a gnawing emptiness that felt like it was trying to eat him from the inside out. He'd demolished a full dinner last night, plus snacks, and somehow, he was starving again. The heavy eater drawback wasn't just inconvenient, it was also expensive. The cheap digital clock blinked 7:23 a.m. His wallet was empty except for Grandma Emma's $10. Time to collect the rest of his payment. Walking back through Bayville's wealthy neighborhood felt different in the morning light. The manicured lawns sparkled with dew, and early joggers nodded politely as they passed. Jay felt like an intruder in clean clothes, carrying secrets that could shatter their perfect little bubble. The Hendersons' house looked even more imposing in daylight, all Georgian columns and expensive landscaping. Jay rang the doorbell, trying to look more confident than he felt. Mrs. Henderson answered, her face cycling through recognition, relief, and something that might have been hope. "You came back," she said. "Told you I would. How's Tommy?" She led him inside, past oil paintings that probably cost more than most people's cars. "See for yourself." Tommy was in the living room, building an elaborate fort out of couch cushions. When he saw Jay, he grinned and waved. "Look. It's a spaceship." Jay knelt down beside the fort, watching the kid's animated explanation of his imaginary adventure. Tommy's eyes were bright, his color was good, and he moved with the boundless energy of a healthy 6-year-old. No trace of whatever mutation had been trying to surface. "That's pretty impressive, Captain," Jay said, and meant it. For a moment, he was back in the pediatric ward, watching a kid bounce back from illness. Those moments had been rare in his old job, but they'd kept him going through the worst shifts. This felt the same, only better, he'd been the one to fix it. Mr. Henderson appeared in the doorway, still in his expensive suit even though it was barely 8 in the morning. "Tommy, why don't you show your spaceship to Mom upstairs?" As the boy ran off, Jay noticed Mrs. Henderson favoring her left foot. "You're limping," he said. She waved it off. "Stupid accident. Tripped over Tommy's bike in the garage yesterday. Twisted my ankle pretty good. Let me take a look." "Oh, you don't need to." "On the house," Jay said. "Call it a service for good behavior." She sat on the couch and rolled up her pant leg. The ankle was swollen and decorated with an ugly purple bruise that wrapped around to her heel. Jay crouched down and gently touched the injured area. He'd done this hundreds of times as a nurse, checking for fractures, assessing damage. But now he felt something else, a warm current flowing from his chest down through his arms. "This might feel strange," he warned. A soft green glow spread from his fingertips into her skin. The warmth traveled through the damaged tissue, making it revert to how it was supposed to be. Jay guided the healing carefully. The swelling receded, the bruise faded from purple to yellow to nothing. Mrs. Henderson stared at her perfectly normal ankle. "How did you?" Mr. Henderson had been watching the entire display with the calculating look of a man who saw opportunities everywhere. "Sarah, it's okay," he said, moving to steady her. "He helped Tommy, remember? He's not dangerous." Jay pushed himself up from the floor, swaying slightly. The healing had taken more out of him than he'd expected, like running a sprint after donating blood. His hands trembled as he steadied himself against the couch. "Sorry," he said to Mrs. Henderson, who was still staring at him like he might spontaneously combust. "I should have warned you it would look dramatic." "How many powers do you have?" he asked bluntly. Jay considered the question. The truth was complicated, he had one power that could become many, but explaining power theft might make them nervous. "Just one," he said carefully, but with different applications. It was easier to explain it as one thing. The truth was more complicated, and more dangerous to admit. "And you can heal serious injuries. Not just bruises. Depends on the injury. Broken bones, torn muscles, internal damage, yeah, I can handle most of it. But it's draining. The worse the injury, the more it takes out of me." Henderson nodded slowly. "I have associates. Wealthy people who value their privacy. People who might need medical attention but prefer to avoid hospitals. Jay felt a familiar excitement. This was exactly what he'd been hoping for, a way to monetize his abilities without getting tangled up in the superhero community. The price would be substantial, he said. How substantial? Depends on what needs fixing. But we're talking about serious money. These people can afford it. They can indeed. Henderson pulled out his phone. I'll make some calls. You'll need a way to contact you. Working on that. Give me your card, I'll reach out to you. Henderson handed over an embossed business card that probably cost more to print than most people spent on lunch. Now, about yesterday, Henderson said, walking to a wall safe hidden behind a painting of hunting dogs. He spun the combination and withdrew a manila envelope. Jay tried not to stare as Henderson counted out the cash. Crisp $100 bills, neat and perfect, stacking up like green poker chips. When Henderson finished, the bundle was surprisingly compact, $50,000 reduced to a stack barely thicker than a paperback book. All there, Henderson said, handing it over. Jay flipped through it quickly, more out of habit than distrust. The bills felt real, looked real, smelled like the particular mix of cotton and ink that said, legitimate money. Pleasure doing business, Jay said, pocketing the envelope. Walking away from the Henderson house, Jay felt like he was seeing the world differently. The money in his pocket was more than he'd ever held at once, but it wasn't just about the cash. For the first time since arriving in this reality, he had a plan that made sense. The Henderson contact was just the beginning. In a world full of superheroes and villains, there had to be plenty of people who needed healing but couldn't risk going to a hospital. People with secrets, people with enemies, people with money. No more emergency rooms full of people who hated their lives. No more administrators who treated healing like an assembly line. No more insurance companies deciding who deserved to get better. Just him, his abilities, and clients who could pay whatever he decided to charge. He thought about his old life, 25 years of following someone else's script, playing by rules designed to keep him trapped. That version of himself would have been horrified by what he was planning. Taking advantage of the wealthy, charging exorbitant fees for healing, operating outside the system. But that version of himself had been miserable. This version was finally free. His stomach growled again, reminding him that freedom was expensive in more ways than one. Time to find breakfast, then figure out his next move. Maybe look into getting a phone, finding a more permanent place to stay. Chapter 9, Setting Up Shop. Back in his dingy motel room, Jay pulled out the manila envelope and stared at $50,000, more money than he'd ever owned. His hands still shook slightly from the healing session, but his mind was crystal clear. The motel's ancient safe looked like it hadn't been updated since the Carter administration, but it would do. Jay counted out 5,000 in hundreds, tucked them into his wallet, then locked the rest away. Downtown Bayville looked like Norman Rockwell, but Marvel Universe technology had pushed even small-town retailers decades ahead. The electronics store clerk barely blinked when Jay asked for their best smartphone. Top model, the kid said, sliding a device that looked like it belonged in 2025 across the counter. Stark Industries licensed their interface tech recently. Touch screen, internet, GPS, video calling, the works. Jay whistled at the price. $800 for the phone, what about off-books activation? Extra $200. After Iron Man, lots of people want privacy. Fair enough. Jay walked out with a new Stark smartphone and professional clothes that wouldn't scream "scam artist" to wealthy clients. The apartment hunt led him to a converted warehouse district, a small studio with exposed brick walls, decent security, and a landlord who didn't ask questions. 6 months up front, cash, Mr. Kowalski said, eyeing Jay's lack of documentation. And I don't know nothing about nothing. Perfectly. Jay peeled off 2400s. And if anyone comes asking about tenants. What tenants? I got a storage unit here. In his new room after scrubbing the phone of any trackers, Jay dove into the digital rabbit hole. The world he found was a strange mix of the overt and the hidden. Iron Man was a global celebrity, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fingerprints already visible in the political subtext of Tony Stark's new government contracts. Captain America, in contrast, was a museum piece, a frozen historical icon and nothing more. Bruce Banner was a ghost, a whisper of a green monster haunting blurry footage from South American jungles, a problem the military was failing to contain. The search for mutants was more chilling. Jay bypassed the modern news, digging into older, declassified archives. There he found it, whispers of a magnetic anomaly during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Buried naval reports and redacted eyewitness accounts spoke of a single, powerful mutant who had nearly forced a nuclear exchange between the superpowers. The world didn't know Magneto's name yet, but the highest levels of government had been terrified of him for decades. The others were all still dormant, their tragedies yet to strike. A blind lawyer in Hell's Kitchen, a decorated Marine just home from deployment, a stunt rider who had vanished off the grid. Of magic, there was nothing but fantasy forums, a comforting silence given his own vulnerabilities. Jay cleared the history, the picture now chillingly clear. The world thought it was safe, celebrating its first public hero. But the real players were veterans of a long, secret war, and the next generation of combatants was still waiting in the wings. Time to start making my own moves, he thought, patting the envelope of cash in his jacket. By evening, Jay was down to his last few hundreds but had everything needed for the immediate future. More importantly, he had a plan. Jay worked through the shelter slowly, handing out sandwiches and coffee. People were suspicious at first, everyone wanted something here, but food talked louder than words. "Haven't seen you before," said a grizzled man missing most of his teeth. "Just moved to town." Jay handed him a turkey sandwich. "Figured I'd meet my neighbors." He learned names while moving through the crowd. Maria with her bad back. Bobby, a vet with shrapnel still working its way out of his leg. Linda, who coughed like she was drowning. "Mind if I take a look at that cough?" he asked Linda. She wiped her mouth. "Ain't got insurance." "What you gonna do, pray over me?" "Something like that." Jay sat beside her cot. "Let me know if anything feels weird." His nursing instincts kicked in automatically. The wet rowels, shallow breathing at 24 per minute instead of 16, classic bronchopneumonia. Poor nutrition, exposure, untreated infection that migrated south. In a hospital, chest x-rays, blood cultures, 4 antibiotics. But he wasn't in a hospital anymore. Instead of healing the infection directly, Jay focused on the inflammation burning through her lungs. He shifted the damaged tissue and immune response from her alveoli to her fingernails, where it would be harmless and simply grow out. Linda's coughing stopped mid-hack. She took a clean, clear breath, then another, eyes going wide. "Jesus Christ. I can breathe without drowning." Word spread fast. Bobby limped over. "She's been hacking for 2 months. What did you do?" "Pressure point techniques," Jay said, feeling the drain. "Your turn." "That shrapnel giving you trouble?" Bobby sat heavily. "Doctors said they got it all, but something's still in there. Hurts like hell when it rains." Through his power, Jay felt the retained foreign body, pencil eraser-sized, embedded near the femur. Normally this required surgery, fluoroscopy, careful dissection around major vessels. Instead, Jay shifted the fragment through tissue planes to Bobby's big toe, made a small incision with a sanitized knife, extracted it, and healed the wound. Bobby stood, took experimental steps. No limp, no pain. 20 years of that thing grinding my bone, and you just, what the hell are you? More gathered. Jay worked through them systematically. Maria's herniated discs shifted to her earlobes, arthritic inflammation moved to harmless toenails, burned scar tissue relocated where hair would cover it. Each healing drained him more until he was shaking against the wall. "Easy there, Doc," Tom said, pressing coffee into his trembling hands. The crowd had gone quiet. People flexed fingers that hadn't worked in years, breathed clearly, walked without pain. "How?" Maria touched her pain-free back. "Are you some kind of angel?" "Just a guy with medical training and a weird hobby," Jay managed. "Bullshit," Bobby said kindly. "That was a miracle." "You don't need to thank me," Jay said. "Just keep an eye out. I'm new in town." "Anything," Bobby said immediately. "We take care of our own." Jay slipped Bobby $100 and his phone number. "I need eyes and ears. People with powers are coming out since Iron Man went public. There's a mansion north of town, Xavier's school. Watch for wealthy people leaving angry. And anyone needing medical help they can't get normally." Bobby's expression sharpened. "You government?" "Opposite. I help people like us stay off their radar." Jay let green light dance across his fingertips. "How else do you think everyone just got better?" Bobby nodded. "You got it, document." Back in his apartment, Jay called Henderson's business number. "Henderson. It's Jay." "Ah, good. Set up already." Phone, apartment, ready for discreet house calls. Have you spoken to your associates? There's interest, but some doubt. How soon could you be available? I'm ready when they are. Excellent. I'll be in touch. Lying on his new bed, Jay felt satisfaction he hadn't experienced in years. Everything was falling into place: workspace, connections, surveillance network, wealthy clients lining up for services money usually couldn't buy. His power evolved with each use, becoming more sophisticated. But his medical knowledge gave him an edge raw power couldn't: understanding pathophysiology, targeting problems precisely, working with surgical efficiency rather than brute force. His phone buzzed. Rich lady left mansion this evening. Looked pissed. Driver took her to airport. Bobby. Jay smiled in the darkness. The network was already working. Now he waited for Henderson's associates to make their move. In the meantime, he'd keep building, growing, positioning himself exactly where he needed to be. Chapter 10, Red Flags. Jay was halfway through his third breakfast sandwich when his phone buzzed, vibrating against the worn surface of his kitchen table. The caller ID flashed a familiar name: Henderson. Jay, we have a situation, Henderson said, his voice stretched taut with urgency. A high-power executive is in bad shape. This is a delicate one: strictly no hospitals, no questions. They just need someone who can fix it, quietly. Jay set his coffee mug down, the warmth of the ceramic instantly forgotten. He was alert now, the last vestiges of his morning haze evaporating. What kind of emergency? Internal injury. She was cagey with the details, but she's offering $30,000. Cash. Same day. Jay's eyebrows climbed. Where? Manhattan. Midtown Corporate District. I'll text you the address. A knot of unease tightened in Jay's gut. What's the client's name? Caldwell, Henderson replied. That's all she'd give me. But the address, well, let's just say she can afford whatever you charge. After the call ended, Jay stared at the black screen of his phone. Everything about this felt wrong: the frantic pace, the obsessive secrecy, the skeletal details. But 30 grand was 30 grand, and despite the Henderson payment, his savings account was a shallow pond, not the deep lake he needed it to be. The address led him to a corporate monolith of glass and steel that seemed to punch a hole in the sky. Standing on the sidewalk, Jay craned his neck, looking up at the endless, mirrored windows reflecting a distorted version of the city below. He smoothed down his bargain bin button-down and adjusted his discount slacks, feeling like a cheap knockoff in a gallery of priceless originals. The lobby was an echoing cavern of polished marble and chrome, populated by security guards who looked like they were carved from granite. Jay forced himself forward, his cheap shoes squeaking softly on the immaculate floor as he approached the reception desk. "I'm here to see Ms. Caldwell," he said, pitching his voice to project a confidence he was miles from feeling. The receptionist, a woman who looked like she'd been airbrushed onto the cover of a business magazine, gave him a cursory glance. "Floor 47, she said, her attention already back on her screen. "You're expected." The elevator ride was a silent, unnerving ascent through layers of corporate power he could barely imagine. The air grew thinner, the pressure building in his ears with each floor number that lit up. When the doors finally slid open, they revealed a hallway that didn't just whisper money, it screamed it from the museum-quality art on the walls and the plush carpet that swallowed the sound of his footsteps. Suite 4701 was at the very end. Jay knocked once, a sharp rap against the heavy wood, and a buzzer unlocked the door instantly. The penthouse office was larger than his entire apartment building, dominated by floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of Manhattan that probably cost more per month than he used to make in a year. Seated behind a desk that looked like it was carved from a single piece of obsidian was a woman in her early 40s. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her charcoal suit was tailored with surgical precision. "Ms. Caldwell?" Jay asked. "Just Caldwell." Her voice was clipped and professional, but it was layered over a tremor of pain she was fighting to conceal. "You're the healer Henderson mentioned." "That's me." Jay stepped closer, his eyes cataloging the details. The rigid set of her shoulders, the way she favored her left side. "What seems to be the problem?" "Internal injury. 3 days ago. It's worsening." "How did it happen?" Her jaw tightened, a barely perceptible flicker of a muscle. "The specifics are not relevant. Can you fix it or not?" Jay studied her, seeing past the corporate armor. There were deep-set stress lines around her eyes, and her left hand, resting on the desk, had the faint tremor of someone battling constant, grinding discomfort. I need to examine you. And for this to work, I need you to be honest with me about the cause. He gestured toward a sleek leather couch near the windows. Could you lie down? I need to get a sense of the damage. Caldwell moved to the couch, each step a masterpiece of controlled movement. As she lay back, Jay saw the telltale signs, the shallow breaths, the careful positioning to take pressure off her left flank. He knelt beside her, placing his hands gently over her ribs. Closing his eyes, he let his senses drift inward, mapping the landscape of her injury. It was bad. Her spleen was ruptured, not from a single, sharp impact, but from sustained, crushing pressure. A slow, steady bleed had been poisoning her from the inside for days. Without intervention, she'd be dead within the week. This wasn't an accident, was it? He said quietly, opening his eyes. This wasn't one clean blow. What really happened? Caldwell's eyes snapped open, and for a fleeting moment, the mask of the executive fell away, revealing the terrified person beneath. I had a disagreement with a colleague, she said, the words carefully chosen. It became physical. He got me in the ribs, and something shifted. In my world, she continued, her voice low and intense, there are unfriendly eyes everywhere. Any sign of weakness is a vulnerability to be exploited. A hospital visit means questions, reports, a paper trail. I can't afford that kind of attention. A chill unrelated to the office's air conditioning prickled Jay's skin. He was getting a clearer picture now, a glimpse into a corporate culture so predatory that physical assault was a negotiation tactic and seeking medical care was a career-ending mistake. I can fix this, he said, his voice firm. But you need to understand, left untreated, this would have killed you. I'm aware of the risks. Jay placed his hands back over the injury. A soft, green light bloomed between his palms, and he focused, letting his energy flow into her. Healing internal injuries was an intricate dance. He had to do more than just mend tissue, he had to guide the regeneration, reweaving the delicate tapestry of blood vessels, ensuring everything reconnected perfectly, leaving no trace of the damage behind. Caldwell watched the light without flinching, though he could feel her muscles quiver as the healing energy surged through her. The ruptured tissue began to knit itself together, the internal bleeding slowed, stopped, and then reversed as the damaged cells were purged and replaced. When he finished, Jay sat back, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Internal jobs always took a heavier toll, and this one had been a deep drain. How do you feel? She sat up, moving with a fluid grace that had been absent before. She took a deep, full breath, and for the first time since he'd arrived, her expression seemed genuinely relaxed. Better, she said, a hint of awe in her voice. Much better. She rose, walked to her obsidian desk, and withdrew a thick envelope from a locked drawer. Your fee, as agreed. Jay took the envelope, the weight of the cash a solid, reassuring presence in his hand. He didn't bother counting it. One more thing, Caldwell said as he turned to leave. Her voice was back to its steely, professional tone. No one can know you were here. I trust that won't be a problem. Patient confidentiality, Jay assured her. I was never here. As he walked out, paranoia gnawed at him. He wiped down the doorknob, the elevator button, any surface he might have touched. It felt like overkill, but the atmosphere in this place had his nerves screaming. He was crossing the lobby when he saw him. A man was standing by the security desk, speaking quietly with one of the guards. He was tall, with dark hair, wearing an expensive suit that failed to completely mask a disciplined, military posture. He held up some sort of credentials, and the guard nodded respectfully. Jay's blood turned to ice. His inner comic nerd, the database of faces and facts he'd been trying to suppress, kicked into overdrive. Grant Ward. The name hit him like a physical blow. Hydra's top sleeper agent, currently embedded deep within S.H.I.E.L.D. A specialist in infiltration, interrogation, and making problems like him permanently disappear. Jay's step faltered, just for a second, and he had to brace a hand against a cold marble pillar to steady himself. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Every instinct screamed at him to bolt, but that would be like waving a giant, glowing flag. He forced his legs to move, to maintain a normal pace, to walk toward the exit. He fought the overwhelming urge to look back, his mind a repeating loop of a single, terrifying phrase, "You're blown. You're completely blown." His hands were trembling by the time he hit the street, and it had nothing to do with the healing he'd just performed. Ward being here was no coincidence. Either he'd been called to investigate an unauthorized medical specialist, or worse, this was a trap from the very beginning. By the time Jay made it back to the relative safety of his apartment, his phone buzzed. A text. New guy came asking for you. Corporate badge, Roxanne something. Big guy, looked military. Nobody told him nothing, but he was asking the right questions. Heads up. Bobby. Jay sank into his desk chair, the pieces clicking into place with sickening finality. Caldwell. Roxanne. One of the most notoriously dangerous corporations in the Marvel Universe, an entity that made the Umbrella Corporation look like a nonprofit. He had just healed a top executive. Henderson couldn't have known. The man was connected, but his world was one of hostile takeovers, not covert ops and corporate assassins. He thought he was doing Jay a favor. Instead, he'd marched him directly into the crosshairs of both Roxanne and Hydra. His mind spun, racing through contingencies. The money was good, but it wasn't get blackbagged by a Hydra death squad good. It wasn't become a permanent research subject for Roxanne's medical division good. The naive kid taking jobs at face value was gone. From now on, it had to be background checks, client screening, multiple exit strategies. His phone buzzed again. Henderson. Everything go smoothly? Henderson asked cheerfully. Jay took a breath, choosing his words with care. More or less. Though in the future, I might need a bit more information up front. Of course. Anything specific? He considered telling Henderson everything, the assault, the cutthroat culture, Grant Ward in the lobby. But Henderson was a civilian. Involving him would just put him in danger. Just standard due diligence, Jay said, the lie tasting like ash. Client backgrounds, company affiliations. The usual. Understood. I'll be more thorough. After hanging up, Jay emptied the envelope onto his desk. $30,000 in crisp $100 bills. More money than he'd seen at one time in his entire life, old or new. But as he stared at the pile of cash, all he could see was Grant Ward's face. All he could feel was the cold dread of being seen, of being known. He'd wanted freedom. In the Marvel Universe, he was learning, freedom wasn't free. It had a price, and he was just beginning to understand the cost. Time to be more careful. And time to start planning for when they inevitably came for him. Chapter 11, Contingencies. Jay woke to the sound of his heartbeat thundering in his ears, his body coiled tight with tension he couldn't explain. The morning light filtering through his apartment's blinds felt hostile, exposing rather than illuminating. He lay still for a moment, listening to the building's ambient sounds, footsteps in the hallway, muffled conversations, the distant hum of traffic, and found himself cataloging each one as a potential threat. When did I become this paranoid? But even as the thought crossed his mind, Jay was already moving. He slipped out of bed and began his new morning routine, checking locks, testing windows, running his fingers along window frames and door jambs looking for signs of tampering. A week of living with serious money had taught him that wealth came with its own vulnerabilities. He pulled out a notebook and started writing. Immediate contingencies, multiple false identities, off-site secure stash location, multiple burner phones, backup safe house. Jay was halfway through his planning when his phone buzzed. Bobby's name flashed on the screen. Yeah. Remember that rich lady from the other day? Bobby's voice was tight with excitement. She came back. But this time, she didn't come to the garage. She went to that fancy school up the hill. Xavier's school. Jay felt his stomach tighten. How do you know? My cousin cleans the streets up there. Says some lady in an expensive dress showed up yesterday afternoon, stayed maybe an hour, then came storming out like her hair was on fire. Bobby's voice dropped to a whisper. She's been at Murphy's diner for 2 hours now, just sitting in a booth looking miserable. 20 minutes later, Jay walked into Murphy's diner. He approached the counter with practiced charm. I'm meeting some friends, but they're running late. Could I get a table for 4 and maybe start with some appetizers? Jay ordered enough food for a small army, the perfect cover for extended observation and his enhanced metabolism. While he waited, he spotted her, corner booth, facing the door. A woman in her late 20s, expensively dressed but trying to look casual. Dark hair pulled back, designer jeans, and hands wrapped in white bandages. She was sitting rigidly upright, her eyes constantly scanning the room like she was expecting an attack. Every time the door chimed, she tensed. When a waitress dropped a plate in the kitchen, she actually flinched. She's constantly on alert. He ate slowly, watching her for nearly 30 minutes. She'd ordered coffee but barely touched it. Her phone sat on the table, but she wasn't looking at it. Instead, her attention kept darting to other customers, tracking their movements with obvious anxiety. Finally, Jay made his move. He approached her table, but instead of sitting down uninvited, he stopped beside it with his coffee cup in hand. "Hey," he said softly, offering a gentle smile. "I saw you at Xavier's earlier, didn't I? You looked pretty upset when you left." She looked up sharply, and he could see her eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion. Panic flashed across her face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "It's okay," Jay said quickly, raising a hand. "I volunteer there sometimes. I'm not going to out you or anything." He gestured to the empty booth seat across from her. "Mind if I sit? You look like you could use someone to talk to who actually gets it." She studied his face for a moment, clearly torn between the desire for company and ingrained caution. "You volunteer there?" "Yeah. Mostly just helping with day-to-day stuff, but I've been around long enough to recognize that look." Jay sat down slowly, keeping his movements non-threatening. They just don't understand, look." She let out a bitter laugh. "Is it that obvious? Only to someone who's seen it before. Let me guess, they told you to embrace your gift. Learn to live with it. Maybe suggested you'd be happier around your own kind." Her shoulders sagged. "Something like that. Yeah, that's their standard pitch. Don't get me wrong, they mean well. But sometimes what people need isn't acceptance, it's solutions." Jay leaned back casually. "What's your situation, if you don't mind me asking?" She was quiet for a long moment, her fingers absently picking at the edge of her bandages. "You ever feel like your own body is betraying you?" "How so?" "Like it's giving you information you don't want. Making you aware of things that would be easier to ignore." She looked out the window. "I can sense things. Emotions, stress, danger. It started small, but now." She unwrapped her bandaged hands, revealing precise, deliberate cuts across her palms. "Sometimes the sensation gets so intense I dig my nails in just to feel something else." Jay felt his pulse quicken. This was exactly what he'd hoped for. "That sounds exhausting." "It never stops." Her voice cracked slightly. "I haven't had a peaceful moment in 2 years. Professor Xavier was very kind, but he kept talking about training and control. Learning to live with it. But my family." She shook her head. "My father works defense contracts. My fiancé's family owns a private security company. If they knew what I was, I'd lose everything that matters to me." Jay nodded sympathetically. "The professor's approach works for some people. But he's pretty committed to the idea that mutations are permanent parts of who we are. Aren't they?" "Not necessarily." Jay kept his voice carefully casual. "There are alternative approaches. Less mainstream ones." Her eyes sharpened with interest. "What kind of alternatives?" "Well, I have a unique ability. I can permanently remove X gene mutations from people who don't want them." She stared at him for a long moment. "That's possible. I've done it before. Helped a little boy whose mutation was making him constantly sick. His parents were desperate. Now he's just a normal, healthy kid. And the removal, it's permanent. Completely. Once it's gone for good." Claire was quiet for a moment, then pulled out her phone and showed him a photo, herself smiling next to a handsome man in an expensive suit at what looked like a corporate event. "That's my fiancé, David. We're supposed to be married in 6 months. He's a good man, but his family has very specific ideas about the ideal bride for him." She put the phone away. "I just want to feel normal again. To be able to sit in a room without feeling everyone else's stress and anger." "That could be arranged," Jay said carefully. "Though this kind of procedure, it's not exactly sanctioned by Xavier's. It would need to be handled privately." "What would that involve?" "A consultation fee, mainly. This kind of work is specialized and carries certain risks." "How much?" Jay pretended to consider. "For something this complex? Probably around 100,000. I know that sounds like a lot, but that's all." Claire looked almost relieved. "I have access to resources. Jewelry, gold, assets that can't be easily traced." "When could this happen?" "Actually," Jay said, glancing around the diner. It could happen right now. The process looks completely normal to anyone watching, just a handshake between two people having coffee. Here. Now. Is this going to hurt? Sometimes the best place to hide is in plain sight. And no, it won't hurt. Jay extended his hand across the table. What's your name, by the way? Claire. She looked at his outstretched hand for a moment, then gripped it firmly. God, yes. Please. The moment their skin touched, Jay felt a gentle pulling sensation, like a slow tide drawing something away from her and into him. It wasn't violent or shocking, more like watching water flow from one container to another. Claire's ability settled into him gradually, layer by layer. First came the basic awareness, a subtle sense of the emotional temperature in the room. Then deeper, the cook's irritation, the businessman's frustration, the teenage waitress's anxiety about her finals. But it was more than emotions. He could sense potential dangers too, the wet spot near the kitchen where someone might slip, the frayed cord behind the coffee machine, the tension building between a couple 3 booths over that might escalate into an argument. The sensation refined itself as his adaptive power kicked in, organizing the input into something manageable. He could filter now, focusing on immediate concerns while pushing background noise to a gentle hum. Claire, meanwhile, had gone completely still. Her rigid posture melted away, her shoulders dropping as years of constant tension finally released. She blinked slowly, like someone waking from a long, troubled sleep. Oh my God, she whispered, tears starting to form. It's quiet. It's actually quiet. How do you feel? Like I've been carrying a weight I didn't even realize was there, and someone just lifted it off my shoulders. She flexed her fingers, looking at her hands like she was seeing them for the first time. I can't sense anything from you, from anyone. It's wonderful. They spent another few minutes working out the payment logistics. Claire would gather the assets and meet him at a storage facility she rented under a different name. As she prepared to leave, she paused. Thank you. I know this is just business, but you gave me my life back. After she left, Jay finished his meal slowly, marveling at his new ability. As he walked home, the danger sense proved its worth immediately. He felt aggressive intent from someone in the alley beside the diner and took a different route. The would-be mugger was only about 20 feet away when the sensation hit, close enough that Jay could have been in real trouble without the warning. If they're hunting me, he thought, now I'll feel them coming. Chapter 12, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Jay stepped off the Metro North train at Grand Central, letting the Tuesday morning rush hour swallow him whole. The commuter crowd flowed around him, suits heading to midtown offices, tourists clutching subway maps, students rushing toward Columbia. Perfect camouflage for someone who needed to disappear into the city's background noise. He'd spent the ride from Bayville thinking about scale. Claire's payment had padded his accounts nicely, but he was still thinking too small. Playing it safe in the suburbs, taking one client at a time, that wasn't freedom. That was just a prettier cage. If you want powered individuals in bulk, you go where powered people are broke. And in Marvel. That's always New York. The city hit him like a physical force. The smell of hot dog carts mixed with exhaust and that indefinable urban musk of 8 million people living on top of each other. Car horns created a symphony of barely controlled chaos while construction crews jackhammered through another, essential infrastructure project. Jay loved it immediately. He started in Hell's Kitchen, walking narrow streets between tenements that looked like they'd been standing since the city was founded. This was ground zero for the street-level superhero community, Daredevil's territory, though the blind lawyer was still just a blind lawyer for now. He was walking past Josie's bar when he saw her. Tall woman in a leather jacket, dark hair hanging loose around her shoulders. She was walking out of Golden Dragon Chinese takeout with a plastic bag. Her posture was casual but alert, like someone who'd learned to be ready for trouble without looking like she was expecting it. Jay's comic knowledge kicked in like a searchlight cutting through fog. Jessica Jones. He forced himself to keep walking, but his mind was already racing. Jessica Jones meant Luke Cage was somewhere in the city. It meant there was an entire underground community of powered individuals living paycheck to paycheck. More importantly, it meant somewhere out there was Kilgrave. Jay ducked into a newspaper stand, pretending to browse while he processed the implications. The Purple Man, the mind controller who could make anyone do anything with a few spoken words. In the comics and show, he'd controlled Jessica for months, turning her into his puppet. I can't be mind-controlled, Jay realized, touching the mental shield perk he'd chosen. Purple Man is the perfect first real villain. And his power will be a great weapon for my arsenal. It was strategic brilliance. Kilgrave was terrifying on a personal level but operated small scale. He was psychological horror that most heroes couldn't touch. But Jay could. His mind shield made him immune, and power theft would let him turn Kilgrave's greatest strength against him. Jay pushed the thought away. First things first, he needed to upgrade his infrastructure. The forger worked out of a massage parlor in Little Odessa, Brighton Beach. Jay had gotten the contact from Bobby, who'd gotten it from someone who knew someone who'd once needed to disappear from some very unfriendly creditors. The parlor's waiting room was decorated in aggressive tackiness, red velvet everything, gold-framed mirrors. The clientele looked like extras from a mob movie, men in expensive tracksuits, women with hair that defied gravity. "You here for Dimitri?" The receptionist was a blonde with an accent thick enough to cut with a knife. She led him to a back office where sat Dimitri, a man who looked like he'd been assembled from spare parts of other, larger men. Even Kingpin would look thin compared to him. "You need papers?" Dimitri's English was precise but heavily accented. "Multiple identities. High quality. Medical credentials for one, courier license for another. Expensive." "I figured." Within an hour, Jay walked out with 2 driver's licenses, a medical assistant certification, and a courier ID that would pass anything short of federal scrutiny. He also left with 3 prepaid burner phones and a storage locker key for Queens. The gun dealer operated out of a fishing boat moored near the South Street seaport. Which would have been more intimidating if the boat wasn't called "See You Later" and painted in colors that made it visible from orbit. Toby, not his real name, obviously, was a Vietnam vet who'd discovered that selling firearms to people who couldn't buy them legally was considerably more profitable than actually fishing. "Say, do you also kiss your girlfriend upside down in the rain, or?" Jay asked. "What? You messing with me?" Toby barked. Jay appeased him. "Nah, man, just nervous, that's all." "You ever actually fire one of these?" Toby asked, watching Jay examine a compact Glock 19. "Some." Jay had spent quite a bit of time at shooting ranges during his residency. Stress relief, he told himself, though honestly it had just been another way to avoid going home to his empty apartment. Toby led him to the boat's hold, converted into a surprisingly professional shooting range. The sound suppression was so good that the gun's report was barely louder than a hand clap. "Nice grouping," Toby admitted after Jay put 6 rounds into the center of a target at 15 yards. "You want the suppressor?" "Yes. And something non-lethal. Taser, maybe pepper spray. Planning to take down some superheroes?" Toby's grin suggested he was joking, but his eyes suggested he really wasn't. "Just covering all the bases." Jay left with the Glock, 2 magazines, a quality suppressor, and a tactical pen that was really a disguised taser. His phone buzzed as he walked back toward the subway. Bobby's number. "How's the city treating you?" Bobby's voice carried background noise of traffic and construction. "Like it's trying to mug me, but in a charming way." "What's the word from the network?" "It's grown, Jay. A lot. We've got people in Queens, the Bronx, Hell's Kitchen, Harlem. Word gets around about a guy who heals people and asks for nothing but information. Folks are starting to call you the document." Jay winced. "Please tell me that's not catching on." "Little late for that. But here's the interesting part, we're seeing more enhanced individuals who don't want to be enhanced. People hiding from things that normal cops can't handle." "Perfect." Jay found a relatively quiet corner near a hot dog cart. "I need you to start tracking someone. Woman, tall, dark hair, leather jacket. Name's Jessica Jones." He texted Bobby a photo he discreetly snapped. "She's been spotted in Hell's Kitchen and the Lower East Side. You want her found?" "I don't care about her. I care about who's watching her. There's a man who's interested in her, very interested. Goes by Kilgrave. He's dangerous." Bobby was quiet for a moment. "You sure you want to tangle with this guy?" "There's stories, Jay. People who cross certain lines in the city, they don't come back the same. Some don't come back at all." Jay watched the crowd flow around him, workers heading home, couples on dates, families navigating the subway system. Normal people living normal lives, completely unaware that there were predators who could rewrite their minds with a whisper. But Jay knew his weakness was a range of 80 feet of his pheromones and a time limit of 12 hours before the command needed to be reset. Just tell whoever's tracking them to keep a distance of at least 100 feet. And report back every 12 hours. I want to know where they go, who they talk to, what they do. And if this Kilgrave guy notices he's being watched, then we'll know exactly how dangerous he really is. After hanging up, Jay stood in the growing twilight, watching the city light up around him. Somewhere out there, Jessica Jones was probably drinking herself into unconsciousness, trying to forget months of violation and control. Somewhere else, Kilgrave was planning his next move, confident in his ability to bend anyone to his will. But Jay had something neither of them knew about: absolute immunity to mental influence and the ability to steal powers from their source. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the sparrow stalks them both. Time to find out which one he really was. Chapter 13, Unaware of the Oriole Behind. The warehouse district stretched before them like a graveyard of industry, skeletal cranes and empty buildings casting jagged shadows in the dying light. Jessica Jones stood motionless in the center of the abandoned textile factory, her body rigid as stone, but her eyes burned with the fury of a caged animal. She couldn't move. Couldn't speak. Couldn't even turn her head away from the pale figure circling her like a predator savoring its prey. Kilgrave's mind control ability worked through microvirus released into the air, and Jessica could feel them crawling through her lungs with every breath, invading her bloodstream, wrapping around her will like chains. The virus that had made him into a monster now held her completely. You feel it, don't you? Kilgrave's voice was silk over steel, his British accent making every word sound refined and cultured, even as he spoke of atrocities. Your body obeying me while your mind screams in protest. It's quite beautiful, really, the way you struggle against something so inevitable. Jessica's jaw clenched involuntarily as he commanded it to. She wanted to spit in his face, to tear him apart. She had strength enough to lift a 2-ton police car with no discernible effort, could punch through marble walls, but none of that mattered when her own nervous system had been turned against her. I've been watching you, Jessica. Learning your patterns. Your precious little apartment, your pathetic attempts at a normal life. Kilgrave stopped in front of her, close enough that she could smell his expensive cologne. You, a woman among all women, will be mine. He reached out and traced a finger along her cheek. Jessica's skin crawled, but her body remained perfectly still. Soon you'll stop fighting altogether, he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. You'll accept that I am master of your body, mind, and soul. We'll start simply, a smile when I ask for one. A kiss when I demand it. Then deeper commands, until there's nothing left of the defiant little hero. The factory door exploded inward with a thunderous crash. A figure strode through the settling dust and debris, trench coat billowing behind him like wings. His face was partially obscured by shadows, but there was something deliberate about the way he moved. Jesus Christ, the newcomer said, his voice carrying a mixture of disgust and amusement. Mind-controlling women in abandoned warehouses. Looks like you fell too hard from the TARDIS, don't you think? Kilgrave whirled around, his concentration breaking just enough for Jessica to feel a flicker of hope. Who dares? Oh, spare me the dramatic outrage. The stranger stepped into the light, revealing a lean man with dark hair and predatory eyes. I've been tracking you for weeks, and I've got to say, your reputation is vastly overinflated. Mind control through airborne pathogens. Please. It's pedestrian at best. You're making a grave mistake, Kilgrave snarled, his hands clenching into fists. Kneel before me. The command hit like a physical blow. Jay's knees buckled instantly, his body betraying him as it crashed to the concrete floor. The impact sent shockwaves through his legs, but he remained upright on his knees, head bowed. That's more like it, Kilgrave purred, his confidence returning. He walked over and placed his foot on Jay's head, pressing down until the man was forced to support Kilgrave's weight like a human footstool. All talk, just like the rest of them. Did you really think you could challenge me? Jessica's flicker of hope extinguished in an instant. The man who had come to help her was now on his knees, turned into a prop in Kilgrave's twisted performance. She tried to look away, to shut her eyes, but even that sliver of control wasn't hers to claim. You know what I think. Kilgrave said, grinding his heel against Jay's skull. I think you should stay right there and watch what I do to dear Jessica. Perhaps it will teach you about the natural order of things. Actually, Jay said, his voice muffled but strangely calm, I think you should try to keep up. His hand moved with impossible speed, producing what looked like an ordinary pen from his coat pocket. But when he pressed the tip against Kilgrave's ankle, 50,000 volts of electricity surged through the taser. Kilgrave's scream echoed off the warehouse walls as he convulsed, his foot slipping off Jay's head as his nervous system went haywire. Jay rolled away and came up in a crouch, the pen taser already charging for another shot. Yeah, about that, he said, voice like steel under velvet. Turns out, Mind Shield isn't just a cool perk name. He stepped forward and hit Kilgrave with another shock, harder. I've been immune from the second you opened your mouth. Jessica felt the invisible chains around her will shatter. The relief was so intense it nearly brought her to her knees, but her rage kept her upright. Jay shocked Kilgrave again, and again, each jolt making the would-be master writhe like a landed fish. This is for every person you violated, Jay growled, his calm facade cracking to reveal something cold and furious beneath. Every life you've destroyed with your pathetic need for control. Kilgrave twisted against Jay's grip, but Jay's fingers locked around his wrist like a vice. Then it started. Something writhed beneath Kilgrave's skin, like worms crawling through his veins, threading their way from his core toward Jay's touch. His power, alive and squirming, being pulled out of him strand by strand. The sensation hit Jay like a rush of heat. Those same wriggling threads burrowed into him through their connected skin, carrying with them years of stolen will and commanded obedience. Each pulse brought more strength, more control flowing from Kilgrave into him. Kilgrave tried to speak, to give one last command, but his mouth just hung open. The words wouldn't come. Where his abilities used to hum was now just nothing. A deep, aching emptiness like someone had reached inside and scooped out his core. Jay felt the last of it transfer over, that final wriggling thread of power settling into his bones. He looked down at Kilgrave, who stared back with hollow, stunned eyes. Feels different from this side, doesn't it? Jay said quietly. Stop, Kilgrave gasped, his voice weak and human for the first time Jessica could remember. Please, You'll what? Jessica's voice cut through his pleas like a blade. She stalked toward them, her superhuman strength making each footstep crack the concrete. You'll promise to be good. You'll apologize for trying to turn me into your slave. Jay stood back, letting Jessica take the lead. There was something in his eyes, an understanding that this was her moment. Jessica reached down and grabbed Kilgrave by the throat, lifting his frame off the ground with one hand. I used to have nightmares about monsters like you, she said, her voice eerily calm. But you know what I realized? You're not a monster. You're just a pathetic little man who never learned that no means no. She drew back her fist. The sound of Kilgrave's nose breaking was deeply satisfying. Jessica dropped him and stepped back, letting him fall to the ground in a heap. He was breathing, but barely conscious. Is he? Jessica started to ask. Unconscious, not dead, Jay said, checking Kilgrave's pulse. Though I may have done something permanent to his abilities. Think of it as a full system reset. Jessica studied the stranger more carefully. Who are you? Someone who believes that people like him shouldn't be allowed to prey on others. Jay stood and brushed dust from his coat. He again looked at the broken Kilgrave and with a smirk said. For now, call me the doctor. He pulled out a small white card and handed it to her. It was plain except for a phone number and a simple message, for emergencies. For healing. For metatroubles. I don't understand, Jessica said. Jay's hand briefly glowed with a soft blue light as he passed it over a cut on Jessica's arm. The pain vanished instantly, the skin knitting itself together as if it had never been broken. Let's just say I have weird hobbies, he said with a slight smile. If you ever find yourself in a situation like this again, or if you know other enhanced individuals who need assistance, call that number. Wait, Jessica called as he turned to leave. What happens to him? Jay glanced back at Kilgrave's unconscious form. That's up to you. But I'd suggest making sure he can't hurt anyone else. His powers are gone, but the list of his victims is very long. With that, he disappeared into the shadows as mysteriously as he'd arrived, leaving Jessica alone with a decision to make. She looked down at the card in her hand, then at Kilgrave's broken form. The control has been shattered, and she was free again to make her own choices. A/N, guys, what are your thoughts on the story so far? Share it with a review. Chapter 14, The Chains We Choose. The apartment was darker than usual, which was saying something considering Jay's general aversion to overhead lighting. He sat on the edge of his bed, still wearing the same clothes from the warehouse confrontation hours ago. His trench coat lay crumpled on the floor where he dramatically dropped it, because apparently even in private, he couldn't resist a bit of theater. The takeout container on his nightstand remained untouched, the Chinese food long cold and probably achieving sentience by now. Outside, the city hummed its familiar night song. Inside his small space, there was only silence and the lingering smell of beef and broccoli. He'd turned off his phone an hour ago, which was probably a new personal record for him. Jay pressed his palms against his temples and sighed. The adrenaline had worn off completely, leaving behind something heavier. Not quite guilt, he wasn't ready to call it that, but definitely something in the guilt family. He'd taken Kilgrave's power, and honestly, it felt gross. Like really, genuinely disgusting in a way that made his skin crawl. It was different from Tommy's healing warmth, which felt like drinking hot chocolate on a cold day, or Claire's protective instincts, which hummed pleasantly in the background like a well-tuned engine. This new power felt like having food poisoning of the soul. You could make this so much easier, it whispered in the back of his mind, sounding way too reasonable for something that was basically psychic roofies. One word, and people would just listen. No more awkward conversations. No more having to actually convince people you're right. Nope, Jay said out loud to his empty apartment. Absolutely not happening. He needed to deal with this properly, which meant doing that weird meditation thing where he talked to his powers like they were roommates he couldn't evict. Rising from the bed, he moved to the center of the room and sat cross-legged on the hardwood floor. The position always made him feel vaguely ridiculous, like he was cosplaying as someone spiritual, but it worked. Closing his eyes, Jay let his breathing slow down. He reached inward, past his surface thoughts and daily concerns, diving into the space where his abilities lived. The transition was gradual, like sinking into a warm bath, until the apartment faded away entirely. The mental plane opened around him, and honestly, it never got less weird. It was like floating in space, if space was also somehow cozy and well-lit. No up or down, just an endless void that somehow managed to feel homey. Jay's consciousness shaped itself into his usual mental outfit, jeans and a t-shirt, because apparently even his subconscious had given up on looking professional. And there, arranged like the world's most dysfunctional support group, were his powers. In the center stood his core ability, the Power Thief. It looked like a clear white light that pulsed steadily, neither demanding nor needy. Just there. It was probably the most well-adjusted part of his entire personality, which was either reassuring or deeply concerning. To the left, Tommy's healing ability bounced around like an excited golden retriever. It was roughly child-sized and glowed soft green, radiating pure enthusiasm for fixing things. Even now, it seemed to be eyeing a small scratch on Jay's mental representation of himself, clearly itching to heal it. The kid had been so determined to help people, and in a weird way, he still was. On the right stood Claire's danger sense, taking the form of a no-nonsense woman in dark yellow. Her arms were crossed, and she was doing that thing where she scanned for threats even though they were literally inside his own head. She was like having a very paranoid bodyguard who never took a day off. And in the far corner, looking like it had crawled out of a particularly unpleasant nightmare. "Oh, come on," Jay muttered, looking at Kilgrave's power. You couldn't even try to look less horrifying. It was purple and writhing, made of what looked like worms and viruses having the world's worst dance party. Unlike his other abilities, which mostly minded their own business, this thing kept reaching out toward the others with slimy tentacles, like that guy at parties who didn't understand personal space. Just looking at it made Jay want to take a shower. With bleach. I wanted freedom, he thought, trying to be philosophical about the whole situation. But using this thing would just make me a different kind of prisoner, wouldn't it? The Kilgrave power pulsed, sending out another tendril toward Tommy's healing light. Jay could practically see what it wanted, to corrupt that innocent desire to help, to turn healing into control. Make people so grateful they'd do anything. It was like offering to help someone move, then stealing their couch. Yeah, no, Jay said firmly. We're not doing that. He raised his hands, and chains materialized around his fingers, rainbow-colored ones that looked like they'd been designed by someone who took both safety and fabulousness very seriously. Working quickly, Jay wrapped the chains around the purple nightmare. The thing fought back, which felt like being slapped by a wet fish made of bad decisions. Here's the deal, he said, adding more chains. You stay locked up unless it's literally life or death. And I mean literally. The binding settled into place with a satisfying click, like a really good lock engaging. Suddenly the mental space felt less like a haunted house and more like his actual apartment. Then his brain decided to dump some new information on him, because apparently this evening wasn't complicated enough. 5 powers. That was his limit. 5. Jay said incredulously. That's it. I can't even make it to a full half dozen. The knowledge was annoyingly specific. His brain could handle 5 different abilities before things started getting messy. He currently had 4, which meant one more slot before he'd have to start making tough choices about what to keep and what to let go. Unless he could upgrade his hardware, so to speak. Jay paused, struck by a thought. You know what would have been convenient, he said to the purple nightmare still writhing in its chains. If you'd been the comics version. Mind control virus and Wolverine level healing factor. That would have been one stone, two birds. But no, I get the discount Netflix version. Physical enhancements came to mind, Luke Cage's unbreakable skin, Jessica Jones' enhanced strength. Maybe he could track down some of that super soldier serum that seemed to pop up everywhere despite supposedly being a government secret. Seriously, for something so classified, it sure got around a lot. If I'm going to keep collecting abilities like their Pokemon cards, Jay thought, I need to level up my base stats first. The mental plane began to fade as his concentration wandered, probably something to do with the Chinese food smell wafting through his apartment and reminding him that he hadn't eaten dinner. He found himself back on his hardwood floor, feeling like he'd just run a mental marathon. His body ached in that specific way that came from sitting in an uncomfortable position for too long, and his head felt like it was full of cotton. Jay flopped sideways onto his bed without changing clothes, because sometimes you just had to embrace the chaos of your life choices. As sleep tugged at him, one thought drifted through his increasingly fuzzy mind. Freedom wasn't just about breaking chains, sometimes it was about being smart enough to know which ones you shouldn't pick up in the first place. Tonight, he'd made his choice. Tomorrow, he'd probably have to live with the consequences, but hey, at least he could live with himself now. A/N, guys, please leave reviews to increase the reach of the FIC. Chapter 15, Laying Foundations. Jay woke up to sunlight hitting his face, which was weird because he never slept past dawn. Usually, his brain wouldn't let him rest that long, too many things to worry about, too many plans to make. He sat up in bed, still wearing yesterday's wrinkled clothes, and stared at the ceiling. A month ago, he'd been some guy with one stolen power and no real plan. Now, he wasn't sure what he was becoming, but it felt big. And that excited him more than it should. After a quick shower, he grabbed coffee and sat at his kitchen table with a notebook. Time to make a list. Lists made everything feel manageable. Today's to-do. Find super soldier enhancement. Expand the network to whole of New York. Give Bobby a power upgrade. Contact Reed Richards about a suit. Get into Xavier's school, find Rogue. Track future heroes. Test current abilities. He stared at what he'd written. When had his life become a comic book mastermind's planning session? And why did that feel so natural? 1 month later. Standing on his new apartment's fire escape, Jay looked out over New York and tried to process how much had changed. His network now covered all 5 boroughs. What started as a few homeless contacts had grown into something that looked like a proper organization. People called him the doctor on the streets, probably because of all the healing he'd been doing. The irony made him smile. The money situation had gotten ridiculous too. Nearly $1 million in cash and assets, all from discreet healing jobs for people who could afford to pay premium prices. Rich folks with embarrassing wounds, politicians with inconvenient injuries, celebrities who needed to look perfect for cameras. Bobby had stepped up as his main contact for the network. It was working. Better than Jay had hoped. I'm building something, Jay thought, watching the city lights flicker below. Let's see how far we can take it. The Isaiah Bradley research had taken weeks, but Jay's comic book knowledge finally paid off. Isaiah Bradley, one of 300 black soldiers used as test subjects for super soldier experiments in the 1940s. The government buried his story so deep that most people didn't know he existed. But Jay knew. He knew Isaiah had gotten an imperfect version of the serum, knew he'd served as Captain America when Steve Rogers was missing, knew the man was still alive somewhere in Baltimore. S.H.I.E.L.D. probably had eyes on him, but Isaiah was old news to them. Forgotten. Which made him approachable. Jay just needed a blood sample. The serum in Isaiah's system was degraded after decades, but it would be a starting point. A foundation to build something better on. Bobby was already waiting on the rooftop when Jay arrived after sunset. The old man had gotten better about showing up on time since Jay started paying him real money. You look like hell, Bobby said, not bothering to get up from the ledge. Thanks for the pep talk. Jay settled beside him. The view from here was incredible, Manhattan spread out like a circuit board. How's the network? Growing faster than we can track. Queens is solid, Brooklyn's expanding, and we've got people in Staten Island now. The Bronx is harder, too much existing territory disputes. Jay nodded, but he wasn't really listening. He called this meeting for a specific reason. Bobby, he said, how would you feel about being more than just my eyes and ears? The veteran looked up from his tablet. What do you mean? I mean becoming part of the backbone. Jay held out his hand. I've got something that could help you do your job better. Bobby's eyes fixed on Jay's outstretched palm. What kind of something? Lie detection. By scent. Jay had found the mutant near Canal Street, nervous kid who could smell deception like smoke. The power was useful but not flashy, and the kid had been desperate enough to sell it. One touch, and you'll know when people are lying. Could save your life out there. Bobby was quiet for a moment, considering. Will it hurt? Nah, you'll just feel a tingle. Jay met his eyes. But Bobby, once I do this, you're not just someone who helps me occasionally. You're part of something bigger. Bobby looked out over the city. The networks already saved dozens of people. Kids who were sick, families that couldn't afford the hospital, people who needed help and couldn't get it anywhere else. He turned back to Jay. If this helps us save more, then yeah. I'm in. Last chance to back out. I'm sure, kid. The transfer took 30 seconds. Bobby tensed as the power flowed into him, his nostrils flaring as new information hit his senses. When it was over, he blinked hard, looking dazed. Whoa, he said softly. That's different. You'll get used to it. Jay leaned back. Test it. Tell me something. Bobby grinned. This is pretty damn cool. Jay snorted. That's definitely true. You can smell it, right? Yeah. Truth smells clean, like rain after a storm. Lies smell. Bobby wrinkled his nose. Sour. Like milk gone bad. Perfect. Jay stood up. You're not just eyes and ears anymore, Bobby. You're part of the spine now. Bobby nodded, still testing his new ability. I won't let you down, document. The message to Reed Richards took days to get right. Jay needed to sound legitimate without revealing too much, smart enough to get attention without seeming like a threat. He crafted an encrypted email about unstable molecule research, dropping just enough technical knowledge to sound credible. Mentions of energy-responsive materials, a made-up lab assistant who supposedly disappeared after the Fantastic Four's transformation. The response came back in 6 hours. Meeting scheduled in 5 days. Baxter Building. Come prepared to discuss your research. RR. Jay stared at the reply. He was about to meet one of the smartest men on the planet. This should be interesting. Getting into Xavier's school required a different approach. Jay sent a formal inquiry claiming to be an unregistered mutant seeking evaluation. Weird ability that manifested a month ago. Concerned about control and implications. The real reason was rogue. If she touched him, what would happen? Could she copy his power theft? The possibilities were either incredibly useful or incredibly dangerous. Plus, he wanted to see if he registered as a mutant or a mutate. Both had significant applications for his future plans. The response came in 2 days. Appointment Tuesday, 2 p.m. Professor Xavier will meet with you personally. Jean Grey. The future heroes list was ambitious but necessary. Jay's comic knowledge let him identify people who would eventually gain powers or get into trouble. He saw Daisy Johnson, a brilliant hacker already rattling cages at S.H.I.E.L.D., completely unaware of the earthquake sleeping in her veins. He saw 2 lost teenagers in Midtown who would soon become Cloak and Dagger, their powers forged in trauma and drugs. In Jersey City, there was Kamala Khan, a girl whose everyday anxieties were the quiet prelude to something wonderful and strange. He even kept tabs on Amadeus Cho, a kid so smart he was already a blip on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, and Shang-Chi, who was trying to outrun the long shadow of his father in the 10 Rings. The plan was simple. He would help them now, before the world came crashing down on them. An anonymous tip, a bit of financial aid, a quiet intervention. No strings attached. Then, when their lives eventually shattered and reformed into something new, they would remember the person who was there for them. It was strategic relationship building at its finest. The Queen's safehouse cost him a decent chunk of his savings, but he needed somewhere private to experiment. Danger Sense was a success. Jay could now focus his awareness into a single direction instead of a sphere. Range increased from 30 feet all around to 100 feet in one direction. The trade-off was tunnel vision elsewhere, but for specific situations it was perfect. Power theft had two new functions discovered. First was suppression. While touching someone, Jay could temporarily shut off their abilities. Required constant contact and focus, but it worked. Second was power fusion, and it was a complete failure. Trying to combine danger sense with healing touch had given him a splitting headache for hours. Probably needed compatible power types. The interesting discovery was that his abilities were evolving on their own. The more he used them for specific purposes, the better they got at those purposes. His powers were learning what he wanted and adapting. That evening, Jay stood on his warehouse roof looking out over the city. The skyline was beautiful at night, 8 million people trying to make their way in the world. He opened his notebook and wrote, "Don't build an empire. Build a mechanism that doesn't need you to run." Productive day indeed. Chapter 16, Going Public. Jay tugged at his tie as he walked toward the Baxter building. Under his arm was a manila folder with some rough notes about energy-responsive materials, mostly ideas he'd cobbled together from half-remembered comic book science. He wasn't exactly what you'd call prepared for this meeting with Reed Richards. The whole situation felt surreal. Here he was, about to discuss theoretical physics with the same people who'd just been transformed by cosmic radiation, while pretending he had no idea what had happened to them. Sirens wailed in the distance, getting louder. Emergency vehicles raced past him toward some incident across the city. Jay checked his watch, still 20 minutes early for his 2 p.m. appointment. Whatever was happening, it was nowhere near the Baxter building. His phone buzzed. Massive traffic incident on Brooklyn Bridge. Jay shrugged and kept walking. Bridge accidents happen all the time in Marvel's New York. An hour later, he realized how wrong he'd been. Sitting in the Baxter building lobby, Jay watched the news coverage with growing amazement. What had started as a suicide attempt on the Brooklyn Bridge had turned into something else entirely. The cameras showed a massive orange creature, clearly not human, standing among crashed cars while people screamed and ran. But the thing was trying to help, not hurt anyone. Ben Grimm, Jay whispered to himself, recognizing the rocky form from countless comics. Then the rest showed up. A man stretching like rubber to direct traffic. A woman flickering in and out of visibility as she moved injured people to safety. A guy wreathed in flames, using surgical precision to cut people from wrecked vehicles. The Fantastic Four. In the flesh. Saving lives on live television. When the dust settled, Reed Richards faced the cameras. Even through the TV speakers, you could hear the guilt in his voice. "We're not here to frighten anyone. We're here to help. We're calling ourselves the Fantastic Four, and we'll use these abilities to protect people." The camera caught Ben Grimm standing apart from the group, shoulders hunched. A woman, young, pretty, devastated, walked away from him, pulling an engagement ring off her finger. She didn't even look back. Jay's heart sank. Poor Ben. But knowing his possible relationship with Alicia Masters gave Jay some relief. The news kept rolling. Talking heads debated what this meant. Government officials made statements. Even Victor Von Doom appeared on some political show, trying to spin the situation for his people back in Latveria, though he looked pretty rattled. By 6 p.m., Reed Richards finally made it back to the building. The man looked like he'd aged 10 years in one afternoon. His clothes were torn, his hair a mess, his eyes carrying the weight of watching his best friend's heart break on national TV. "Mr. J." Reed seemed surprised to find him still waiting. "I'm sorry, today's been a nightmare. I figured you'd left hours ago. Actually, I thought today might be exactly when you'd want to talk about unconventional materials science," Jay said carefully. Reed studied him for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. Let's talk. But fair warning, our conversation might be entirely different now." Reed's lab was organized chaos. Whiteboards covered in equations, gadgets scattered everywhere, and medical equipment Jay didn't recognize set up in one corner. "Please, sit." Reed dropped into his chair like his bones hurt. "You saw the news, I'm guessing. Kind of hard to miss. Ben was trying to save a man's life. People took one look at him and panicked. That's what caused most of the accidents." Reed stared at a photo on his desk, four normal people smiling at the camera. "We saved lives, but..." "The woman with the engagement ring," Jay said quietly. "Debbie." Reed's voice cracked. "She just looked at what Ben had become and walked away. Didn't say a word." They sat in silence for a moment. "Jay, can I call you Jay? I need to be straight with you." Reed picked up the folder of notes. Your ideas about physiology-responsive materials, they're solid theoretically, even if the practical stuff isn't worked out yet. But I have to ask, why me? Why now? Your email came right after our transformation. Jay had rehearsed this. Honestly, I had this wild idea about molecules that could be unstable but controlled, responsive to different biological states. Your work suggested you might be the only guy who could make sense of it. Timing was just luck. Luck. Reed looked at him directly. When you saw the footage today, what did you think of Ben? What he's become? Jay considered his answer. You know what got me? With all those people screaming and running, he never stopped trying to help. That tells you everything about who he really is. Reed's expression softened. That's Ben all right. Best man I know, stuck in a body that scares people. And you want to change him back? I have to. I did this to him. To all of them. It's my job to fix it. Jay leaned forward. Why go public, though? Why not masks, secret identities? Reed's whole demeanor changed. He got this distant look, like he was talking to someone else entirely. You want to know the real reason? I can't believe I'm telling a complete stranger, but maybe it's the adrenaline. This has to stay between us, okay? Jay nodded. Reed turned to his whiteboard, shoulders sagging. Once upon a time, there was a genius who, he stopped, shook his head. No. Once upon a time, there was a very bright man who, another pause, frustrated. Once upon a time, there was a very arrogant man who did something very stupid. He faced Jay directly. Without proper preparation or shielding, he took his friends through a wave of radiation that made them all something other than human. The guilt was written all over Reed's face. I endangered the people I love. Changed their lives forever. They were going to be labeled as freaks, or worse. He gestured at a letter on his desk. Jay could see official government letterhead, probably demanding secrecy for national security reasons. Unless he changed that fate somehow, Reed continued, his voice gaining strength. Unless he made the world see them for what they could represent. The best and bravest people anyone could hope to meet. Reed started pacing, getting more animated. So he refused to let them hide in the shadows. He wanted to give them a home, a light. If that meant they needed to be known, even loved, then fine. He gave them outlandish names. He laughed bitterly. Mr. Fantastic. Does that sound like something anyone would want to call themselves? But that's the kind of thing that makes headlines. T-shirts. Action figures. Jay watched, fascinated. He knew this would keep people from fearing them. The glamour and fame aren't about ego. They're necessities. Reed's voice got quieter, more vulnerable. Because maybe by turning his friends into celebrities, by letting people see how truly good and beautiful they are even after the incident, he could be forgiven for taking their normal lives away. He slumped back into his chair. Someday. Jay was quiet for a moment, then shook his head with a sad smile. Reed, you're looking at this all wrong. Reed looked up, confused. You keep talking about forgiveness, making up for what you did. But I watched that footage today, and you know what I saw. Jay's voice was gentle but certain. I saw Ben risk everything to save a stranger, knowing how people would react. I saw Sue Storm, your teammate, putting herself in danger to help injured people. The fire guy could have flown away from all that chaos, but he stayed. Jay leaned forward. I don't know any of you personally, but you can't create that with fancy names and publicity. That comes from who people are inside. The radiation didn't make you heroes. It just gave you the power to show the world what you already were. His voice got even quieter. And you? From what I can see, you didn't make them into anything. You gave them a stage where everyone could see how incredible they've always been. Ben's not a hero because you call him part of the Fantastic Four. You call him part of the Fantastic Four because he's always been a hero. Reed stared at him, something breaking open in his expression. The guilt you're carrying. I bet if you tell you any of this to Ben, he'll give you a slap to the head and tell you to stop moping. Because you're sitting here thinking you ruined their lives, and what I saw today was you giving them the chance to save the world. Jay pulled out his phone, showing Reed's social media posts. The thing saved my uncle from that car crash. Invisible Woman got my little sister to safety. I want to be like Mr. Fantastic when I grow up. Reed stared at the posts, amazed. The fear exists, Jay continued, but so does hope. You've given people proof that impossible things can be used to help instead of harm. But Ben's fiancée left him because she couldn't see past what he looks like now. But thousands of people watched him risk everything to save a stranger. Which reaction matters more? Reed was quiet for a long time, looking at the social media posts, then at Jay's rough notes. When he looked up, something had shifted in his expression, less haunted, more thoughtful. You know, I've had government officials, military advisors, and fellow scientists all tell me what we should do next. But you're the first person who's made me think about what we should be. Reed stood and walked to his whiteboards covered in complex equations. The thing is, Jay, we never set out to be heroes. We're explorers. Scientists. What we really want is to push the boundaries of human knowledge, explore space, make discoveries that could change how we understand the universe. He turned back to Jay. But today showed us something we can't ignore. When people are in danger, we can't just stand by. It's not in our nature. Ben didn't think twice about trying to save that man. Sue and Johnny immediately jumped in to help. We all did. Reed ran his hand through his hair. So we're in this weird position where we want to be scientists and explorers, but the world's going to keep needing us to be heroes. And honestly, we'll probably keep answering that call because, well, because that's who we are. He looked directly at Jay. Would you consider staying on as a consultant? Not just for research, but to help us balance both sides of what we're becoming. Someone who understands our real mission is discovery and exploration, but also gets that we can't turn away when people need help. Jay raised an eyebrow. Based on one conversation. Based on the fact that in one conversation, you helped me stop seeing my friends as casualties and start seeing them as heroes again. More than that, you helped me realize being heroes doesn't mean we have to stop being scientists. Reed's voice was earnest but not desperate. Look, I'm not asking you to commit to anything permanent. But we're going to need help figuring out how to be both things, explorers and protectors. He paused. Besides, someone needs to make sure I don't get so lost in trying to fix everything that I forget the bigger picture of what we're really trying to accomplish. Jay felt a thrill of success but kept his expression professional. I'd be honored to help, Reed. Though I should warn you, the world just changed in a fundamental way today. Public superheroes are going to create ripple effects no one can predict. I know, Reed said grimly. We've already had calls from government agencies wanting to discuss our situation. And Victor's been less than supportive of our new public status. You mean Von Doom? Wasn't he on the space mission with you? Victor. The king of Latveria. Reed looked confused. Where'd you get that idea? A monarch risk his country's stability by joining his college roommate's experimental space trip? He shook his head. Victor was our financial backer, but he stayed on Earth. He blames me for the mission's failure, and now that we're public, he says it makes him look weak in front of his subjects. He's offered to help with research into reversing our condition, but Victor's help usually comes with strings attached. Jay filed that away. This world was different from the movies. Well, for what it's worth, you have my support. Reed stood and extended his hand. When they shook, Jay noticed Reed's grip was perfectly normal. He was consciously controlling his abilities to seem human. Thank you, Jay. I have a feeling we're going to need all the help we can get. Looking out the window, Jay could see the media circus still going strong on the street below. Getting out would be as challenging as getting in. Back exit might be easier, Reed suggested. Security can escort you through the service entrance. An hour later, Jay sat in a quiet diner several blocks away, watching continued news coverage while processing everything that had happened. The Fantastic Four were officially public. The superhero age had begun with tragedy, forcing good people to reveal themselves to help others. Reed Richards was drowning in guilt while desperately seeking redemption through carefully crafted public personas. Ben Grimm was heartbroken and isolated. And the world was trying to figure out what it meant to have people with impossible powers living among them. Jay pulled out his phone and called Bobby. You see the news today? Hard to miss. Though I gotta say, it's not what anyone expected. It's going to change everything. Government response, public reaction, other powered individuals deciding whether to come forward or hide deeper. We need to adjust our plans. Good thing we're adaptable. Though I'm guessing this makes your meeting more interesting. You could say that. I'm officially consulting for the Fantastic Four now. Pause. Seriously. Seriously. Which means we're about to have front row seats to watch how the world changes when impossible becomes everyday reality. But this also means we're probably on government watch lists now. Jay looked out the diner window at the city beyond. And throughout the city, other people with hidden powers were watching the news, deciding whether the Fantastic Four represented hope or a cautionary tale. Jay was positioned perfectly to watch it all unfold, and maybe, to help guide it in the right direction. Chapter 17, Patterns and Precautions. Jay hung up the phone and stared at the half-eaten plate of fries growing cold in front of him. The diner's TV was still cycling through Fantastic Four coverage on every channel, footage of Ben lifting cars, Sue shielding paramedics, Johnny's precise flame work. His coffee had gone cold, but he kept stirring it anyway, needing something to do with his hands while processing everything. The meeting with Reed had gone better than he dared hope. Getting a consulting position with the Fantastic Four meant front row seats to watch how the world changed when the impossible became public knowledge. But sitting here now, Jay felt the weight of what that really meant. This wasn't a comic book anymore. These were real people whose lives had been fundamentally altered, and the ripple effects were just beginning. A group of kids at a nearby booth were getting increasingly animated, their parents trying and failing to keep them quiet. "I'm Mr. Fantastic," one declared, stretching his arms wide. "I can reach anything." "No way, I'm the Thing," his friend countered. "I'm stronger than everyone." "Iron Man would beat them both," a third kid chimed in. Jay smiled at that. Iron Man had been making headlines for a month now, ever since Tony Stark's dramatic press conference where he'd thrown the prepared script out the window and announced, "I am Iron Man," to the world. The kids had probably been playing Iron Man versus bad guys since then, and now they were just adding the Fantastic Four to their roster of heroes. Their mother shushed them apologetically. "They've been like this all afternoon. Can't stop talking about the fantastic people." Hope really was infectious. These kids weren't scared, they were inspired. But that optimism felt fragile against everything Jay knew was coming. Government response, public backlash, other powered individuals deciding whether to come forward or dig deeper underground. And underneath it all, the question that had been nagging at him: how much did his comic book knowledge actually help? Sure, he'd recognized Ben the moment he saw that rocky orange form on TV. He'd understood Reed's guilt, the public debut strategy, even the broad strokes of how this would play out. But knowing the playbook didn't mean he knew these players. Not really. The Reed Richards he'd just spent 3 hours with wasn't quite the absent-minded professor from the comics, too lost in scientific pursuits to notice the world around him. This Reed was more present, more aware of the weight of his decisions. Still brilliant, still driven by curiosity, but grounded in a way that made him seem more human. That should have been reassuring. But Jay couldn't shake a worry that had crystallized during their conversation about guilt and redemption. He knew there were two very different versions of Reed Richards possible. Earth 616 Reed was the idealistic explorer, sometimes distracted by science but ultimately anchored by love for his family and desire to help people. But Earth 1610 Reed, the ultimate universe version, had started similarly enough before something broke inside him. He'd become detached, hyperlogical, morally hollow. The Maker, they'd called him eventually, a brilliant mind that decided emotion and human connection were inefficiencies to be eliminated. The difference wasn't power or intelligence. It was how they handled the guilt and isolation of being responsible for changing the people they loved. 616 Reed learned to carry that weight while staying connected to his humanity. 1610 Reed let it transform him into something else entirely. Today, Jay realized he hadn't just been encouraging Reed to embrace heroism, he'd been steering him away from a much darker path. The scary part was that he wasn't sure which direction this Reed would have gone without intervention. The responsibility of that influence was almost overwhelming. The kids had moved on from arguing about strength to debating what other powers might exist. "Maybe there's someone who can fly without fire," one suggested. "Or someone invisible like the lady, but all the time," another added. "What about someone who can read minds?" Jay nearly dropped his phone. If children could intuit that this was just the beginning, how long before everyone else did? Which brought him to his next problem, the government. Getting a consulting position with the Fantastic Four would put him on someone's radar, probably sooner than later. S.H.I.E.L.D. existed in this universe, they'd want to know about anyone working closely with newly public superhumans. That thought should have worried him more than it did. But Jay had accepted that staying completely under the radar was impossible with all the healing work he'd been doing. This just accelerated the timeline. The bigger concern was other organizations. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't the only group interested in people with unusual abilities. Hydra had probably already activated sleeper cells to investigate the Fantastic Four. AIM would be scrambling to reverse engineer their powers. Corporations like Roxxon would be looking for ways to monetize or weaponize anything they could learn. Jay made a mental note to suggest Reed be very careful about who he trusted with biological samples or power readings. Corporate espionage would be a much bigger threat than government oversight. The waitress refilled his coffee without being asked. "You okay, Han? You've been staring at that plate for an hour." "Just thinking," Jay managed a smile. "It's been an interesting day." "Tell me about it." "I had 3 different customers ask me if I thought the government was hiding other people like them." She shook her head. "World's getting stranger by the minute." "What did you tell them?" She shrugged. "Same thing I tell everyone, worry about what you can control, and try to be kind to each other. Everything else is above my pay grade." Jay nodded, struck by the simple wisdom in that. Which brought him to his next planned step, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. He needed to know more about his own abilities, their limits and potential vulnerabilities. More importantly, he needed to understand how they might be perceived by others with similar gifts. And the biggest question, if Rogue touched him, would her absorption powers work normally, or would his protection nullify them? Better to find out in a controlled environment with people experienced in unusual power interactions than discover it during some crisis. The decision made, Jay felt some tension leave his shoulders. He had a plan: support Reed in the Fantastic Four, test his abilities at Xavier's school, and stay ahead of whatever government attention was coming. Simple in concept, even if execution would be complex. He was reaching for his wallet when his phone rang. Unknown Manhattan number. Jay speaking. "Jay. This is Reed Richards. I hope I'm not calling too late." "Not at all. What's up?" "I've been thinking about our conversation this afternoon. We've had several offers of assistance since going public, some more trustworthy than others. I was hoping you might help me evaluate which ones are worth pursuing." Jay felt a flicker of unease. "What kind of offers?" "Research partnerships, mostly. Victor's offered laboratory space and funding, which is generous but..." Reed's voice trailed off. "Let's just say I'm learning to be more careful about accepting help with strings attached." "Smart policy. Anyone else?" "A pharmaceutical company called Oscorp reached out about studying our cellular changes. A tech firm called Roxxon wants to discuss mutually beneficial arrangements. And I've received what appears to be a very polite but very official invitation from someone calling themselves Colonel Fury." Jay's mind instantly focused. Norman Osborn's company getting access to Fantastic Four biology. Roxxon's corporate vultures circling. 2 of those were definitely bad news. "Reed, I think you should be very careful about all of those. Can we meet tomorrow? I'd rather discuss this in person." "Of course. Is everything all right? You sound concerned." "I'm just naturally paranoid about large organizations offering help to people they don't know," Jay said, which was true enough. "Better to be cautious." "Agreed. Should we meet at the Baxter Building again, or would you prefer somewhere more private?" Jay thought about it. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was already sniffing around, meeting at the Baxter Building might actually be safer. At least there, Reed would have home field advantage and better security. "The Baxter Building is fine." "Perfect." "And Jay. Thank you. I'm glad we have someone looking out for potential pitfalls." After Reed hung up, Jay sat back and tried to process this development. He'd expected government attention, but not quite this fast. And the corporate interest was troubling. The kids were finally being herded out by their parents, still chattering excitedly about superpowers and heroes. Jay watched them go, envying their uncomplicated enthusiasm. The waitress brought his check. "You sure you're okay? You look like someone just told you some bad news." "Something like that," Jay admitted. "But nothing that can't be handled." He hoped that was true. Outside, the evening air was cool and carried distant sirens, not unusual for New York, but tonight it made him wonder if they were responding to something powered individual related, or just regular chaos. Walking toward the subway, Jay found himself scanning faces of people passing by. How many had unusual abilities they were keeping secret? How many had watched the Fantastic Four's debut and felt recognition, fear, or hope? Jay pulled out his phone and started typing. Need to move faster on Xavier visit. Things accelerating. Then he deleted it and typed instead. Talk tomorrow. Need to think through next moves. Some conversations were better had in person. In the Marvel universe, these things had a way of snowballing. Jay had a feeling something else would happen soon. As the train pulled into the station, he made a mental checklist, warn Reed about the corporate offers, schedule a trip to Westchester, and prepare for whatever attention consulting with public superhumans was about to bring down on him. Chapter 18, The Fantastic Four, Kinda, Assemble. The Baxter Building's living space looked like a hurricane had hit a newsroom. Empty takeout containers covered the coffee table, and 3 TV screens flickered with non-stop coverage. Susan Storm stood at the windows, arms crossed, staring out at Manhattan without really seeing it. The city lights blurred around the edges where her visibility kept flickering on and off. "Sue, you're doing that shimmer thing again," Johnny called from the couch, channel surfing like his life depended on it. Very dramatic, but also very obvious. She looked down at her hands, watching the distortion ripple across her fingertips before forcing it to stop. "Sorry. I'm just freaking out." Johnny settled on CNN where talking heads debated whether the Fantastic Four were evolution or extinction. "Join the club. I'm thinking my action figure should have 17 points of articulation and a flame-on sound effect." "This isn't a joke, Johnny." Susan's voice had an edge that made him actually look up. "Government agencies are going to want to study us. Corporations will try to weaponize what we can do. People will see us as freaks or..." "Hey." Johnny muted the TV, his tone gentler. "Remember when you got stage fright before the debate championship and froze for 13 minutes? This is just like that, except instead of Mrs. Henderson's class, it's the entire world. That's completely different." "Fine, terrible analogy. But you handled that, and you'll handle this." He grinned. "Besides, think of the merchandising. Breakfast cereals, Saturday morning cartoons. My theme song's gonna be epic, musical note, Johnny Storm, he's our guy, if he can't do it, we'll all fry, musical note." Susan threw a pillow at his head. Johnny dodged, laughing, but the sound felt forced. From the corner came a low rumble. Ben Grimm sat in what used to be a normal armchair but now looked like doll furniture under his massive frame. His rocky fingers curved around something small, a black velvet ring box. "Real nice, flame brain," Ben said without looking up. "You got a future in comedy. Right after you learned to land without burnin' down Brooklyn. This was our first time. And it was only a car." Johnny's levity dimmed. "What's in the box?" Ben's grip tightened. "Nothing that matters now." The room went quiet except for muted TV coverage of their earlier rescues. Susan moved to the coffee table's edge so she could see Ben properly. "Ben, you don't have to." "Don't." He held up one massive hand, voice rough. "Ain't got time for feelin's. Not when I gotta figure out how to stop bein' a walkin' boulder. I need my life back, Susie. I need me back." The elevator chimed. Reed Richards emerged looking like he'd been through a blender, hair sticking up, shirt wrinkled, coffee stains on his jacket. "Sorry I'm late. I was on a call with someone, then 17 reporter messages, and the mayor's office wants to meet, and," he stopped, taking in the scene. "You're all here. Where else would we be?" Susan asked. Reed's face crumpled. "Anywhere but dealing with my mistakes." He walked to the room's center, hands clasped behind his back. "I keep thinking about everything that's happened, and it's all my fault. The cosmic rays, the transformation, going public, all because of my calculations." Johnny groaned. "Here we go. Susan, you trusted me with your career, your future, and I've destroyed it. Johnny, you should be worried about college and dating, not learning to control powers that could torch city blocks. And Ben," Reed's voice broke, looking at the ring box. "I've taken everything from you. Your life, your career, your future." Bonk. Reed's head snapped forward from Ben's backhand, then kept going. His neck stretched like taffy, face elongating into a cartoon caricature before snapping back with a rubber band sound. Everyone stared. "Did my head just..." Reed touched his neck. "Stretch like silly putty." "Yeah." Ben cracked his knuckles. "Had to get your attention. You done with the guilt parade?" Reed blinked rapidly. "That was actually fascinating from a physiological standpoint." "Reed," Susan said sharply. "Right. Sorry." He focused on Ben. "You hit me." "Damn right. And I'll do it again if you keep talking like we're victims." Ben stood up, and the armchair groaned with relief. You wanna know what I think? I think you been watching too much news instead of listening to people who actually know ya. Ben. Nah, shut up. My turn. Ben crossed his arms. I heard you talk with that Jay guy. Nice fella, even if he sounds like a textbook. He was right, this guilt trip's getting old. Johnny leaned forward. Oh, this is good. Ben's going full Brooklyn philosopher. Stuff it, hotshot. Ben kept his eyes on Reed. What happened up there, that was our decision. All of us. You told us the risks, showed us the math, gave us every reason to walk away. And we didn't. You know why? Reed opened his mouth, but Ben held up a warning finger. 'Cause we believed in ya. Still do, even if you're too busy feeling sorry for yourself to notice. You think this is about cosmic rays? It ain't. It's about 4 people who trusted each other enough to reach for something bigger. Yeah, it went sideways. But we're still here, still breathing, and now we are Savon people. But your fiancé, Reed started. Deserves better than a guy too scared to see himself in the mirror, Ben finished. Maybe if Mr. Fantastic lives up to his name, he'll figure out how to give her that choice. But wallowin' ain't gonna solve nothin'. The room fell silent. Reed stared at Ben, then at Susan and Johnny, something shifting in his expression. Mr. Fantastic, he said finally. You know, I still think that name's ridiculous. Yeah, well, you might want to workshop it, Ben shrugged. But the point stands. You got a brain the size of Manhattan and the heart to match. Time to start using both. Susan smiled, the first genuine one all day. He's right, Reed. We're not your victims. We're your family. Speak for yourself, Johnny said, grinning. I'm just here for the fame and groupies. Do superheroes get groupies? That would really help my dating situation. You know, dating situation usually requires actually talking to people instead of making everything about yourself, Susan said with exaggerated patience. Hey. I talked to that reporter earlier. Very charming. You mean when you literally flew away mid-question? Strategic retreat. Completely different. Ben snorted. Kid's got a point though. We gotta figure out how to handle all this attention. He looked at Reed meaningfully. Startin' with stoppin' the guilt trips. Reed was quiet, looking at each of them. When he finally spoke, his voice was steadier. You're right. All of you. I've been so focused on what we lost that I forgot what we might accomplish. Now you're talking, Ben said. Though I still think Mr. Fantastic sounds like a children's entertainer. Better than Stretchy McStretchface, Johnny offered. What about the Elastic Avenger? Susan suggested, then looked horrified. Oh God, I can't believe I said that. See. Even Susie's getting into it. Ben settled back into his protesting chair. Though I vote we stick with classics. Fantastic Four's got a ring to it. Reed laughed, actually laughed, for the first time since their transformation. It sounded rusty but genuine. You know what? You're right. It sounds like us. Changed, but us. Course I'm right. I'm from Brooklyn. That's not how geography works. Says the guy who miscalculated cosmic ray exposure. Hey. Johnny grinned, reaching for the remote. You know what? I think we're gonna be okay. Weird, stretchy, rocky, invisible, and flammable, but okay. He turned up the volume just in time to catch. Unprecedented heroism has left the city asking, who are the Fantastic Four, and what does their emergence mean? The Fantastic Four, Susan repeated. I guess it's official. Better than those weird people who saved everyone, Johnny pointed out. Reed looked around at his family and felt something he hadn't in days, hope. Reed smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. Ben saw this and said. Now you're getting it. Though next time you start spiraling, I mean higher. Maybe see if that stretchy head can touch the ceiling. Please don't. No promises. Chapter 19, A Visitor at the Mansion. Jay stared up at the ornate iron gates of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, trying to remember his first day in this world near this mansion itself. Guess ROB itself has its own machinations. 2 weeks of phone calls, appointment scheduling, and polite persistence had finally gotten him here. The mansion beyond the gates looked exactly like something out of a postcard, elegant, sprawling, the kind of old money architecture that screamed, definitely not hiding a secret mutant academy. Why would you even think that? Of course, Jay's comic knowledge told him there were probably laser turrets disguised as decorative stonework and enough high-tech security to make S.H.I.E.L.D. jealous. It was like Hogwarts, if Hogwarts had the budget of a small country and students who die and come back as if it's Tuesday. The gates opened smoothly, no doubt after some kind of skin he couldn't detect, and Jay walked up the long driveway, taking in the carefully maintained grounds. A few students were visible in the distance, and Jay had to consciously keep his expression neutral as he spotted a girl casually floating 3 feet off the ground while reading a book. First time visiting. Try not to be afraid of my looks. Jay turned to find a young man with blue skin and pointed ears approaching with a friendly smile. Nightcrawler, though probably not going by that name here at school. Yeah, I have a meeting with Professor Xavier, Jay said, extending his hand. I'm Jay. Kurt Wagner, the young man replied with a slight German accent, shaking Jay's hand firmly. I'll walk you toward the main building, Ja. Though you might want to watch the grounds. Sometimes the students get enthusiastic with practice. As if on cue, a burst of golden sparks erupted from near the tennis courts, followed by teenage laughter and what sounded like someone shouting Jubilee in exasperation. Kurt chuckled. See. Enthusiastic. As they walked, Jay caught glimpses of the student body that made his heart do weird things. A girl with green skin sat under a tree, flowers blooming in her footsteps. 2 boys were having an animated conversation, one with scales covering his arms, the other with small horns protruding from his forehead. None of them were hiding. None of them were afraid. In the outside world, visible mutations were still dangerous. People stared, whispered, sometimes worse. But here, it was just normal. Jay found himself unexpectedly emotional about it. These kids had a place where being different wasn't just tolerated, it was celebrated. The professor is in meetings for another few minutes, Kurt said as they approached the main building. Would you like to wait in the garden? It's quite peaceful. That sounds perfect, thanks. Kurt left him near a beautifully maintained hedge garden, and Jay was examining what looked suspiciously like roses that glowed faintly in the shade when a voice spoke behind him. You must be Mr. J. He turned and immediately understood why Jean Grey had been described in the comics as one of the most beautiful women in the Marvel Universe. Red hair that caught the light like fire, intelligent green eyes, and a presence that was somehow both warm and commanding. She moved with the kind of natural grace that made you think of royalty. If he didn't have his mind shield perk, Jay might have wondered if she was unconsciously boosting her attractiveness with psychic influence. As it was, he just tried not to stare. That's me, he managed, extending his hand. You must be Jean Grey. She shook his hand, but Jay caught the slight furrow in her brow, the way her eyes studied his face a moment too long. There was something off in her expression, confusion, maybe. Like she was trying to solve a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. The professor is looking forward to meeting you, she said, her voice professionally friendly. Shall we head to his office? As they walked through the gardens toward the main building, Jay heard the sounds of a basketball game in progress. Unable to resist, he glanced over at the outdoor court and nearly tripped over his own feet. There, playing what looked like a casual pickup game, were some of the most legendary X-Men in existence. Rouge was guarding Cyclops with the kind of intensity most people reserved for life-or-death situations, while Nightcrawler, who found a ball game more interesting than me, apparently, was teleporting around the court in a way that had to be breaking at least 17 different basketball rules. But it was Wolverine who made Jay's brain temporarily short-circuit. That healing factor, top tier even by Marvel standards. Like bottled immortality wrapped up in a Canadian package. For just a moment, Jay felt the urge to activate his power absorption perk, to see if he could. No. Absolutely not. That way led to way too many complications, and probably a very angry Wolverine. Some you know? Jean asked, noticing his attention. Just, impressed by Kurt's powers, Jay said, which was true enough. Shall we continue? Xavier's office was exactly what Jay had expected, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, comfortable chairs arranged for conversation, and an overall atmosphere of quiet intellectual authority. Professor Charles Xavier sat behind his desk in his wheelchair, and when he looked up from his papers, Jay was struck by how genuinely kind his eyes were. Mr. J, Xavier said, rising slightly in his chair and extending his hand. Thank you for your patience in arranging this meeting. Please, sit. Jean settled into a chair to the side, still watching Jay with that puzzled expression. I appreciate you taking the time to see me, Professor, Jay said. I know you must be busy. Never too busy for someone seeking to understand their gifts, Xavier replied smoothly. From your phone conversations, I understand you have some questions about your abilities. Jay nodded. I've been able to heal injuries, mine and others, for about a month now. But I'm starting to think there might be more to it than I initially realized. Would you be comfortable demonstrating? Xavier asked gently. Jay had prepared for this. He pulled out a small pocket knife and made a shallow cut across his palm, ignoring Jean's sharp intake of breath. Then he concentrated, letting his healing power flow with its green glow, and watched as the wound closed seamlessly within seconds. Both Xavier and Jean leaned forward, fascinated. Remarkable, Xavier murmured. The efficiency is extraordinary. Almost too efficient. Jean asked excitedly. I was wondering if you might know whether you could help with older injuries. She glanced meaningfully at Xavier's chair. Xavier's expression grew thoughtful. You're very kind to consider it. Jay had practiced this explanation. The stamina cost scales with the severity and age of the injury. Something like spinal damage that's been established for years. He shook his head. I'd need stamina reserves far beyond what my body could handle without causing permanent damage to myself. I'm sorry. He watched disappointment flicker across both their faces, followed immediately by understanding and acceptance. Of course, Xavier said gently. The thought is appreciated nonetheless. If you're curious about the extent of your abilities, Jean said, we could arrange some tests. Our colleague Dr. McCoy has excellent facilities for power analysis and can confirm if you have the X gene. That would be incredibly helpful, Jay replied. Minutes later, Jay found himself in what could only be described as the most advanced laboratory he'd ever seen, even putting Reed's lab to shame. Dr. Henry McCoy, beast, a fascinating contradiction. Brilliant, articulate, and enthusiastic, with the kind of barely controlled energy that suggested his mind was always racing ahead to the next fascinating problem. A healing mutation with unusual efficiency parameters, Beast mused as he prepared various instruments. Fascinating. The cellular regeneration rates you demonstrated suggest something quite remarkable indeed. May I collect a blood sample for analysis? Of course, Jay said, rolling up his sleeve. Also, to test his DNA lock perk. Beast drew the blood with practiced efficiency, immediately transferring it to various testing apparatus. Jay tried to look casually interested while internally hoping his perk would interfere with any readings that might be too revealing. The initial scans are quite intriguing, Beast said, studying readouts on multiple screens. Definitely mutant physiology, but there are some unusual. The lab door opened, and Jay looked up to see a young woman enter. His breath caught slightly. Anna Marie Dancanto, Rogue, was even more striking in person than any comic had ever captured. The distinctive white streak in her brown hair, those arresting green eyes, and a natural beauty that was somehow both approachable and ethereal. But as he looked at her, an uncomfortable memory surfaced from the comics, her relationship history. The way she'd eventually cheated and then left Gambit for Magneto, breaking the heart of one of Jay's favorite characters. She was also holding her left elbow, which showed a nasty scrape and what looked like the beginnings of a spectacular bruise. Hey, Hank, she said in that distinctive southern accent that immediately transported Jay to memories of Saturday morning cartoons. Y'all got any of those fancy bandages? Had a disagreement with the basketball court. Of course, my dear, Beast replied, already moving toward a medical cabinet. Basketball can be a treacherous opponent indeed. Jay saw his opportunity. This was his chance to test his power protection perk, to see if Rogue's absorption abilities would work on him. I might be able to help with that, Jay said casually. I have a healing ability, might save you some bandage time. Everyone in the room froze. Wait, don't, Beast started. Sugar, that ain't a good idea, Rogue said quickly, backing up a step. My skin, it ain't safe to. But Jay was already reaching toward her injured elbow, deliberately making contact with her bare skin. Silence. Rogue stared at where Jay's hand touched her arm, her eyes wide with confusion. That ain't right. What's wrong? Jay asked, feigning ignorance while concentrating his healing power on her injuries. I ain't feelin' nothin', she said quietly, wonder creeping into her voice. Normally when someone touches me, I feel everything. Their pain, their fear, their whole life just pourin' into me. But you. She looked up at his face. You feel like nothing. Like touchin' air. Jean had stood up, moving closer with obvious fascination and concern. Xavier's wheelchair hummed as he approached, his expression intent. Rogue's abilities are quite dangerous, Beast explained to Jay, his voice careful. She absorbs life energy, memories, and in the case of mutants, their powers through skin contact. For her to feel nothing. Oh, Jay said, trying to look appropriately surprised while finishing healing Rogue's elbow. Should I not have done that? You all seem pretty alarmed. No, sugar, you're fine, Rogue said, flexing her now healed arm. It's just. I ain't been able to touch another person safely since I was 14. This is. The lab door burst open again, and suddenly Jay was surrounded by X-Men. Wolverine stalked in first, followed closely by Cyclops, with Storm and Jubilee bringing up the rear. Apparently, the commotion was too loud. Heard there was some kind of situation, Wolverine growled, his eyes immediately focusing on where Jay was still touching Rogue's arm. No situation, Logan, Xavier said calmly. Though we may have encountered something quite extraordinary. Jay reluctantly released Rogue's arm and faced the assembled heroes, trying to project casual confusion rather than the excitement he was feeling. His power protection perk had worked exactly as hoped, Rogue's absorption abilities had been completely nullified. I should probably explain, Jay said. What I showed you earlier, the healing, that's not the whole story. Xavier's eyes sharpened with interest. Oh. There's another aspect to my abilities. Something reactive. When I touch someone, I can suppress their powers. Jay paused, letting that sink in. I didn't realize how significant that might be until now. The room erupted in quiet murmurs. Cyclops and Storm exchanged glances, while Jubilee whispered something to Wolverine that made him grunt thoughtfully. That's quite a significant secondary mutation, Jean said carefully. I'd like to verify this claim, Xavier said, rolling forward slightly. Would you mind if I attempted a light telepathic scan? Nothing invasive, just. Professor, Jay interrupted, then paused as he felt Xavier's mental probe touch the edges of his consciousness and slide off like water off glass. Xavier's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Jay smiled internally and allowed himself to look confused and then increasingly agitated. Did you just try to read my mind? I apologize, Xavier began. I simply wanted to. That's private. Jay snapped, putting real heat into his voice. I came here looking for answers about my abilities, trying to find a place among my own people, and your first instinct is to go poking around in my head. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Everyone was staring, some shocked, others defensive. Now hold on there, bub, Wolverine said, stepping forward with his hands curling into fists. The professor was just. The professor was just what? Jay demanded, letting his voice rise. Violating my mental privacy. Reading my thoughts without permission. You call yourselves educators, protectors of mutant rights, and this is how you treat someone seeking help. He turned back to Xavier, genuinely angry now, though not entirely for the reasons they thought. How can anyone trust you if you go straight to mind-raping everyone you meet? Exactly the kind of thing that makes people afraid of mutants in the first place. The silence that followed was deafening. Xavier looked genuinely stricken, while several of the X-Men shifted uncomfortably. You're absolutely right, Xavier said quietly. I apologize. That was inappropriate and a violation of your privacy. But Jay was already moving toward the door, making a show of being too upset to listen to apologies. I need some air, he said shortly. This was a mistake. As he stalked out of the lab, he made sure to accidentally drop a couple of his business cards near the door, by Rogue's feet. Behind him, he heard Rogue's voice, well, that went well. Jay allowed himself a small smile as he made his way through the mansion toward the exit. Phase 1 complete. By the time he reached his car, Jay could already imagine the conversations happening back in that lab. Jean would be explaining why she couldn't get any stray thoughts from him, how he'd seemed completely silent to her telepathic senses. Beast would be staring at test results that showed definite mutant markers but blood samples that degraded too quickly for thorough analysis. Xavier would be questioning his own methods while grappling with the implications of meeting someone completely immune to his telepathy. And Rogue? Rogue would be holding his business card, thinking about what it meant to touch another person without causing them harm. Jay started his car and pulled away from Xavier's school, feeling surprisingly satisfied with the afternoon's work. He'd established himself as a mutant, which he finally confirmed, with useful abilities, demonstrated that he was immune to both telepathic intrusion and power absorption, and left them with just enough questions to ensure they'd want to contact him again. More importantly, he'd planted the seed of a possible solution to Rogue's isolation. When they eventually reached out, and they would, he'd have the upper hand in any negotiations. The drive back to the city gave Jay time to think about what he'd learned. His abilities worked exactly as he'd hoped against both telepathy, DNA analysis, and power absorption. The X-Men were every bit as noble and well-intentioned as their comic book counterparts, but also just as prone to the occasional lapse in judgment. Jay smiled as he merged onto the highway. Sometimes the best way to help people was to make them think it was their idea to ask for help in the first place. Chapter 20, Plans and Pancakes. The little cafe in Brooklyn was exactly the kind of place Jay had grown to love: worn wooden floors, mismatched chairs, and the perpetual smell of fresh coffee and butter. It was also the kind of place where nobody batted an eye at unusual requests, which made it perfect for his current situation. Bobby slid into the booth across from Jay and immediately did a double take at the spread covering their small table. "Jesus, Jay, you feeding a basketball team? Your appetite still amazes me." Jay grinned around a mouthful of his second breakfast sandwich, gesturing at the array of plates: scrambled eggs, bacon, hash browns, fruit, and what appeared to be a foot-high stack of pancakes. "I burn through calories like you burn through cigars, Bobby. Powers don't run on miracles, I need the calories to keep them firing." He paused, spearing another piece of bacon. "Plus, the heavy eater drawback is coming in handy, actually. Makes the whole stuffing calories thing more natural." Bobby shook his head in amazement as he ordered just coffee from the waitress. "Most people try to hide their weird habits. You're out here treating yours like a superpower." "Because it practically is," Jay said, already moving on to the pancakes. "Speaking of superpowers, this morning's expedition went better than expected." "The Xavier visit?" Bobby leaned forward, lowering his voice. "How'd it go?" Jay gave him the highlights: the demonstration, meeting the X-Men, Rogue's power not working on him, and his dramatic exit after Xavier's telepathic probe failed. Bobby listened intently, occasionally wincing at the more audacious parts. "So you basically walked into the most powerful psychic on the planet's house and told him to get out of your head," Bobby summarized. Then stormed out in a huff. "I prefer to think of it as establishing boundaries," Jay said innocently. "But yes, the line is cast. Now we wait for the bite." Bobby took a long sip of his coffee. "You know SHIELD or other organizations are probably tracking you now, right? Xavier's not exactly subtle about his connections. That was always going to happen. These recent meetings will just accelerate the timeline," Jay said, finishing off the last of his eggs. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Besides, we're tightening security anyway. Speaking of which, how's our other project coming along?" Bobby's expression grew more serious. "Isaiah Bradley. The one and only." "Well, we found him all right," Bobby said, pulling out a manila folder and sliding it across the table. "Lives in Baltimore now, keeps to himself mostly. Problem is, we can't get anywhere near him." Jay raised an eyebrow as he flipped open the folder, revealing surveillance photos and notes. "Other people watching him. Government types, mostly. Nothing too on the nose, but there's definitely a rotation of people keeping tabs. Guy's a living piece of history they'd rather keep buried." Bobby tapped one of the photos showing an elderly black man walking down a suburban street. "He's in his 80s now, but according to our research, he's still in remarkable shape for his age. The serum's still working." Jay studied the photos intently. Isaiah Bradley, the Black Captain America, one of the forgotten heroes of the Korean War. If the stories were true, his blood contained a version of the super soldier serum that was potentially even more stable than Steve Rogers. "I just need a blood sample," Jay said quietly. "Now with Reed's help, and if we can get access to the original Dr. Erskine files, we might be able to reverse engineer something." "Might be easier said than done," Bobby warned. "The man's been through hell courtesy of his own government. He's not exactly trusting of strangers, especially ones asking for blood samples." Jay nodded, closing the folder. "We'll figure something out. Maybe approach through his grandson, Elijah Bradley. Kid's got a good heart, according to the intelligence reports." Before Bobby could respond, Jay's phone buzzed against the table. The caller ID showed only unknown number. "Jay speaking," he answered, taking another bite of pancakes. "Hello," said a voice that was somehow immediately familiar despite Jay never having heard it before. My name is Zabi. I heard about your powers from this morning's incident. I have a problem that I think you might be able to help with. Jay's comic nerd perk activated like a lightning bolt. Forget-me-not, the mutant whose power made him essentially invisible to everyone around him. People would forget he existed the moment they weren't directly interacting with him. Family, friends, lovers, everyone just forgot. Jay quickly put the phone on speaker, gesturing for Bobby to stay quiet. What kind of problem, Zabi? There was a pause, as if the caller was surprised Jay hadn't immediately hung up or forgotten he was there. I heard that you might have the ability to temporarily suppress other mutants' powers. That's one way to put it, Jay said carefully. Why do you ask? Another pause, longer this time. When Zabi spoke again, there was a tremor in his voice. I haven't been remembered by another human being in 15 years. My own mother forgets I exist the moment I leave the room. My sister. God, my sister doesn't even know she has a brother anymore. Not to mention the people at Xavier's school. Bobby's eyes widened as he began to understand what they were dealing with. His voice cracked. I just want someone to remember my name. Jay felt something twist in his chest. Forget-me-not's power was simultaneously one of the most useful and most tragic abilities in the Marvel Universe. The man was the ultimate spy, the perfect infiltrator, but at the cost of complete social isolation. Where would you like to meet? Jay asked gently. You're willing to try. Of course I am. There was silence on the other end, and Jay could practically hear the men crying. Tomorrow morning. Early. I can meet you wherever you want. I'll text you an address, Jay said. And Zabi. I'll remember this conversation. I promise. After he hung up, Bobby stared at him. That was heartbreaking, Jay finished. His power makes him forgettable to everyone. Completely isolated from human connection. Huh. Mind shield's probably the only reason I still remember him, Jay thought. And you can help him? Jay nodded slowly. Temporarily, at least. But Bobby, this could be huge for us too. Bobby frowned. How do you mean? Think about it. A man who can walk into anywhere, do anything, and nobody remembers he was there afterward. That's the ultimate stealth power. Jay trailed off, his mind racing with possibilities. If I could adapt to it, even partially. You're thinking about trying to take his ability. I'm thinking about a lot of things, Jay said, signaling for the check. But first, I'm thinking about helping him and reconnect with his family. Everything else is secondary. Bobby studied his face. You mean that? I do. Jay pulled out his wallet, leaving enough cash to cover both their meals and a generous tip. Powers are useful, Bobby, but they're not worth losing your humanity over. They walked out of the cafe together, Jay already mentally composing the text message he'd send to Zabi with tomorrow's meeting location. The morning sun was climbing higher, and he had a meeting with Reed at the Baxter building to prepare for. As they parted ways, Jay's phone buzzed with a text message. He glanced at it and smiled. It was from an unknown number, just 3 words, thank you. Zabi. Jay quickly typed back an address for a small park in Queens, adding, 10 a.m. I'll be wearing a blue jacket. And Zabi. I meant what I said about remembering. Walking toward his car, Jay felt the weight of the morning's conversation settling on his shoulders. Isaiah Bradley represented a chance to unlock one of Marvel's most sought-after enhancements. Forget-me-not offered both an opportunity to help someone desperately in need and potentially acquire an incredibly useful ability. His phone buzzed again as he started his car. This time it was a text from an unknown number with a familiar area code, Westchester County. Hey, Mr. J. This is Rogue. I got your number off that card you dropped. Just wanted to thank you for helping with my elbow. Ain't used to folks touching me without consequences, so it meant a lot. If you're ever back this way, maybe we could grab a coffee. Ma treat. Take care. Marie. Jay smiled, slipping the phone back into his pocket. Phase 1 of his Xavier plan was definitely complete. Phase 2 would begin whenever they worked up the courage to reach out officially. Chapter 21, One Surprise Too Many. The Baxter building rose above Manhattan, and Jay stood on the sidewalk, craning his neck to take in all 35 floors of it, feeling simultaneously impressed and slightly intimidated. He'd been to Reed's lab before, but arriving as an official consultant felt different. The elevator ride was smooth and silent, giving Jay time to review his strategy. The doors opened directly to the top floor, which had been converted into a combination laboratory, workshop, and living space, while holographic displays showed everything from weather patterns to molecular structures. Jay. Reed's voice carried across the space as he emerged from behind a bank of computers, his arm stretching an extra few feet to shake hands. Perfect timing. I was just running some calculations on our body's cosmic radiation absorption rates. Naturally, Jay said with a grin. Reed laughed. Come on, let me introduce you to everyone properly. They're in the common area, well, most of them. Everyone, Reed said, his voice carrying that particular tone people used for important announcements. I'd like you to meet Jay officially. He's going to be working with us as a strategic consultant. Susan stood gracefully, extending her hand. Susan Storm. Reed's told me about you. Her grip was firm, professional, but Jay caught the way her eyes studied his face, looking for tells, measuring his trustworthiness. All good things, I hope, Jay replied. Mostly, she said with a slight smile. Ben raised a massive hand in greeting. Ben Grimm. Thanks for keepin' Stretch here from blowin' himself up the other day. Actually, it wasn't that bad. Reed started. Johnny finally looked up from his baseball match, his expression shifting from bored to skeptical. Wait, he's our consultant. What, did we run out of actual scientists? The silence that followed was the kind that made everyone mentally count to 10. Johnny, Reed began. No, it's fine, Jay said, holding up a hand. It's a fair question. I'm not anything impressive. What I do have are ideas in dealing with the kinds of problems you're about to face. Johnny sat up straighter, suddenly more interested. What kind of problems? Jay settled into an empty chair, noting how it had been subtly reinforced to handle Ben's weight if needed. The kind that come from being public superheroes in a world that doesn't know how to handle you yet. Meaning? Susan asked. Meaning you're about to get very popular, very fast, with people who want to own you, study you, or use you. Jay's tone grew more serious. Government agencies, private corporations, foreign powers, everyone's going to want a piece of the Fantastic Four. Reed nodded grimly. We've talked about this yesterday, but go on. And it's only going to get worse, Jay said. The good news is, you have options. He leaned forward, warming to the subject. First strategy is controlled engagement. Give them something that satisfies their curiosity without compromising your independence. Low-level tech applications, medical devices, energy solutions, stuff that's impressive but not game-changing. Ben grunted approvingly. Keep em happy with scraps while we keep the good stuff. Exactly. But if that doesn't work, and it might not, you go nuclear. Johnny perked up. Nuclear how? You go public with everything. Full transparency. You tell your story directly to the people, make them fall in love with you before anyone can paint you as threats. Jay grinned. Hard to dissect America's sweethearts, and yesterday was a good start. You guys helping people at the bridge. He paused, then added more carefully, and Ben, I know this sounds cold, but the public seeing your personal struggles, it humanizes all of you. Makes you relatable instead of just powerful. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Absolutely not, Susan said, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. We are not turning Ben's pain into a publicity strategy. Ben's rocky features had gone completely still, and when he spoke, his voice was dangerously quiet. You want me to parade around my broken engagement for good press? That what you're suggesting? Jay realized he'd stepped in it hard. No, that's not, I didn't mean exploit it. I meant that when people see you're dealing with real consequences, real loss, they'll understand the cost of what happened to you. That you're not just some invulnerable monster. I think you said enough, Ben rumbled. You know fame as a superhero, Johnny said slowly, and Jay could practically see the wheels turning. I actually kind of love that. Course you do, Ben muttered. Susan was nodding thoughtfully. It's not a bad strategy. Public support would make it much harder for anyone to move against us openly. Plus, Jay added, it gives you leverage. Politicians can't ignore public opinion, and corporations can't function if everyone hates them. They spent the next hour running through scenarios and strategies, with Reed frequently veering off into philosophical tangents until Susan steered him back on course. Growing up in the age of social media, Jay knew better than anyone how quickly public opinion could turn someone into a villain, or a viral sensation. It was during a lull in the conversation that Jay noticed the lingering signs of their recent adventures. Susan had a barely healed cut on her wrist. Johnny's knuckles showed scrapes that were taking longer to heal than they should. Even Reed had some bruising on his arms that he kept absently rubbing. Only Ben looked completely uninjured, though that was probably because his rock-like skin made minor injuries irrelevant. Jay made a decision. "Okay," he said, standing up abruptly. "There's something I've been keeping under wraps, and I think it's time to come clean." The room went quiet. Susan set down her coffee cup. Johnny stopped spinning his ball. Even Reed's holographic display froze mid-rotation. "I'm a mutant," Jay said simply. The silence stretched for several seconds. "Oh," Susan said finally. Is that all?" Jay, acting surprised, blinked. "Is that all?" "Well, yeah," Johnny said with a shrug. "I mean, we are also not normal. Sue can turn invisible. Reed can stretch like taffy. Ben's made of rocks. Did you really think we'd be weird about genetic mutations?" "It's just another way of being different," Reed added gently. "And considering the current political climate around mutant rights, I understand why you'd be cautious about revealing it." Jay, expecting this reaction, still acts surprised. "Thanks. That means more than you know." "What kind of mutation?" Susan asked, her scientific curiosity clearly overriding any other concerns. Instead of answering, Jay walked over and touched her wrist where the cut was healing. His hand glowed with soft green light, and the wound closed completely, leaving unmarked skin behind. Susan stared at her wrist in wonder. "Accelerated healing." "For myself and others," Jay confirmed, moving to Johnny next. The young man held out his scraped knuckles without hesitation, watching in fascination as the injuries disappeared. "Though it takes a toll. The more severe the injury, the more energy it costs me." He healed Reed's bruises last, noting how the scientist immediately began examining his own arms with intense curiosity. "Remarkable," Reed murmured. "The cellular regeneration rate must be incredible. How do you direct the energy? Is it conscious control or instinctive?" "Bit of both," Jay said, settling back into his chair. He was definitely more tired now, but not dangerously so. "It takes a bit of intuition, but my background in human biology and medical science helps a lot." "That's amazing," Susan said softly. "How many people know?" "Not many. I had some tests done at Xavier's school recently, that's how I confirmed the mutant thing. But given the current anti-mutant sentiment..." Jay shrugged. "Seemed safer to keep quiet." Johnny was examining his now perfect knuckles with obvious delight. "Dude, this is so cool. No more waiting for bruises to fade before photo shoots." "Johnny," Susan said with fond exasperation, "there are more important applications than your non-existent modeling career." "Hey, looking good is important too." Ben had been unusually quiet during the healing demonstration, watching with an expression Jay couldn't quite read. Now he spoke up, his voice carefully neutral. "So, how severe an injury we talking about? Like, could you fix a broken bone, or?" Jay met his eyes directly. "I can't heal anything too severe or if the injury is too old." Which was technically true, even if it wasn't the whole truth. "But I'm not done with the reveals," Jay added, standing up again. "There's something else I want to show you." He walked over to where Ben sat, the massive man looking suddenly uncertain. "Ben, would you trust me for a minute?" Sure, but what?" Jay placed his hand on Ben's rocky forearm and concentrated, using the newly discovered application of power theft, power nullification. He reached out with his power. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Ben's rocky orange skin began to shimmer, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. "What the hell?" Ben started, then stopped as his forearm began to change. The rocky exterior softened, transforming back into human skin. Not completely, just his hand and part of his forearm, but it was unmistakably human flesh, complete with the scars and calluses Ben had accumulated over the years. The silence was deafening. Ben stared at his human hand like it was the most precious thing in the world. How did you?" The transformation lasted maybe 30 seconds before the rocky exterior returned, but those 30 seconds changed everything. "Looks like suppressing physical mutations is a lot harder than I thought. Sure, I managed to block his super strength, but his transformation. That's a whole other level. I'd probably have to fully steal it to reverse that." Holy fuck. Johnny exploded, jumping up from the couch. Did he just, Ben, you were human. Language, Susan said automatically, but she was staring at Ben's arm with wide eyes. Ben, meanwhile, had gone completely still. When he looked up at Jay, his eyes were bright with unshed tears. You can make me human again. Jay felt the weight of that hope like a physical thing. Partially, and only temporarily. It's exhausting, and I can only sustain it for short periods right now. But you did it, Ben said softly. Even for a few seconds, you made me again. Hey now, Reed said gently, moving closer to his friend. You're always you, Ben. Powers or no powers. Yeah, but. Ben held up his rocky hand, flexing the massive fingers. I ain't been able to feel textures properly in months. Can't touch nothing delicate without breaking it. And Alicia. He trailed off, shaking his head. The stamina cost was too much, Jay admitted, slumping back into his chair now fully drenched in sweat. My body isn't strong enough to handle this level of suppression right now. But if I could boost my physical capability somehow. Reed's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. Controlled enhancement. We could explore cosmic radiation exposure in a controlled environment, or perhaps a Captain America-style supersoldier treatment, or maybe even technological amplification through. Reed, Susan interrupted gently. Breathe. But the possibilities. Reed continued, his enthusiasm undimmed. If Jay's healing abilities could be enhanced or amplified, we could potentially develop treatments for all kinds of conditions. Not just Ben's transformation, but genetic disorders, degenerative diseases, traumatic injuries. Johnny looked like his brain was melting. Okay, I'm lost. Are we talking about making Jay into Captain America, or turning him into some kind of superhealer, or what? Both. Reed suggested hopefully. Ben, meanwhile, was staring at his hand again, flexing his fingers. You really think you could do more? Make it last longer. Maybe, Jay said with a deliberate frown, carefully choosing his words. But it would require some kind of physical. Right now, the stamina cost is beyond what my body can handle safely. Then we make you stronger, Ben said with that gravel-sure finality that meant the argument had already lost. He stood, all rock and resolve, and before Jay could react, crushed him into a hug that felt like being tackled by a friendly bulldozer. Thank you, Ben said quietly, his voice rough with emotion. I ain't been able to hope for something like this in, hell, since the accident. Thank you. Jay patted Ben's massive shoulder as best he could while being compressed. Don't thank me yet. We don't know if enhancement is even possible. We'll figure it out, Reed said with absolute confidence. If there's a way to boost your abilities safely, we'll find it. Susan was watching the whole scene with a soft smile. This is amazing, Jay. Not just what you can do, but that you're willing to try. Course he's willing, Ben said, finally releasing Jay from the crushing embrace. Guy's got a good heart. I can tell. Jay felt a warm flush, then guilt, then nothing. The Fantastic Four had just learned he was a mutant with potentially world-changing abilities, and their first instinct had been to offer help. Support. Trust. Exactly the reaction he was counting on. This was why he'd inserted himself into their lives. Because good people with power made the best shields. The lies, the half-truths, the carefully curated image, they were all worth it if it meant protecting his freedom. In a world that hunted anything different, trust was just another resource, and he intended to use it. I should probably go, Jay said after a moment. This is a lot to process, and I have another appointment. What, you got another superhero team to consult? Johnny asked with a grin. Something like that. Jay stood, still feeling the lingering effects of his demonstration. But I'll be in touch about the enhancement research. If there's a way to make this work. There will be, Reed said firmly. I'll start the research immediately. Genetic enhancement, technological augmentation, controlled radiation exposure, we'll explore every option. Susan, seeing Jay walk to the elevator, thoughtfully said. Well, this was an interesting meeting. Jay smiled as the elevator descended. Phase 1 was complete. He'd given them hope, revealed carefully selected secrets, and opened the door to possibilities none of them had imagined before today. More importantly, he positioned himself as indispensable, the key to Ben's humanity, the solution to problems they didn't even know they had yet. The guilt tried to surface again, but Jay pushed it down. This wasn't about manipulation, he told himself. This was about survival. If they happened to benefit from the arrangement too, well, that just made it easier to sleep at night. Chapter 22, Remember Me. Please. The same Brooklyn cafe where Jay had met Bobby looked different in morning light, less like a place for secret meetings, more like where normal people grabbed coffee before work. Jay showed up 15 minutes early and snagged a corner booth with a clear view of both doors. A habit he'd picked up from Bobby, who treated every public space like a potential battlefield. He'd been watching the crowd for 10 minutes when his eyes passed over some guy at the counter. Completely ordinary, brown hair, forgettable face, the kind of person you'd walk past without a second glance. Jay's gaze started to move on, then snapped back hard as something in his head went ping, like his mind shield had just blocked a punch. He blinked, and suddenly the man's name surfaced through whatever fog had been clouding his thoughts. Zabi. Forget-me-not. The guy who lived in the spaces between memories. Jay's comic book knowledge kicked in with all the details. Professor X had to surgically implant a mental alarm in his own brain just to remember this man existed. Even then, Xavier could only hold onto the memory for minutes before Zabi faded back into the forgotten corners of his mind. Zabi had already paid and was heading for the exit when Jay called out. Zabi. The coffee cup nearly slipped from the man's hands. He turned around slow, like he was moving through a dream, eyes wide with something between hope and terror. You remember my name? It came out like the most important question in the world. Jay waved him over. Come sit. We should talk. Zabi walked to the booth like he was afraid the moment might shatter if he moved too fast. Up close, the toll was obvious, dark circles under his eyes, the hollow look of someone carrying weight that no one else could see. You're the first, Zabi said, voice cracking. Besides Xavier, you're the first person to say my name without someone reminding you I exist. Jay tapped his temple. Psychic defenses. Your power makes people forget, but my mind's got some built-in resistance. Mental shields. Zabi let out a bitter laugh. I should have figured that out myself, except I can never talk to anyone long enough to work through the problem. The cafe hummed with conversations around them, but their corner felt isolated. Probably Zabi's power making their talk literally forgettable to anyone listening. So about what we discussed yesterday, Jay said gently. Zabi's face crumpled. I just want to hug my mom again and have her remember me afterward. The raw pain in those words hit Jay like a punch to the gut. How long since you've been home? 3 years. I've tried visiting, stood right next to her in the grocery store, helped her reach stuff from high shelves. She thanked me, looked right at me, and the second I walked away. Zabi's hands tightened around his cup. Gone. Like I was never there. This was different, a kind of living death where you got erased from every moment as it happened. I can help, Jay said. Zabi's head shot up. What? I suppress powers. Did it yesterday for a friend, let him feel human for a few seconds. I could do the same for you. Give you a conversation with your family that they'll actually remember. The hope that spread across Zabi's face was almost painful to watch. You could really do that. Temporarily. I'd need to keep touching you to maintain it, so it'll look weird. But yeah, I could give you that. Zabi stared into his coffee for a long moment, like the answer was floating in there somewhere. What's it going to cost me? He asked finally. Smart question. Jay respected someone who understood that miracles came with price tags. Let's handle the reunion first, Jay said. We'll talk about the rest after. Zabi nodded. There's a church. St. Mary's in the Bronx. My mom and sister go to 11 o'clock Mass every Sunday. They've been going since. He swallowed hard. Since before I disappeared from their lives. St. Mary's was one of those small neighborhood churches that had been holding communities together for decades. The Sunday service was ending when they arrived, families in their church clothes streaming out onto the steps. Jay spotted them right away. The resemblance was subtle but unmistakable, a woman in her 50s with Zabi's eyes and a younger woman who had his nose. They were chatting with other parishioners, completely unaware their son and brother was watching from across the street. I've stood here before, Zabi said quietly. Watched them leave, followed them home, sat in their living room during dinner. They never know. They will today, Jay promised. He put his hand on Zabi's shoulder, concentrating. The suppression felt weird this time, less like flipping a switch, more like trying to grab smoke. Okay, Jay said through gritted teeth. Let's go. But I have to keep contact, so this is going to look awkward. They crossed the street together, Jay's hand firmly planted on Zabi's shoulder. They probably looked like someone helping a drunk friend, but it was working. People were actually seeing Zabi instead of looking right through him. Mama. The woman turned at her son's voice, and Jay watched her expression cycle through confusion, recognition, and pure joy in about 2 seconds. Zabi. Mi niño. She threw herself at him, and Jay had to scramble to keep his grip while she wrapped her son in a crushing hug. Where have you been? We've been so worried. Zabi's sister went white. Zabi. Oh my God, Zabi. She joined the hug, tears streaming. We thought something happened when you stopped calling, stopped visiting. We looked for you, but I can't remember, when did we stop? I'm okay, Zabi whispered, his voice breaking. I'm right here. I'm sorry I was gone. Jay stood there like the world's most awkward third wheel, maintaining his grip on Zabi's shoulder while trying to give the family space. Other church members were staring, some coming over to welcome back what they figured was a prodigal son. For almost an hour, Jay held the suppression. His head felt like someone was using it for drumming practice, sweat dripping down his face, but he held on. Zabi needed this. His family needed this. They talked about everything. Zabi's mother scolded him for not staying in touch, which created this weird loop where she forgot why he couldn't call. His sister showed him photos of her new place. His mother started planning Sunday dinner for next week. Finally, Jay couldn't take it anymore. Zabi, he said quietly. I have to let go. The panic that flashed across Zabi's face was heartbreaking, but he nodded. He hugged his mother and sister one more time, told them he loved them, then stepped back as Jay released his shoulder. Jay watched it happen, the exact moment Zabi faded from their awareness. His mother and sister looked around confused, like they'd forgotten why they were standing there. After a moment, they shrugged and headed for their car, talking about lunch. Zabi stood frozen, watching them drive away without looking back. They'll remember pieces, Jay said gently. For a few hours, maybe longer. It'll feel like a dream they can't quite catch, but the emotions will stick. It's more than I've had in 3 years, Zabi said, wiping his eyes. Thank you. I don't know how to pay you back for something like this. Jay was quiet, watching Zabi's family disappear around the corner. The calculating part of his brain had been running the whole time, cataloging possibilities, measuring what he'd just seen, weighing its value. Actually, Jay said, there is something. Zabi turned, and Jay saw the resignation in his eyes. He'd known this was coming. There's a man. Isaiah Bradley. Lives in Baltimore. Government watches him too closely for someone like me to get near. Jay met his gaze without flinching. I need a blood sample. All the color drained from Zabi's face. Isaiah Bradley. The Black Captain America. The one they experimented on. You know him. Xavier briefed us on the super soldier programs. Bradley's one of the few who survived the experiments. Zabi was quiet for a moment. You want his blood for the serum? Not a question. I want it for research, Jay said. To understand how it works, how it might mix with other enhancements. Zabi stared at him for a long time. Jay could see the war playing out, gratitude for what Jay had done fighting against what he was being asked to do. He's an old man, Zabi said finally. He's suffered enough. 1 vial, Jay said. He'll never know it happened. You could be in and out without anyone remembering you were there, including him. And if I say no? Jay shrugged, keeping his face neutral. Then you say no. I'm not threatening you, Zabi. What happened today was a gift, not a trade. But they both knew the truth. Zabi would never find another person who could give him what Jay just had. And Jay was betting that taste of being remembered, of existing in his family's world, even briefly, would be enough. Zabi closed his eyes, and Jay could practically hear his principles cracking. Send me the address, Zabi said quietly. I'll figure out how to get what you need. They split up at the subway. Jay waited until Zabi disappeared in the crowd before texting Isaiah Bradley's Baltimore address. He paused for just a second before hitting send, then saved Zabi's number in his phone. Not under his name. Under asset. Jay kept thinking about the look in Zabi's mother's eyes when she'd recognized her son. Pure joy, no confusion or worry for those precious minutes. Zabi had existed completely in someone else's world. And Jay had made it happen. The guilt tried to surface, he'd just manipulated a desperate man into targeting an elderly war hero. Isaiah Bradley wasn't some random name, he was a symbol, a victim, someone who'd already given more than anyone should have to. But Jay pushed the feeling down. He'd gotten good at that. This wasn't about right and wrong. This was about building what he needed to survive in a world that saw people like him as weapons or threats. Isaiah Bradley's blood could unlock physical enhancement, and physical enhancement could make his other powers actually viable. As for Zabi, Jay had given him something no one else could. Something precious. If it came with strings, well, that was just how miracles worked in the real world. Jay pulled up his phone and started researching government surveillance systems. If Zabi was going to pull this off, he'd need more than just an address. And if this worked, Jay would have a full list of high-value targets, places with data or tech that Zabi could slip into like smoke. After all, forgettable didn't mean powerless. In the right hands, it was basically a cheat code. Jay just had to keep telling himself his were the right hands. Chapter 23, The Widow's Sting. Jay's old apartment in Queens still smelled like takeout and old books, exactly the way he'd left it weeks ago. He kept the place as a backup, somewhere off the grid for clients who needed discretion. Today's appointment was supposed to be simple, some Park Avenue socialite with money to burn and a scar she didn't want questions about. He should have known better. The knock came exactly at 11 a.m., soft, polite. He opened the door to find elegance incarnate standing in his hallway. Auburn hair fell in perfect waves past her shoulders. Green eyes that catalogued everything in a single sweep. The kind of bone structure that belonged on magazine covers, wrapped in a designer coat that probably cost more than most people's cars. When she spoke, her voice was honey over steel, cultured American English with just the faintest ghost of something else underneath. You must be Jay. I'm Catherine Volkov. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice. Jay's comic nerd perk kicked in hard, cross-referencing the face with every comic panel and shield file cached in his brain. The resemblance to Natasha Romanoff was too precise to ignore, but he kept his expression neutral, stepping back to let her in. Of course, Ms. Volkov. Please, have a seat. She moved with liquid grace, every step calculated yet appearing effortless. Her eyes swept the apartment in a casual glance that missed nothing: exits, potential weapons, sight lines to the windows. Professional habits died hard. I appreciate your discretion, she said, settling onto his couch like she belonged there. The injury is delicate. I'd prefer to avoid traditional medical channels. That's what I'm here for. Jay took the chair across from her, close enough to work but far enough to react if needed. What happened? Her fingers ghosted over her waist beneath the expensive fabric. Riding accident. My horse spooked at a fox, threw me into a stone fence. The doctors did what they could, but... She gave him a perfectly practiced look of embarrassed vanity. I'd rather not carry permanent reminders of my clumsiness. Jay nodded, pulling on his professional mask. I'll need to see the injury to assess what we're dealing with. She rose with fluid ease, turning slightly away as she lifted her shirt. The scar ran along her left side, not large, but deep. The kind of mark left by precise surgical instruments, not fence posts. But that wasn't what made Jay's breath catch. There were other scars. Faded ones that most people would never notice. His medical training kicked in, cataloging what he was seeing. Burns. Blade wounds. And lower, barely visible beneath her skirt's waistband, the telltale marks of invasive surgery. He'd seen those scars before, in medical textbooks. In case studies of procedures that had been outlawed in most civilized countries decades ago. Jay placed his hands over the fresh wound, letting his healing energy flow in its familiar green glow. The flesh responded immediately, cells knitting together with supernatural speed. Riding accident, you said, he asked conversationally. That's right. Her voice didn't waver. Must have been quite a spill to need surgical repair. Very clean work, though. Almost like it was done in a proper medical facility rather than an emergency room. He felt rather than saw her subtle shift, weight redistributing, muscles coiling like a predator preparing to strike. You know, Jay continued, hands still glowing over her rapidly healing skin, you remind me of someone. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Natasha Romanoff? The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. I'm not familiar with that name, she said, but the honey had crystallized into ice. Jay smiled without looking up from his work. Course not. Just like Nick Fury doesn't know I exist, and there's definitely not an archer on the roof across the street who's had me in his crosshairs since you walked through that door." Her reaction was lightning fast and poetry in motion. She spun toward him, strike aimed at his temple with surgical precision. Jay's danger sense screamed and he jerked backward, her knuckles brushing air where his head had been. He rolled off the chair as her follow-up came in low and fast. "Not bad," he said, still annoyingly calm as he straightened. "But if you wanted me dead, I'd already be bleeding out. So what does S.H.I.E.L.D. really want?" She went perfectly still, green eyes calculating. "How did you know about your friend with the bow?" "Lucky guess." Jay brushed imaginary dust off his shirt. "Also, next time you want to sell the socialite act, maybe don't scan for exits like you're planning an extraction." Dead giveaway. The mask didn't slip, it simply evaporated. The vulnerable socialite vanished, replaced by something infinitely more dangerous. When she spoke again, her voice carried the faintest trace of Russian accent, like an old scar that showed through new skin. "You're observant." "I try to be." "So what's the play here?" "This clearly wasn't an assassination, you're too good to miss by accident." "Intelligence gathering." "You've blown your cover." "Which leaves?" She tilted her head slightly, reassessing him like a puzzle with missing pieces. "Recruitment," she said finally. Jay actually laughed. "Recruitment? Lady, I wouldn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. to water my plants, and I don't even have plants." "We know about your activities," she said, ignoring his commentary. "The healings, the connections you're building. The consultation work with enhanced individuals. And Director Fury believes we could reach a mutually beneficial arrangement." Jay perched on his chair's armrest. "Let me guess. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, everyone wins, and definitely nobody gets a bullet in a dark alley when I become inconvenient." "Something like that." "Tempting offer. But I've got a counterproposal." Jay's expression grew serious. "I could fix it, you know." For the first time, her composure cracked slightly. "Fix what?" "What they did to you in the Red Room. Their little graduation gift." His voice gentled, became clinical rather than cruel. "I've seen those scars before, Natasha. Not many surgeons are that precise with that particular procedure. Fewer still would perform it on someone so young." The fury that flashed across her face was molten and deadly. She moved without conscious thought, fingers seeking his throat. Jay's danger sense fired and he twisted away, her hand barely grazing his neck. "I could give you back what they took," he continued, still evading her strikes. "Make you whole again. Consider it professional courtesy." She froze mid-lunge, breathing hard. "That's impossible. I've made a career out of impossible." Jay met her eyes steadily. "Question is, what would that be worth to you?" For just a moment, something raw and desperate flickered behind her professional mask. Hope, maybe. Or the ghost of dreams she'd buried long ago. Then her calm crackled softly and she pressed a finger to her ear, listening. "How did you know about the archer?" she asked. Jay smiled. "Tell Clint I said hello. Ask him how Laura and the kids are doing. Still keeping that farm off everyone's radar." Her eyes went flat and lethal. "You know about his family." "I know lots of things. But asking smart questions is apparently above S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pay grade." Her calm crackled again, some coded response from her backup. "Impressive," she admitted. "I have my moments." Jay walked to the window, looking across at the building where he knew Barton was positioned. "Here's how this works. You want to recruit me? Not happening. But we can make a deal, on my terms. Which are? First, all S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance on me stops. Not reduced, not transferred, stopped. Every file, every report, every blurry photo gets wiped." Her smile was razor-sharp. "You know that's not possible." "Sure it is. You just don't want to do it." "Second, I want a face-to-face with Fury himself." "Continue." "Third, unrestricted access to Howard Stark's R&D archives. Throw in Erskine's serum research while you're feeling generous. Those files are classified beyond your clearance level." Shocking. Jay shrugged. "Fourth and final, next time S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to chat, I want Phil Coulson as my handler. I prefer my government contacts with fewer kills on their record and more dad jokes in their repertoire." Natasha was quiet for a long moment, processing his demands with the calculating precision of a chess master. I'll relay your terms to the director, she said finally. You do that. Jay walked to the door and opened it for her. Oh, and Natasha. Next time you want to play civilian, work on the accent. Catherine Volkov sounds like someone learned Russian from bad Cold War movies. She paused in the doorway. The offer stands, he said quietly. About what I could fix. Just think about it. Something shifted in her expression, vulnerable and dangerous at once. I'll consider it, she said, and then she was gone, moving down the hallway like smoke given form. Jay waited exactly 3 minutes before Bobby pushed through the door, trailing cigar smoke. Christ, Jay, what happened in here? Sounded like you were redecorating with your face. Jay walked to the couch and pressed his palm against the armrest. A small electronic device popped free, its frame now crushed. Company, he said simply. SHIELD finally decided to poke the hornet's nest. Bobby examined the listening device, whistling low. How long they been watching? Don't panic, we knew they were coming. Jay pulled a burner phone from his jacket and tossed it over. Time to activate the network. Get word to our people, the Queen's safehouse is back in business. Any mutants with useful powers who want out of the life, route them through here. You really think this escalates from here? Jay looked out the window. The building across the street was empty now, but he could still feel eyes on him from his danger sense. Bobby, he said quietly, this has not even started. Chapter 24, The Inner Circle. The Queen's safehouse felt different in the evening light. What had been Jay's backup warehouse to practice his powers till now was now something else entirely, a command center for operations SHIELD couldn't touch. Jay moved through the safehouse with deliberate precision, his danger sense unfurling like invisible feelers, brushing over walls, ceilings, and shadows, searching for hidden eyes, listening devices, or the faintest hint of a mole in their midst. Clear, he muttered, crushing the last transmitter between his fingers. Bobby emerged from his position by the window, cigar smoke trailing behind him. Perimeter's clean too. Our people are here. They came in quietly, one by one. These weren't the sick people Jay had helped months ago at the shelter. Maria moved with the confident stride of someone whose spine no longer screamed in agony. Linda's breathing was clear and steady. Max's burn scars were gone, replaced by healthy skin. Tom had put on 30 pounds of muscle since Jay had first found him starving in the shelter. But it wasn't just physical healing. There was something else in their bearing now, purpose. Direction. The kind of loyalty that couldn't be bought or coerced, only earned through genuine care. Doc, Maria said, settling onto the couch with easy familiarity. She was a small woman in her 50s, but her eyes held the street wisdom of someone who'd survived decades in the Bronx. Bobby said SHIELD made contact. They did. Jay dropped into the chair across from them, the same one where he'd faced down Black Widow hours earlier. Sent their best to try recruitment. It went about as expected. Meaning? Max leaned forward, curiosity replacing his usual caution. He was the youngest of the group, barely 19, his face once marred by deep burn scars, scars Jay had erased the day they met. Meaning they know we exist, but they don't understand our depth. Jay's gaze swept the room. They think I'm some freelance healer they can recruit or eliminate. They don't see the complete network. Linda shifted in her seat. What do you need from us? The question was so simple, yet it hit Jay harder than he expected. No bargaining, no talk of what they'd get in return, just pure, unquestioning trust. Things are about to escalate, he admitted quietly. SHIELD won't stop with recruitment attempts. When that fails, they'll try pressure. Surveillance, harassment, maybe worse. I need you all to be able to protect yourselves and your people. Max frowned. We've got good networks, Doc, but we're talking about the government here. How do we fight that? By becoming something they can't predict or control. Jay pushed himself up, walking to the window. I'm going to offer you all something. Powers. But once I do this, there's no going back. SHIELD will eventually figure out that you're enhanced, and they'll come for you too. The room fell silent. Doc, Bobby's voice was rough with emotion, you pulled shrapnel out of my leg with your bare hands. You gave Linda her lungs back. You straightened Maria's spine when doctors said she'd never walk right again. You gave Max his face and confidence back. We don't follow you to get something out of you, Maria added firmly. We follow you because you're the only one who ever gave a damn about people like us. Jay felt that these people had been invisible to the world, homeless, sick, forgotten. Society's throwaways. But now they'd become the foundation of something powerful. All right then. Jay turned back to them, a slow, deliberate grin tugging at his lips. Let's make sure you can go toe-to-toe with them. Jay had been preparing for weeks, tracking down specific mutants whose abilities he could repurpose. A thief from Brooklyn, a runaway from Philadelphia, a former military contractor who'd been wrongfully discharged, and many more. He'd convinced each of them to come with him to the Queen's safe house, knowing he had to act fast. With only a single storage slot available, he couldn't afford to extract their powers and save them for later. It all had to happen now, tonight. Maria went first. This might feel strange, Jay warned, placing his hands on her shoulders. A current surrounded them both as he transferred the tracking ability. Small, antenna-like growths appeared behind her ears, barely hidden by her hair. Make a physical contact with your targets, and you'll be able to track them anywhere in the world. I can feel it, she whispered, touching the tiny protrusions. Like having extra senses. Next came Linda. The new mutation manifested as a small diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, like a third eye. Picture someone's face, speak their name, and you'll know their medical condition. Perfect for keeping tabs on our people's health. For Max, Jay transferred the most important ability. The change was internal, but Max's eyes briefly flickered with electric blue light as the power settled. Any network you're connected to, you can now encrypt or decrypt all communications. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be able to intercept our messages. Tom received the shared vision ability, the power to see through someone else's eyes with their consent. A thin ring of silver appeared around his irises, visible only in certain light. It was perfect for the network. He could see through the eyes of any homeless person on the street, creating an invisible surveillance web across the city. Someone getting hassled by cops, a safe shelter filling up, dangerous areas to avoid, information could flow instantly without anyone having to risk exposure by making calls or sending messages. Finally, Jay approached Bobby. This one was special. This stays between us. I can give 2 abilities, not just one, he said quietly, placing his hand on Bobby's chest. Truth inducement. People will be more honest around you than they intend. Combined with your lie detection, you'll know when they're lying and be able to guide them toward the truth. Bobby felt the power settle as he tightened his jawline. He met Jay's eyes. Your secret's safe with me, kid. When it was done, Jay slumped against the wall, exhausted. Transferring 5 different abilities had pushed his limits, but the look in their eyes made it worth it. Time to test them, he announced, straightening despite his fatigue. Maria closed her eyes, concentrating. There's a guy 3 blocks south who grabbed my wrist yesterday when he was drunk. I can feel where he is. 4th floor, apartment facing the street. Linda studied Jay intently. Jay, the diamond mark on her forehead pulsed with soft light. Severe exhaustion, dehydration, stress hormones through the roof. She shook her head. You need to take better care of yourself, document. Max pulled out his phone, connecting to the building's Wi-Fi. Encrypting, he murmured, current arcs flying over the screen. No one's reading our digital traffic now. Tom glanced at Max. May I? Max nodded, and suddenly Tom was seeing the room from Max's perspective, a disorienting but functional split-screen vision. Bobby studied Jay with genuine concern. Doc, are you holding something back about how dangerous this really is? Yeah, Jay admitted without hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. has resources we can't match. If they decide we're a threat rather than an asset, people will die. But the alternative is letting them control how enhanced individuals are treated, and we've all seen how the government handles people like us. The weight of his words settled over them. So what's the plan? Maria asked. Jay straightened, exhaustion momentarily forgotten. We do what we've always done. We take care of our own. But now we have the tools to do it properly. He moved to a map of New York City pinned to the wall, territories marked with different colored pins. You all know your territories, Jay began, his tone shifting to business. Maria, the Bronx is yours. Use your tracking to keep tabs on anyone who threatens our people. Linda, Manhattan, your diagnostic power makes you our early warning system for health crises. Max, Brooklyn's networks are your domain. Tom, Staten Island, and coordinate with everyone using your vision sharing. He paused, catching each person's attention. Bobby, you're with me in Queens. We'll handle the intelligence work. Your truth detection combined with the inducement will help us figure out who we can trust and who's feeding us lies. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Bobby asked. They made their play today. Tomorrow, I'll make mine. Jay's eyes hardened. They think they're dealing with a lone healer and some street contacts. They are in for a real surprise. As they prepared to leave, Linda paused at the door, her voice thick with emotion. Doc. What you did for us, not just the powers, but seeing us when everyone else looked right through us. Giving us purpose when we had nothing left. I could do it, so I did, Jay replied simply. Bobby stepped forward, the scar on his jaw catching the light. We won't let you down, kid. Any of us. The others nodded, a silent promise passing between them. Maria was the last to speak, her voice steady but her eyes bright. You gave us more than abilities, document. You gave us a family. After they'd gone, Jay stood alone in the safe house, watching the city lights blur together like fallen stars. Somewhere out there, Natasha Romanoff was writing her report. Nick Fury was calculating risks. Phil Coulson was updating threat assessments. They thought they were playing chess with a street kid who got lucky. They had no idea he'd just built himself an army. Chapter 25, Quiet Moves. And remember, if we make it, you're getting a 7-chapter mass release. Let's keep smashing those power stones, every one is a step closer to victory. Collision. The Queen's safehouse buzzed with quiet activity as Jay reviewed the encrypted reports coming in from his network. 3 days since the power transfers, and his people were already proving their worth. Maria's voice crackled through the secure comm from the Bronx, tagged 2 more shield watchers outside the Roosevelt Avenue shelter. They're rotating every 8 hours, trying to look casual. Want me to track them back to their base? Yeah, do that, Jay replied. And document their patterns while you're at it. Linda's report from Manhattan was more concerning. 3 of our regulars at the soup kitchen are showing signs of systematic stress, elevated cortisol, sleep deprivation patterns. Someone's been questioning them about a helpful doctor who's been making rounds. Tom's update from Staten Island rounded out the picture, been vision sharing with contacts near the ferry terminals. Shield's got people asking questions at all the major homeless camps. They're being careful about it, but word's getting out. Jay leaned back in his chair, processing the intel. Shield wasn't moving fast, but they were definitely moving. Probing, testing, mapping his network one connection at a time. They're being cautious, Bobby observed, stubbing out his cigarette in a coffee mug. Smart play after that stunt Romanoff pulled. Too cautious. Jay frowned at the reports. Fury's not the type to sit back and gather intel for weeks. He's planning something bigger. His secure phone buzzed, a message from a number he hadn't seen in over a week. I got it. Zabi. Jay's mood lifted despite the circumstances. I need to step out. Hold down the fort, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. makes any overt moves, call me immediately. The small cafe in Astoria was exactly the kind of place S.H.I.E.L.D. would overlook, worn linoleum floors, mismatched chairs, and coffee that could strip paint. Jay arrived first, choosing a corner table with clear sight lines to both entrances. Zabi appeared 10 minutes later, looking like he'd aged years in the past week. The usual confidence was still there, but underneath Jay could see something else, guilt, maybe. The kind that came from crossing lines you couldn't uncross. You look like hell, Jay said as Zabi slumped into the opposite chair. Feel worse. Zabi signaled the waitress for coffee, then met Jay's eyes. I did something I'm not proud of, hermano. Jay waited, letting the silence stretch. That job you pointed me toward. Zabi's voice dropped. I took blood samples from an old soldier. Isaiah Bradley. American hero from the war. One of the few who survived the early super soldier experiments. His hands tightened around his coffee cup. Man's been through enough without someone like me stealing from him in his sleep. You got what you needed, though. Yeah, but, Zabi looked up sharply. That's not the point. The guy's in his 70s, Jay. Finally living in peace after the government pretended he didn't exist for decades. And I violated that. Jay reached across the table, clasping Zabi's shoulder. You did a job. Clean, professional, nobody got hurt. Sometimes that's all we can control. Easy for you to say. You help people. And you help your family. Jay leaned forward. Speaking of which, how about we go to Sunday Mass at St. Mary's? Let's meet them. The guilt on Zabi's face cracked, replaced by surprise. You serious? Zabi straightened. Jay grinned. Of course. When they parted ways, Zabi looked lighter somehow, the guilt still there but no longer crushing him. The Baxter Building's security had been upgraded since Jay's last visit. Reed was taking his advice seriously. Jay. Reed's greeting was enthusiastic as always, but Jay caught the exhaustion around his eyes. Perfect timing. I've been diving deep into Dr. McCoy's mutant growth hormone research. Reed led him to the lab, where holographic displays showed complex molecular structures rotating in three-dimensional space. The theory is sound, Reed continued, manipulating the display with practiced gestures. Mutant growth hormone could significantly enhance your base physical capabilities if we can combine it with stored cosmic radiation. The challenge is finding a safe binding agent. Jay studied the projections, recognizing some of the compounds from his enhanced medical knowledge. What kind of enhancement are we talking about? Potentially dramatic. Enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, all within human limits but pushed to their absolute peak. Think Captain America-level base attributes before you add your other abilities on top. The possibilities were tempting, but Reed's tone carried a warning. There's a problem though, Reed continued. MGH is something only Dr. Hank can properly manufacture, and for good reason. In the wrong hands, it's been used to create temporary superhuman abilities in normal humans. The side effects were severe. Jay nodded, then reached into his jacket and produced the vial of dark red liquid. What about this? Reed's eyes widened as he accepted the vial, immediately moving to place it in an analysis scanner. Jay, where did you get this? Black market contact. Said it came from some kind of enhanced individual, but couldn't tell me more than that. Jay kept his voice casual. Figured it was worth checking out. The scanner hummed to life, and Reed's expression grew increasingly alarmed as data streamed across the displays. This is... Reed turned to face him, and Jay could see concern bordering on fear in his friend's eyes. Jay, this blood contains genetic markers I've seen before. Enhanced metabolism, incredible cellular regeneration, and something else, something that looks almost like steroids but on a level I've never encountered. Good thing or bad thing? Reed set the vial down carefully, as if it might explode. Whoever's blood this is, they had super soldier serum injected into their system, although it's highly degraded. Jay could see Reed's mind racing, connecting dots and reaching conclusions Jay wasn't ready to share. You're thinking about taking shortcuts, Reed said quietly. I understand the temptation, believe me. But going down this path, using illegal methods and acquiring who knows whose blood, that's how good people become cautionary tales. And sitting on our hands while S.H.I.E.L.D. builds a file thick enough to justify a black site is how good people disappear entirely, Jay shot back. Sometimes calculated risks are the only option. Reed's expression softened. You sound like me, right before I convinced my team to take an untested spaceship into a cosmic storm. The parallel wasn't lost on Jay. Reed had taken the ultimate calculated risk and gained incredible abilities, but he'd also put his friends in danger. Look, Reed continued, I won't lecture you about taking risks. God knows I've made my share of questionable decisions. But if we're doing this, we do it right. Proper testing, controlled conditions, full understanding of what we're dealing with. Jay nodded slowly. What do you need? MGH, for starters. The real thing, not black market knockoffs. And if you can somehow get access to the original super soldier serum research. Reed shook his head. That's probably impossible though. I might have a contact who could help with the MGH. Xavier's school has resources, connections. Can't promise anything on the serum research though. Jay muttered. Reed's eyebrows rose. Xavier's a brilliant geneticist, a pioneer in mutant studies. Reed paused, uncertain. Jay caught something in Reed's tone. You don't trust him. It's not about trust. It's about understanding that when you're dealing with someone that powerful, you're never entirely sure whose interests are being served. Reed met Jay's eyes. Just, be careful. Even with allies, especially with allies who can read minds. Of course, Reed has done his research on every superpower faction, Jay thought. How's the rest of the team doing? Jay asked, changing the subject to safer ground. Reed's expression brightened immediately. Better than expected, actually. Following your advice about the interviews was brilliant, public perception has shifted dramatically. Ben's been getting fan mail now. That's great. How's he handling it? Like it's the most natural thing in the world. Even went on a date last week, first time since the transformation. They're seeing each other again this weekend. Jay felt genuine happiness at the news. Ben Grimm deserved some normalcy in his life, and if Jay's intervention had helped make that possible, it was worth every minute he'd spent crafting that media strategy. What about Johnny and Sue? Johnny's loving the attention, naturally. Sue's been more reserved, but I think she appreciates not being seen as a freak of nature every time she steps outside. Reed's expression grew thoughtful. There's something else you should know, Jay said, his tone turning serious. S.H.I.E.L.D. made their recruitment pitch. Sent the Black Widow herself to my apartment. Reed's attention sharpened immediately. What did they want? The usual. Join up, share information, pretend we're all on the same side while they build leverage over everyone. Enhanced. Jay summarized the encounter, leaving out the more personal details of his exchange with Natasha. That's concerning on multiple levels, Reed muttered, already moving toward his security console. If they're making direct approaches, it means they're confident in their intelligence. They know about me, at least partially. And they're probing the people I consult for information. Jay watched as Reed activated additional security protocols. You need to be careful. They'll come for you too, eventually. We've increased our security substantially since our conversation. Bug sweeps every 6 hours, restricted access to sensitive areas, and I've been working on some countermeasures for potential infiltration attempts. Jay nodded approvingly. Reed was taking the threat seriously without being paralyzed by it. They spent another hour going over technical details and security protocols before Jay prepared to leave. Reed handed him a small device that looked like a modified smartphone. Encrypted communication device, Reed explained. If you need to reach me urgently, or if you acquire those materials we discussed. The encryption is my own design, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would need weeks to crack it. Jay pocketed the device, then handed over the vial of Isaiah's blood. Thanks. Run whatever tests you need. Just, be careful with it. Always am. Reed's smile was tired but genuine. As Jay left the Baxter building, he found himself thinking about Reed's warning. His secure phone buzzed with an update from Bobby. S.H.I.E.L.D. increased surveillance around the soup kitchens. They're getting bolder. Jay quickened his pace. Time for quiet moves was running out. Chapter 26, Author's Note. Chapter 27, Checks and Mate. Reminder, we still have a 5-day window to reach the top 10 by Monday. If we get there, I will publish a 7-chapter mass release. If you can, please drop Power Stones, share the chapter, and leave a quick comment or like. Every action moves us closer. Let's keep this momentum and finish the climb. Oh. 3 days passed in calculated silence, punctuated only by Rogue's increasingly desperate messages. First came requests for a private cafe meeting. Then dinner at an upscale Manhattan restaurant. Finally, formal sit-downs at the Xavier Mansion, complete with voicemails about misunderstandings that could be easily cleared up. Jay ignored every single one, letting each unanswered call twist the knife deeper into Xavier's desperation. The longer he let her stew, the more frantic the telepath would become. Desperate people made stupid compromises, gave away things they'd sworn to protect. He needed Xavier desperate enough to hand over access to Hank McCoy's mutant growth hormone research without a fight. His secure phone buzzed with routine updates. Maria had tracked 3 more S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance teams to a staging area in Queens. They were closing the net, thinking they were adorably subtle. Jay almost pitied them. Almost. The danger sense slammed into him like a sledgehammer the moment he stepped onto his building's front stoop. Someone was upstairs. Someone radiating enough controlled lethality to scream danger at his enhanced senses. Jay immediately texted Bobby. Check in every 20 minutes. If I miss one, assume trouble and tell Maria to find me. Bobby's reply, you sure? I can be there in 10. Jay's thumb hovered. For a moment, he almost said yes. Instead, trust me. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Because it fucking was. After days of amateur hour surveillance and second-string agents, the real player had finally shown up. Jay had been preparing for this moment since he'd owned Natasha. The walk up 4 flights felt like climbing toward a war zone. His danger sense picked up measured, professional footsteps, positioned for maximum violence and quick escape routes. At least 2 people, possibly 3. One definitely in his apartment, others covering exits. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest. Jay approached his door, cataloging everything. Someone inside radiated the kind of controlled violence that came from decades of turning people into corpses. Someone who'd killed more people than most soldiers ever dreamed of seeing. He slid his key into the lock and paused. "You know," Jay called conversationally, shield breaking and entering. "Must be a really slow week, Fury." Silence. Then, soft as whispers, the locks disengaged with precise electronic clicks, not his doing. Someone inside had just casually overridden his security. Dramatic asshole. Jay pushed the door open and stepped inside like he found legendary spy masters in his living room every fucking Tuesday. The lights flickered on, revealing exactly what he'd expected, yet still managing to blow his mind. Nick Fury sat in his reading chair like he owned the place, positioned to watch both door and windows. Black leather coat, tactical gear worth more than most people's souls, that famous eye patch that had become synonymous with, "I will end you and your entire bloodline." But Jay caught something the fanboys never mentioned. Controlled tension like a cocked gun held in check by pure will. Fingers positioned for a quick draw that could ventilate someone in half a heartbeat. Nick Fury looked carved from granite and fuck you attitude, but underneath that legendary composure, Jay sensed something delicious, uncertainty. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the man who'd bitch-slapped alien invasions, wasn't entirely sure how this would go. Perfect. Uncertainty bred mistakes, and mistakes created opportunities to absolutely wreck someone's day. "Careful what comes out of your mouth next, kid," Fury said, each word dripping with barely contained violence. Jay stepped inside but left the door open, because fuck your intimidation tactics. Director Fury. "I'd offer coffee, but something tells me you're here to threaten my existence." "Damn right I'm not here for pleasantries." Fury leaned forward, flashing the substantial firearm beneath his coat. "Jay, the doctor himself. You gave my agents quite a goddamn heart attack. Let me paint you a picture of what I know, and you tell me if I've got anything wrong." Jay settled against the doorframe like he had all the time in the fucking world. Fury machine-gunned names like bullets. Robert Bobby Torino, 53, Vietnam veteran with a gambling problem and surprisingly good instincts for a man who should have been worm food twice over. Distinguished himself at Firebase Charlie during Tet before a leg injury sent him home to a government that couldn't give less of a shit about his service. Jay kept his face neutral, knowing Fury wasn't just reciting intelligence, he was demonstrating the power to crush everything Jay had built into fucking dust. Maria Santos, former clerk who lost her job after her accident, left her with a shattered spine and medical bills that'll bury her alive. Linda Washington, 38, 2 kids she hasn't seen in 3 years because she can't afford somewhere safe. Especially with her lungs barely fucking working. Message received, asshole. Jay's people weren't safe. Max Coleman, discharged after an IED rearranged his face and left him with abilities the VA pretends don't exist. Henderson and his boy Tommy, kid had potential to be a genuine hero until you came along. Emma Carlisle, who stupidly fed a dangerous stranger. Claire Temple, who thinks you're the second coming of Jesus Christ. Fury's voice never wavered, but Jay caught the razor-sharp emphasis. This was threat assessment, S.H.I.E.L.D. deciding whether to recruit, neutralize, or make his people disappear forever. You've been running in completely illegal medical practice, treating enhanced individuals, building a network of fanatically loyal followers. Very effective, very dangerous, and very fucking illegal. Now came the real throat punch, delivered with surgical precision. But here's where it gets interesting. Fury stood slowly, radiating controlled menace. You're not in any database. No birth certificate, social security, school records, medical history. You materialized 3 months ago with perfect English, advanced medical knowledge, and abilities too convenient to be natural. The silence stretched like a garrote wire. Jay felt Fury's single eye dissecting every micro-expression. And here's the kicker, Fury's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. You're not even human, your blood evaporates too fucking fast in our environment. You're an alien with no identification, no history, and no goddamn business being on this planet. The words hung like a death sentence. In Fury's world, unknown meant dangerous, and dangerous meant eliminated with extreme prejudice. Jay couldn't help it, he started laughing his ass off. The sound shattered Fury's psychological profile. The legendary spymaster's hand instinctively moved toward his weapon, looking genuinely rattled for the first time in decades. Alien. Jay wiped his eyes, still chuckling. Oh, Nick. That's fucking hilarious, coming from someone married to a Skrull. How's Vera doing these days? The transformation was instantaneous and devastating. Fury's legendary composure exploded like a grenade building. His hand froze halfway to his gun, every muscle going statue rigid with shock. The single eye that had stared down cosmic horrors went wide with something Jay had never expected to see. Pure, undiluted terror. For the first time in anyone's living memory, Nick Fury looked completely and utterly fucked. Silence stretched for 30 agonizing heartbeats. When Fury finally moved, it was to frantically cut external audio. When he spoke, his voice was death incarnate, the tone of a man who'd killed for much, much less. How the fuck did you know that? Jay stepped forward into the kill zone like he was taking a casual stroll. Same way I know you lost your eye to a cat named Goose. Adorable little thing, really, if you ignore the face-melting tentacles. Tell me, do you still piss yourself when you hear purring? Fury's eye went dinner plate wide, his hand completing its journey to his weapon without drawing, muscle memory screaming danger. Who the hell are you? Someone who knows every dirty secret you've buried, Jay said, stepping well inside Fury's personal space. Like how you've been harboring illegal fucking aliens for years. How you fell head over heels for a shape-shifting spy sent to catalog human weaknesses. How you've built your entire goddamn career on secrets that would topple governments and start wars if they got out. Each revelation hit Fury like a physical assault. Jay could see calculations frantically running behind that single eye, most scenarios ending with someone in a body bag. Answer me right fucking now, how do you know about Vera? Jay's smirk could have cut glass. Same way I know about the Tesseract. Same way I know about the Avengers Initiative. Same way I know about Project Pegasus and what Wenzel Volker was really trying to accomplish. Fury's composure crumbled further. Answer the goddamn question right now, or I swear to Christ. I know because knowing things keeps me breathing in a world full of trigger-happy psychopaths like you, Jay interrupted, his voice hardening to match Fury's intensity. People who see a problem and reach for the fucking gun. People who think secrets are currency and lives are completely expendable. People who'd rather murder an unknown than risk losing control. He straightened, suddenly looking less like a young man and more like a predator wearing human skin. And here's what you need to fucking understand, Director, if S.H.I.E.L.D. so much as breathes wrong on me or my people, if Bobby gets arrested on bullshit charges, if Maria disappears into a black site torture chamber, if Claire gets sent to a mind rape facility, the world gets free fucking access to every black operation you've sanctioned, every illegal alien you're harboring, and a detailed GPS guide to finding your wife. The threat hung between them like a loaded nuclear warhead. Both men knew Jay wasn't bluffing, couldn't be bluffing, not with the information he'd just casually demolished Fury with. Something snapped behind Fury's eye. Motherfucker. The punch came fast and professional, thrown by a man who'd learned to fight in back alleys and black sites, aimed to drop Jay unconscious without permanent damage. But danger sense made Jay know the attack was coming before Fury's neurons finished firing. The director's fist cut through empty fucking air as Jay sidestepped effortlessly. His foot swept Fury's ankle at the perfect moment of overextension, sending the legendary spymaster tumbling forward like a drunk amateur. Jay caught him by the shoulder, steadying him while demonstrating complete and utter dominance. The moment stretched, predator and prey, though it wasn't remotely clear who was which. Easy there, Nick, Jay murmured, maddeningly calm. Losing your cool doesn't suit you. Kind of ruins that whole, unflappable mastermind reputation you've spent decades building. Fury shrugged out of Jay's grip and stepped back, breathing hard, his single eye blazing with fury and something else, grudging professional admiration. Anyone who could make Nick Fury throw the first punch and then embarrass him like a fucking amateur deserved respect. You cocky little shit, Fury said, but there was genuine admiration in his voice now. So, Jay said, straightening his shirt like absolutely nothing had happened, shall we negotiate like civilized adults, or do you want to throw more laughably telegraphed punches? Fury stared at him for a long moment, wrestling with homicidal rage and professional training. Training 1, barely. He moved back to the chair and sat heavily, suddenly looking every one of his hard-earned years. What the fuck do you want? Same things I told your Black Widow when she tried this with more subtlety and better legs, Jay replied. Agent Coulson as my handler, and before you ask, it's because he resembles a character I like. Surveillance stops completely. And access to the Stark and Erskine research archives. First one's already done, Fury said, composure returning. Coulson was briefed this morning. The second. I don't have complete control of S.H.I.E.L.D. The World Security Council calls the shots. I know about Pierce, Jay said quietly, watching Fury's eye sharpen like a blade. But the surveillance team's harassing my network, that stops. Your people stop treating them like enemy combatants. Fury nodded slowly. That I can do. But research archives are completely off the table. No way I'm giving an unknown entity access to weapons of mass destruction. Jay tilted his head, smile turning predatory. What if I sweetened the pot considerably? With what? Call Coulson in first. And don't lie to me, I know he's waiting in dear old Lola. Fury's jaw worked silently, running frantic calculations. Then he reactivated his comm. Coulson, get your ass in here. Now. The door opened 90 seconds later, admitting Phil Coulson, immaculate suit, shell-shocked expression, exactly like Jay remembered. Professional, competent, and looking slightly overwhelmed by the cosmic shitstorm he'd walked into. Tell me, Jay said, laser focusing on the newcomer, why does Captain America matter to the world? Coulson blinked. I'm sorry. Humor me, Jay said, his smile becoming genuinely warm for the first time. Why does Steve Rogers matter? Not as a symbol or political tool, but as a human being. What makes him worth giving a damn about? Coulson glanced at Fury, who gave a curt nod. The agent straightened his tie. Well, Coulson began carefully, Captain America represents the absolute best of what we can be. Living proof that it's not about the power you have, but what you choose to do with it. As he spoke, Coulson's professional mask began cracking, revealing raw, genuine passion underneath. He stood up to bullies when he was 90 pounds soaking wet, and kept standing up when he could punch through steel. He never forgot where he came from or who he was really fighting for. He looked at the serum and saw responsibility, not opportunity. The words came faster now, years of suppressed hero worship bubbling to the surface. He's the man who threw himself on what he thought was a live grenade to save complete strangers, people who'd shown him nothing but contempt. Who crashed a plane into the fucking Arctic rather than let innocent people die, even though he'd just found the love of his life. Coulson's voice rose, carefully maintained composure giving way to something raw and beautiful and honest. He's the guy who proves beyond doubt that good men can stay good, even in a world that rewards the complete opposite. He's proof that heroes can exist. Coulson, Fury interrupted, but there was unmistakable fondness in his voice. Right. Sorry, sir. Coulson straightened his tie, looking embarrassed. Jay was grinning like a maniac now, the expression completely transforming his face. Oh, Phil. I'm about to make your entire fucking year. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at him with electric tension. Jay let the moment stretch, savoring their attention and the power it represented. Right now, he had Nick Fury and Phil Coulson exactly where he wanted them, curious, off balance, and desperate for information only he could provide. Tell me, Agent Coulson, Jay said, his smile growing wider and infinitely more dangerous, how would you like to meet your hero? The silence that followed was absolutely fucking perfect. Chapter 28, The X-Trade. Bobby burst through Jay's apartment door like the building was on fire, expecting to find his friend either pacing frantically or hunched over tactical plans after what had to be the most terrifying hour of his life. Instead, Jay was sprawled across his couch in worn jeans and a faded t-shirt, sipping chai while Miles Davis drifted from the stereo. He looked up from his paperback with mild annoyance. An hour ago, Bobby said, staring in disbelief, you had the world's scariest man sitting in your living room. Nick fucking Fury. And you're reading. Jay turned a page. I've given them something to chew on. As long as they're gnawing at the marrow, we're in the clear. What the hell does that mean? Bobby. Jay's voice carried that particular brand of patient exhaustion reserved for explaining obvious things to children. Don't lose sleep over it. Everything's handled. Bobby opened his mouth to argue, took one look at Jay's expression, and decided he didn't want to know what kind of nuclear information his friend had dropped on the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Some secrets were better left buried. The next morning, Jay's secure phone buzzed. Professor Charles Xavier, they'd been playing phone tag for days. Dr. J speaking. This is Professor Charles Xavier. The voice carried Oxford authority, yet humbler than their previous conversations. I believe we've had some miscommunications regarding our mutual acquaintance, Marie. I was hoping you might visit so I can apologize in person. Jay let the silence stretch, knowing Xavier was reading his hesitation as reluctance rather than amusement. The great telepath who'd tried to mind rape him was practically begging now. I suppose I could make time. This afternoon work? Absolutely. I'll have someone escort you from the gates. After hanging up, Jay found Bobby in the kitchen. Check if S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance teams are still active. Full sweep. Text me what you find. Where are you going? Back to Xavier's place. Time to collect on some overdue debts. The drive upstate gave Jay time to think. His new Datsun 240Z purred like a contented predator, eating up highway miles. He'd earned this car. His phone rang at the Westchester County line. Carlson. Agent Carlson. Jay grinned at the barely controlled excitement in the man's voice. Getting any rest, or too busy planning Arctic expeditions? How did you? Never mind. I don't want to know. Carlson laughed, slightly unhinged. I still can't believe Fury approved this. 3 days of prep for what might be the most important mission in S.H.I.E.L.D. history. Amazing what people will greenlight when the stakes are high enough, Jay said. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. have on Xavier's people? Basic files. Confirmed mutants, but they maintain non-aggression. Xavier donates heavily to the president's campaigns, so there's political protection. And what does Fury know that's not in the files? Carlson hesitated. That's classified. Phil. After yesterday, do classifications really matter between us? A pause. Private arrangement from 83. Mutual aid, they handle rogue mutants, we manage media coverage. Jay processed this. Ancient mutant trying to remake the world, civilization nearly ending before most people knew it was threatened. Typical Tuesday in the Marvel Universe. But its effect on the new MCU timeline will need to be studied. Good to know. Thanks. Jay. Be careful in there. Xavier's people are intense. Xavier's gates opened automatically as Jay approached. The familiar bamf of displaced air announced Kurt Wagner's arrival before Jay had even parked. Dr. J. Kurt materialized with his characteristic grin, though Jay caught nervousness in the teleporter's yellow eyes. We'll come in back. Zay Professor, he is waiting. Jay followed him through corridors that felt different now, less welcoming, more watchful. Students glanced his way with obvious curiosity. Word had spread about his last visit. About what he could do. The main hall felt like a tribunal. Jay settled into the same leather chair, picking up a newspaper while cataloging everyone's positioning. Rogue appeared first, nervous energy barely contained despite her attempt at casual confidence. Jay, she said in her southern drawl, sugar, I am real glad you could make it back. After last time, well, on no things got heated. Ancient history, Jay replied, not looking up from the sports section. Logan showed up next, positioning himself near the door, predatory eyes tracking Jay's every movement. Back again, bub. Either you're real brave or real stupid. Little of both, probably. Storm entered, air pressure shifting. Her white hair moved with its own wind. Doctor, she said coolly. I trust this visit will be more productive. Scott entered with projected authority while clearly waiting for Xavier's cues. We appreciate you coming back despite the misunderstandings. Jean followed, immediately probing telepathically against Jay's mental shields. Her brow furrowed with familiar frustration as her abilities found no purchase. Xavier entered with Beast shuffling behind, wringing massive hands nervously. The professor wore his diplomatic smile, reserved for delicate negotiations. Dr. J, Xavier said with measured warmth. Thank you for returning despite our unfortunate first meeting. I owe you a sincere apology. Jay folded the newspaper and looked up. Do you now? Xavier's composure flickered slightly. My attempt to scan your thoughts was inappropriate and invasive. You came seeking understanding, and I responded with suspicion rather than support. He paused carefully. However, you must understand our perspective. When you demonstrated your ability to suppress Marie's powers, it felt like removing what fundamentally makes us who we are. Jay let the silence hang. And violating someone's mental sanctity is different how. The words landed like a gentle slap. Several X-Men shifted uncomfortably. There's a significant difference, Xavier began, academic authority reasserting itself, between temporary suppression chosen by the individual and permanent removal forced upon them. Under the circumstances, telepathic assessment seemed prudent. Jay stood slowly, suddenly commanding every eye in the room. Yet he projected curiosity rather than confrontation. I'm trying to understand the philosophy here. You've built quite an impressive place. He gestured around the elegant hall. Beautiful architecture, world-class facilities, students who feel safe. Remarkable, really. Xavier relaxed slightly. We try to provide sanctuary for those who need it. For some. the ones who can benefit from what you offer here. Storm's eyes flashed. We help anyone who comes to us seeking aid. Jay turned back thoughtfully. I'm sure you do your best. But resources are limited, right? You can't save everyone. Scott replied, tone heavy with impossible decisions. We do what we can. Jay nodded with apparent understanding. Of course. Practical considerations. He paused conversationally. When's the last time someone whose mutation makes them leak acid constantly enrolled here? Beast's scientific mind wrestled visibly. Such cases would require specialized medical. Jay interjected gently. Right, exactly. Not feasible. Too dangerous for other students. I understand completely. His tone remained reasonable, but something sharp flickered in his eyes. And someone whose appearance is significantly altered. That must present image challenges. Well, aside from Hank with his achievements or Kurt with his convenient teleportation. We don't discriminate based on appearance, Jean said quickly. Jay agreed easily. Of course not. But practically speaking, there are limits, right? A student who causes uncontrollable nausea in everyone around them would disrupt the learning environment. The room grew uncomfortable, though Jay's tone remained conversational. I've done medical work in New York's underground. The Morlock tunnels. Fascinating community down there. Kids whose mutations make them less suitable for surface life. Xavier's hands tightened on his wheelchair arms. The world above ground. Jay finished with apparent understanding. Isn't ready, right? Makes sense. You work within the system, build bridges, show mutants can integrate. Smart approach. Logan straightened, instincts detecting something others missed. Where you going with this, bub? Jay smiled with apparent warmth. Just exploring different perspectives. He turned back to the group. You're doing incredible work here. Teaching these kids control, showing the world mutants can be heroes. Inspiring, really. The genuine-sounding praise made the underlying tension more unsettling. Jay continued thoughtfully. But I'm curious about the philosophical framework. When you suppress your own abilities to blend in, Mystique changing her form to appear normal, that's acceptable. But when I offer Marie the same choice temporarily, that's taking away her identity. Hank fumbled for words, scientific precision failing him. The context is different. Jay asked gently. Is it? Or is it about who gets to make the choice? He looked directly at Rogue, expression softening genuinely. Marie, that day when I touched your skin and you felt nothing, no absorption, no memories, no trauma, how did that make you feel? Like I could breathe again, she whispered, accent thickening with emotion, green eyes bright with unshed tears. Like I wasn't dangerous for the first time since I was 14. Like maybe I could be normal, just for a little while. Jay nodded slowly. That sounds like freedom to me. Xavier studied him with growing wariness, decades of experience recognizing when he was being outmaneuvered. Your point is well taken. Perhaps we were too hasty in our judgment. I appreciate that. Though I have to ask, is this newfound openness related to your conversation with Director Fury about me? The temperature seemed to drop. Xavier went very still. Xavier said carefully, academic composure reasserting. I'm not sure I follow. Jay's smile didn't change. Oh, I just meant you guys are so close due to your mutual aid agreement. You know, the one from the Cairo incident in 1983. When Apocalypse tried to remake the world. Dead silence. Jean's eyes went wide. Logan shot Xavier a sharp look. Jay continued conversationally. You help S.H.I.E.L.D. with rogue mutants, they keep mutant affairs out of mainstream media. Quite elegant. Everyone wins. Xavier's composure cracked visibly. How could you possibly? Jay shrugged casually. I make it my business to understand the people I work with, Professor. Speaking of which, I should mention why I'm really here. The shift was unmistakable. Suddenly, Jay wasn't the curious visitor, he was controlling this conversation, having systematically dismantled their moral high ground. Jay said simply. I need access to Hank's MGH research. Beast jumped in, panic evident. Absolutely not. That research is classified, dangerous, and completely unethical to share with. Jay interrupted mildly. With someone who could give Marie normal human contact whenever she wants it. Someone who could let you pass for human when needed. The applications extend far beyond suppression. We're talking about controlled, temporary modifications that could revolutionize how mutants interact with the world. Jean's telepathic probe hit his shields again, bouncing off. Jay glanced at her with amusement. Most people consider it rude to keep trying to read someone's mind after they've made it clear they don't appreciate it. Jean flushed. It's mostly involuntary. Jay's smile turned razor-sharp. Here's a thought, maybe work on that impulse control before someone decides your involuntary violations deserve a more permanent solution. Xavier and Beast exchanged a look laden with decades of shared secrets. Xavier's fingers steepled as he weighed options. Xavier said slowly, each word measured. The research data would remain highly classified. Any access would require strict oversight and limitations. We cannot simply hand over years of genetic research to. Jay's smile turned genuinely pleased. That someone happens to be the new consultant for the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards requires this research to understand the cellular changes their team underwent from cosmic radiation. The scientific applications alone justify collaboration. In exchange, I'm offering temporary power suppression for Rogue and Beast, or anyone else here who might benefit, on an as-needed basis. The reactions were telling. Rogue looked like every dream she'd ever had was suddenly within reach, hands trembling as she imagined simple human touch. Storm watched Jay with the wariness of someone recognizing a storm more dangerous than her own. Beast appeared torn between scientific curiosity and the growing certainty he was making a deal with something far more complex than initially assumed. Kids got stones, Logan growled, but with grudging respect. I'll give him that. Xavier studied Jay with the intensity of someone solving an impossibly complex equation. There would be additional conditions. Dr. McCoy would supervise any research access. We would maintain final approval over applications. Jay agreed easily. Of course. But Reed's involvement is non-negotiable. He's the leading expert in cellular mutation outside of Dr. McCoy here. And if we discover you're using this information for harmful purposes? Jay's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Professor, I'm offering your people the freedom to choose when and how they express their gifts. Wasn't that what you taught? He stood, collecting his jacket with casual satisfaction. The conversation had gone exactly where he'd wanted, yet somehow everyone felt they'd been part of the decision. Jay said pleasantly. I should let you all discuss the specifics. Marie, I'll coordinate with Dr. McCoy regarding research access. You can decide when you'd like to move forward with treatments. As he headed for the door, he paused and turned back with apparent afterthought. Oh, and Professor. Next time someone comes looking for help understanding their abilities, maybe try listening before poking around in their head. Just a thought. The gentle rebuke hit harder than any angry confrontation. Jay left them to process what had happened, knowing every person in that room now believed the arrangement had been their idea while he made his way toward Beast's lab. Perfect. Chapter 29, Fist of the Moon. The warm July air bit at Jay's face as he stepped through Xavier's front doors, satisfaction radiating through him like warmth from a good whiskey. Hours of careful negotiation had netted him access to Beast's MGH research, Rogue's gratitude, and the grudging respect of the most powerful telepath on Earth. Even Logan had looked impressed by the end. Check and mate, Jay thought, fishing his car keys from his jacket pocket. The Datsun 240Z sat pristine in the circular drive, chrome gleaming under the mansion's security lights. Fury's got his Arctic expedition, Xavier's got his face-saving compromise, and I've got genetic research that could help me upgrade my body. He paused at the driver's door, breathing in the night air. The ground stretched out before him, manicured lawns and ancient oak trees. Behind him, warm light spilled from the mansion's windows, where students finished homework or gathered in common areas, probably gossiping about the mysterious doctor who could suppress mutant abilities. Got to say I've finally got the board under control, he mused, sliding the key toward the lock. Now I just need to. His danger sense exploded. Too late. A blur of white slammed into him like a freight train, the punch connecting with his left temple with the wet crack of bone meeting unstoppable force. The world tilted, spun, then shattered as Jay's body crashed through the mansion's ornate wooden gates. Splinters and iron hinges scattered like shrapnel as he tumbled across the marble foyer, student screams piercing the air around him. Get the kids upstairs. Scott's voice cut through the chaos. Now. Jay's vision swam as he tried to push himself up, ears ringing like cathedral bells. Blood trickled from his hairline, warm and sticky against his palm. Through the haze, he caught glimpses of students fleeing, someone teleporting them away in puffs of smoke, others racing up the grand staircase with terror written across young faces. What the hell? A figure stepped through the destroyed entrance with the measured calm of divine judgment. White armor gleamed under the foyer's crystal chandelier, flowing cape rippling in the night breeze. The hood cast shadows across features that seemed carved from marble and moonlight, but the eyes burned with silver fire. Moon Knight. Jay pressed a glowing green palm to his temple, letting his healing aura knit damaged tissue back together. The healing warmth spread through his skull, clearing the fog of concussion even as his mind raced to process the impossibility before him. Who the hell are you? Cyclops demanded, ruby quartz visor already glowing with barely contained optic force. And why are you attacking us? The figures had turned with predatory precision, studying each X-Man as they took defensive positions around the foyer. Logan's claws extended with metallic snicks, Storm's eyes went white as barometric pressure plummeted, and Jean's hair began to lift with telekinetic energy. When Moon Knight spoke, his voice carried the weight of divine authority, cold and absolute. I am the Fist of Khonshu, avatar of the moon's will. He stepped forward, mystical weapons materializing in his hands, crescent darts that gleamed with sharpness. The X-Men stand accused of crimes against the gods of Egypt. Your battle with the false god Apocalypse laid waste to Cairo, desecrated sacred sites, and weakened the faith of millions. Xavier's wheelchair whispered across marble as he rolled into view, telepathic probe already reaching out. The Apocalypse crisis required silence. Moon Knight's roar seemed to shake the foundations. The devastation you caused damaged the balance between life and afterlife. Ancient temples reduced to rubble. Believers turning from the old ways in fear and confusion. You took no responsibility. Made no recompense. The debt remains unpaid. Jay's healing finished its work, leaving him clear-headed enough to understand what he was witnessing. This is about X-Men, Apocalypse. The timeline's shifting, Moon Knight should be years away from manifesting, but gods operate on different schedules than mortals. We saved the world, Scott said, optic blast building behind his visor. At what cost? Moon Knight's cape billowed as power gathered around him. Khonshu has rendered judgment. The guilty must be punished. Logan snarled, adamantium claws gleaming. Funny way of introducing yourself, bub. The fight erupted like lightning. Logan struck first, 300 pounds of Canadian fury and unbreakable metal. But Moon Knight moved like liquid shadow, sidestepping the wild haymaker and driving an elbow into Logan's ribs. Even reinforced bones creaked under the impact. The Wolverine grunted, pain flashing across his features as mystical crescent blades left shallow cuts that healed slower than usual. Cyclops fired. Ruby-red destruction lanced across the foyer, and Moon Knight's armor absorbed most of the blast, but the force still staggered him backward, armor smoking. In that split second of recovery, a gauntlet fist caught Scott square in the solar plexus, doubling him over. Storm called down lightning. This time Moon Knight had to dive and roll, the electrical assault forcing him behind a marble pillar as bolts scorched the floor around him. Impressive, he acknowledged, genuine respect threading through his voice. But divine will cannot be so easily deterred. Professor. Jean's voice cracked with desperation as she raised both hands, telekinetic force slamming into Moon Knight like an invisible sledgehammer. The armored figure launched off his feet and crashed into the far wall, armor cracking audibly against stone. He pushed himself up slowly, clearly feeling every inch of the impact. The Phoenix's flames may burn bright, he said, voice slightly strained, but Moonlight is patient. That's when Xavier made his play. The professor's eyes rolled back as he launched the most intense psychic assault he could muster, telepathic force hitting Moon Knight's mind with enough power to shatter ordinary consciousness. For a moment, Xavier's probe seemed to penetrate the mental defenses, slipping past the maze of fractured personalities. Multiple minds. Xavier muttered, sweat beading on his forehead as he fought through the mental labyrinth. But still mortal consciousness at its core. I can reach. Then something else stirred in the depths of Moon Knight's psyche. A presence vast and ancient uncoiled from the shadows of Mark Spector's mind, Khonshu himself, the moon god's consciousness awakening like a titan from slumber. Xavier's telepathic probe, which had been carefully navigating the fractured personalities, suddenly found itself in the presence of divine awareness that stretched back millennia. Mortal. The voice thundered through the psychic link, not heard but felt, reverberating through Xavier's very soul. You dare invade the mind of my chosen. Xavier's confident expression cracked as he realized what he was facing. This wasn't just a mutant with multiple personalities, there was something genuinely divine lurking in the mental landscape, something that made his telepathic abilities feel like a candle flame before a hurricane. Impossible, Xavier gasped, his psychic probe recoiling as Conch's presence expanded, filling every corner of Moon Knight's consciousness with silver fire. No mind should contain. I am Khonshu, Lord of the Moon, protector of night travelers, god of vengeance. The divine voice pressed against Xavier's mind like a weight that threatened to crush his sanity. And you, Charles Xavier, have made a grave error. Did you think, Moon Knight said, his voice now layered with 4 distinct tones, Mark, Stephen, Jake, and something infinitely older, that an avatar's mind would be defenseless against invasion? Xavier's scream was telepathic but somehow audible, the professor's chair rolling backward as divine fire burned through his mental probe. The psychic backlash was devastating, not just the failure of his assault, but the terrifying realization that he had touched something that existed on a completely different level of reality. Suppress him. Jean shouted at Jay, Phoenix's fire beginning to manifest around her silhouette, not the overwhelming cosmic force, but the more controlled version she was learning to master. Like you did with Rogue. Jay was already moving, adrenaline and desperation overriding tactical thinking. If he could just reach Moon Knight, get his hands on the armor, maybe his power could cut through whatever divine enhancement. Jay. Beast's warning came too late. Jay's palm slammed against Moon Knight's breastplate, and nothing happened. His power flowed out like water hitting stone, meeting some fundamental resistance that made his teeth ache. Oh shit. How could I forget? Can't affect magic-infused abilities because of the damn drawback. The no arcane limitation that had seemed like such a minor drawback suddenly became a death sentence. Moon Knight's hooded head tilted with predatory interest. Interesting. You attempted something. The Avatar's gauntlet hand closed around Jay's throat, but his grip was weaker than before, the earlier battle having taken its toll. The god judges you as well, young one. What followed was brutal. Moon Knight, clearly fatigued from fighting multiple X-Men simultaneously, still landed solid hits but lacked his earlier devastating precision. A hook to the ribs cracked bone with an audible snap. An uppercut to the jaw rattled Jay's brain against his skull like dice in a cup. But his danger sense, now fully active, helped him twist away from the worst damage, turning killing blows into painful but survivable impacts. Through the haze of pain, Jay managed to trigger a discreet SOS device, a gift from Reed Richards that would transmit GPS coordinates and vital signs directly to the Baxter building. Please let someone be monitoring the scanners. Moon Knight noticed the signal but was too engaged with an increasingly aggressive Jean Grey to stop it immediately. Calling for help. The Avatar's voice held dark amusement tinged with exhaustion. Conch's judgment cannot be delayed by mortal interference. The final confrontation came when Jean's phoenix fire flared brighter, forcing Moon Knight to make a tactical decision. Rather than continue a battle he might not win against multiple opponents, he delivered a precise strike to Jay's temple and began his withdrawal. Jay's consciousness spiraled down into merciful darkness, his last sight the figure in white retreating through the destroyed entrance, his mission of delivering divine judgment incomplete. Jay woke to medical equipment humming and the smell of ozone. The Baxter Building's medical bay. Easy there, document. Johnny Storm appeared beside the bed, concern tempering his usual grin. You've been out for 6 hours. Reed was starting to wonder if that psycho in the Halloween costume scrambled your brains permanently. Jay tried to sit up and immediately regretted it as his ribs reminded him of Moon Knight's beating. How did I get here? Your SOS beacon, Reed called from across the lab, studying holographic displays. We reached Xavier's mansion in 12 minutes. What happened? Awful mess, Ben Grimm rumbled from the doorway. Gate smashed, but most of the X-Men were back on their feet. Sue shimmered into visibility. Jean Grey was maintaining a defensive position when we arrived. The armored figure had already withdrawn. Reed pulled up a holographic replay. Moon Knight, as they called him, retreated in an orderly fashion, more message than destruction. And Xavier? Conscious but shaken. His telepathic probe left him disoriented for hours. He was collecting a divine debt, Jay said, managing to sit upright. Something about their battle with Apocalypse damaging sacred sites and weakening faith in the old gods. Interesting, are they divine beings or advanced entities with different genetic and mental frameworks? Reed mused. Yeah, well, nobody beats up our consultant without answering to us, Johnny said. Ben cracked his knuckles like breaking concrete. But Jay's mind was racing. He'd walked into Xavier's mansion feeling like a chess master, confident in his knowledge and planning. Then Moon Knight appeared, someone who shouldn't exist yet, and systematically dismantled his assumptions. I've been playing it safe, he thought grimly. Relying on knowing the stories, thinking I could control everything without real risk. But this isn't a comic book or a movie. This is real, the timeline is changing, and I'm nowhere near strong enough. Moon Knight had been weakened by fighting multiple X-Men and still rendered Jay helpless. His power suppression useless against magic, his danger sense insufficient, his healing barely keeping up. Every major threat suddenly felt imminent rather than safely distant. And he wasn't ready. Thanks for the rescue, Jay said, swinging his legs over the bed with new determination. I owe you one. You don't owe us anything, Sue replied. That's what friends do. At the door, Reed stopped him. Jay. Be careful out there. Jay's expression had shifted from confident manipulator to something harder, more focused. Reed, I need to ask you something. How quickly could we accelerate my enhancement program? I managed to get Xavier's mutant growth hormone research, all of it. Reed's eyebrows rose. That's significant acceleration. What's prompted this urgency? Jay glanced at the New York skyline, thinking of gods and cosmic forces that didn't follow schedules. I've realized I can't afford to take things slow anymore. The world is bigger and more dangerous than I thought, and I need to be ready for whatever comes next. Chapter 30, Blood and Luck. The Baxter Building's elevator hummed softly as Jay ascended to Reed's laboratory, his ribs still having phantom pain from Moon Knight's beating 3 days ago. The healing had helped, but some aches lingered as reminders of how close he'd come to something far worse than broken bones. Reed looked up from a complex array of equipment as Jay entered, his expression of genuine concern. Jay, good timing. I've been analyzing your blood samples from the medical bay. He gestured to a holographic display showing cellular breakdown in real time. It's remarkable and problematic simultaneously. How problematic? Jay asked, though Reed's tone already suggested he wouldn't like the answer. Your blood starts breaking down the instant it leaves your body, seconds, Jay, Reed said, fingers flicking through the holographic display. The decay pattern pulsed red as he zoomed in. Even under perfect lab conditions, we'd have maybe 90 seconds of usable sample time. That's nowhere near enough for the genetic modifications we're aiming for. Jay wasn't sure whether to thank or curse his DNA lock perk for working overtime. Reed rubbed his temples, a gesture Jay recognized as his thinking pose. I hate to admit this, but we might need to bring Dr. McCoy fully into the project. His expertise in mutant genetics could be the difference between success and catastrophic failure. What are the odds with just you? Reed's lengthy pause spoke volumes. Honestly. Even with Hank's help, you'll need a ridiculous amount of luck for this to work. We're essentially rewriting your genetic code on the fly while racing against cellular breakdown. Jay stared at the holographic decay patterns, the comfortable illusion of control he'd maintained was shattered. Leave everything to me, Reed. I'll set up the meeting with McCoy. Are you certain? Involving more people in this. Reed. Jay's voice carried new steel. After what happened with Moon Knight, I can't afford to play it safe anymore. Reed nodded slowly, recognizing the shift in his friend's demeanor. The cab ride back to his apartment gave Jay time to plan his next steps. Bobby was pacing the living room when Jay walked in, redness around his clenched fists, a telltale sign of his agitation. Jesus, kid, Maria, and everyone else are worried about you getting involved with this Xavier lot. When you didn't answer my calls that night, I thought, Bobby stopped mid-sentence, taking in Jay's careful movements. Thanks for the pep talk, Jay said dryly, easing himself onto the couch and favoring his left side. But you should see the other guy. Actually, no, he looked fine. That's part of the problem. You're still holding out on me. Come on, tell me everything, Bobby said, settling into the opposite chair. Jay explained the Moon Knight encounter, the divine judgment, the systematic beating, the realization that his power had limitations he hadn't fully considered. A god, Bobby said flatly when Jay finished. You got your ass kicked by an actual god. Avatar of a god, technically. But yes. Jay pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. Which is why I need you to put every available contact on finding 2 specific people, Felicia Hardy and Nina Thurman. The second one might go by Domino. Who are they? Insurance, Jay said, already dialing a number. The kind I should have invested in a long time ago. Offer them any price they ask to meet with me. Bobby nodded. consider it done. But Jay. Yeah. Next time you go into a situation like that, don't. The rest of us even proposed you stop expanding the network and just deal with healing and helping the homeless. That's really not an option, old man, Jay said, then hit dial. Dr. McCoy. It's Jay. Dr. J. Hank's cultured voice carried obvious relief mixed with lingering tension. How fortuitous to hear from you. How are you faring after our recent excitement? Sore but functional. How's everyone at the mansion? Oh, you know how resilient young people can be. The students have already turned the entire incident into legend, with each retelling growing more dramatic. There was fondness in Hank's tone, but also underlying concern. Professor Xavier is still experiencing some residual effects from his telepathic encounter. Nothing permanent, we hope, but it's given us all pause about the nature of what we're dealing with. I imagine so. Listen, I'd like to meet with you and Rogue this evening, if you're both available. There's something I need to discuss. Certainly. Marie's been asking about you, actually, concerned about your well-being. Shall we venture to the city? Come to my apartment. I'll brew some chai. Ah, excellent. Homemade tea is far superior to anything our automated systems produce. We'll see you this evening. Jay was in the kitchen when his guests arrived 2 hours later, the familiar ritual of preparing spices and tea helping center his thoughts. Cardamom pods cracked under his mortar and pestle with satisfying pops, releasing their aromatic oils. The apartment filled with the warm scents of cinnamon, ginger, and cloves. Smells amazing in here, Rogue said, appearing in the doorway. She'd traded her usual leather jacket for a simple green sweater that complemented her distinctive white streaked hair. The secret is freshly ground spices, Jay replied, straining the tea through cheesecloth. Machine-ground stuff loses half its potency within weeks. Ah, a man after my own heart, Hank said, entering behind her. I've often lamented the institutional approach to cuisine at the school. Efficiency over flavor, I'm afraid. Jay emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray with 4 steaming cups and a small bowl of honey. Please, sit wherever you're comfortable. Rogue looked around the apartment with obvious curiosity. This was her first time in Jay's personal space. Her gaze lingered on the eclectic mix of technical journals and philosophy books scattered across various surfaces, the advanced computer setup in one corner, the small but well-organized kitchen visible through the pass-through window, and the home gym setup in the balcony. Cozy place, she said, settling onto the couch. Very, you. Hank immediately gravitated toward the bookshelves, his scientific mind cataloging titles. Fascinating collection. Quantum mechanics next to Sartre, molecular biology beside Marcus Aurelius. You have diverse interests. Helps keep perspective, Jay said, serving the chai and settling across from them. I have a proposition that could benefit all of us. He handed out the cups, noting how both mutants remained slightly on edge despite the comfortable setting. The Moon Knight incident had affected everyone's sense of security. Sounds ominous when you put it like that, Rogue said with a slight smile, though her eyes remained watchful. Not ominous. Ambitious. Jay took a sip of his tea, choosing his words carefully. I've made a deal with the Fantastic Four. They're going to attempt a genetic enhancement procedure on me. If it works, I might be able to permanently cure Ben Grimm of his condition. Hank nearly choked on his chai. My word. That's extraordinarily ambitious. And exponentially dangerous. To enhance your abilities to that level. Which is where you come in. Jay leaned forward, meeting Hank's concerned gaze. My blood has unique properties that make the procedure extremely difficult. Reed needs your expertise in mutant genetics to make this work. Rogue set down her cup with a soft clink against the saucer. Jay, sugar, you know how Hank feels about people who can remove powers. We all do. I do, Jay said quietly, standing and moving to Hank's chair. Which is why I want to show you something first. May I? Hank looked uncertain but nodded. I suppose. Jay placed a gentle hand on Hank's shoulder, his power flowing out in controlled waves. The change was immediate and startling. Hank's distinctive blue fur began shedding in clumps, falling away to reveal pale human skin underneath. His pronounced canine features softened, becoming more conventionally human, though he retained his impressive height and muscular build. Oh my stars and garters, Hank whispered, staring at his suddenly human hands in wonder. They trembled as he flexed fingers, longer and more dexterous than his usual clawed digits, watching tendons move beneath skin instead of fur. How you looked before the secondary mutation, Jay said softly. Hank stumbled toward the darkened window, pressing his palms against the glass. In the reflection, a tall, athletic man with striking blue hair stared back, brilliant, human, and whole. I'd forgotten, he whispered, his cultured voice cracking with emotion. Tears streamed down his now human cheeks. Dear Lord, I've been the beast for so long, I'd forgotten what it felt like to be just Henry. His hands moved to his face, fingers tracing the human contours with desperate wonder. My mother's smile, he breathed, attempting it in his reflection. I haven't seen it in 30 years. Rogue watched with wide eyes, her hand unconsciously touching her white streak. I can feel my heartbeat differently, Hank continued, voice barely audible. Henry McCoy. I'm Henry McCoy again, not just the beast who remembers being human. Partial mutation remains, Jay explained. The agility, the physical alterations, but temporary and guaranteed reversible. Jay held the suppression for several more moments, letting Hank process the experience of inhabiting his original form. When he finally released the power, the blue fur began growing back immediately, though Hank seemed barely to notice. I'll help you, Hank said without hesitation, his voice thick with emotion. Whatever you need. Anything. By evening, Reed's lab in the Baxter building buzzed with excited energy as two of the world's foremost scientific minds met for the first time. Jay watched from a comfortable chair as Reed and Hank shook hands, and within minutes, they were deep in animated discussion. Your approach to RNA sequencing is fascinating, Reed was saying, gesturing enthusiastically at a holographic display. I've been working on similar applications, but from a physics perspective rather than biological. And your quantum tunneling microscope setup is extraordinary, Hank replied, rolling up his sleeves to examine the equipment more closely. I've only read theoretical papers about this level of cellular observation. The practical applications are staggering. Should I leave you two alone? Jay asked with amusement. Maybe get you a room. Jealous. Reed grinned, but his attention was already turning back to Hank's suggestions about sample preservation. They drew multiple blood samples from Jay, working with military precision as his blood began its rapid deterioration. Even with their combined expertise, they were racing against cellular breakdown that began within seconds of exposure to air. Remarkable, Hank murmured, watching the samples degrade in real time. The decay rate is absolutely consistent. It's almost as if your body chemistry is designed to prevent external analysis and manipulation. Evolutionary adaptation, perhaps, Reed suggested. A defense mechanism against biological threats. While the scientists worked, Jay caught Rogue's eye and nodded toward a quieter section of the lab. I want to try something, if you're willing. She followed him to an alcove near the windows, evening sun streaming across the polished floor. What kind of something? What we agreed on back at the school, Jay said, extending his hand palm up. She looked uncertain but nodded, pulling off one of her gloves. If something goes wrong. It won't, Jay said with quiet confidence. You've seen me do it before. Rogue placed her hand in his, skin-to-skin contact that would normally trigger her power absorption. Instead of activating his suppression ability, he quietly stole Rogue's power while she remained none the wiser. Inside his mindscape, Rogue's power appeared as something alive, multiple faces with various colors shimmering and shifting, curious about this new environment where it could exist without causing harm. It seemed almost eager as Jay's own power theft ability approached it, the two forces circling each other like dancers recognizing a shared rhythm. Jay wanted to test his hypothesis of fusing similar powers with the help of his adaptive power perk. Previously, he didn't have two powers of the same nature, but now. The fusion began immediately, the two powers recognizing each other as fundamentally compatible. But as the process deepened, Jay sensed something crucial: this would be permanent. Once combined, there would be no separating them again. Rogue's absorption ability would become part of his permanent power set, but she would lose it forever. This would strengthen him while keeping a slot open, but it would lead to complications. Reed and Hank would question the need for the enhancement if he could already take away Ben's or Hank's powers. Jay sighed and pulled back, carefully returning Rogue's power intact. What was that? She asked, blinking as her ability reasserted itself. Felt like a current flowing between us. Like I said, Jay replied carefully. Research. They rejoined the group to find Susan Richards leaning against a lab bench, watching the proceedings with obvious amusement. Johnny was perched on a stool nearby, his expression somewhere between boredom and mischief. How'd the hand-holding go? Johnny asked with exaggerated innocence. Very scientific. Real mature, Johnny, Jay said, though he noticed Rogue's slight blush at the prolonged skin contact. In her world, touching someone without causing harm was still new enough to be remarkable. Hey, I'm just saying, Johnny continued with a grin that promised more teasing to come. If you need volunteers for more research, I'm available. For science. Sue swatted her brother on the back of the head. Ignore him, Jay. We all know you're a perfect gentleman. She paused, then added with a knowing smile, most of the time. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Jay replied dryly. Reed and Hank looked up from their preliminary results as the group reconvened around the central lab table. We'll need a full month to prepare the enhancement procedure, Reed announced, pulling up a timeline on the holographic display. Even then, success isn't guaranteed. We're essentially performing experimental surgery on your DNA while racing against rapid cellular breakdown. The theoretical framework is sound, Hank added, adjusting his glasses as he studied the data, but we're venturing into uncharted territory. The margin for error is... He paused, searching for appropriately diplomatic language. Significant. Jay hummed thoughtfully, his mind already moving to the next phase of his increasingly complex plans. Bobby's contacts would hopefully locate Felicia and Domino within the month. The timing might actually work out perfectly. That works fine, Jay said, gathering his jacket from the back of his chair. I have some meetings to arrange anyway. He headed for the elevator, leaving behind a group of brilliant minds dedicated to either enhancing his abilities or accidentally killing him in the attempt. Reed and Hank were already back to their animated discussion about cellular matrices and genetic stability. As the elevator doors closed, Jay reflected on the day's revelations. The enhancement procedure would be monumentally risky, but the alternative, remaining weak while gods and aliens took notice of Earth, was worse. The odds weren't in his favor. Hell, they were downright terrible. But he'd learned that sometimes the universe required more than careful planning and superior knowledge. Sometimes, just sometimes, it demanded a ridiculous amount of luck. Chapter 31, Lasso and the Morlocks. As he reached his apartment, his phone was already in his hand. Bobby. I need you to bring supplies. Massive quantities. Christ, kid, what kind of supplies? Bobby's gruff Brooklyn accent carried concern. You sound like you're planning for World War III. Food, drinks, medical supplies, toys for kids. Enough to feed a tunnel community. Jay unlocked his apartment door, moving toward his desk where maps of the city's underground lay scattered. You know, the one you've been handling for the past month. Time to cash in. 2 hours. Jay, we sure it's time for... Bobby. Steel entered Jay's voice. We can't play it safe anymore. Trust me. A long pause. Then Bobby's resigned sigh crackled through the speaker. All right. But you're gonna explain everything when I get there. Deal. And Bobby. Your codename, you mentioned wanting to use Lasso, right? Yeah, Lasso, Bobby replied, his gruff tone warming with pride. Short for Lasso of Truth, like the Wonder Woman you were telling us about in your stories. Figured it fits, I rope people in with the truth about M. Jay smiled. Perfect. See you in 2 hours. Oh. The humid August air hung heavy around the 14th Street subway entrance. Late-night commuters hurried past, too absorbed in their phones to notice the men with the dolly stacked high with duffel bags and supply crates. Bobby checked his watch and adjusted the simple black mask covering most of his face, the fabric already sticking to his skin. Right on time, Jay announced, appearing beside him with his own mask in place, a sleek design covering everything except his eyes. Food for 50 people, basic medical supplies, enough toys to stock a daycare. Bobby gestured to the loaded dolly. Plus some intel updates you're gonna want to hear. Some of this stuff wasn't easy to track down on short notice. They navigated through the crowd toward a maintenance door marked with warning signs. Bobby produced a key card with practiced ease. Talk to me, Jay urged as they descended into the service tunnels. Domino's located. Currently on an assassination gig in Australia, but my contact says she's open to negotiation if the price is right. Bobby's voice echoed in the narrow corridor. Felicia Hardy's different, she's still in high school, Jay. Kid's got potential seeing who our father is, but she's only 17. What exactly you planning with her? Offer Domino triple her current pay to cancel the job and meet with me. For Felicia, just gather background intel for now. I want to know everything, family situation, interests, grades. You know I won't hurt the kid. Bobby nodded, then paused at a junction in the tunnels. Jay, before we go further, you sure it's time to cash in our goodwill? 'Cause if we do this, it'll change our whole network. Jay just hummed. The descent continued in silence, their footsteps echoing off concrete walls. As they went deeper, polished tiles and fluorescent lighting gave way to rough concrete lit by sporadic bulbs casting long shadows. The transformation from subway maintenance area to living community happened gradually, then all at once. The smell hit first, cooking food, wood smoke, the scent of a community making do. Then sounds, children's laughter echoing off tunnel walls, conversation murmur, the distant clang of metal on metal. They've expanded since my last visit, Bobby observed, adjusting his grip as the tunnel widened into a vast underground chamber. What lay before them was miraculous. The abandoned subway platform had become a thriving underground city. Makeshift homes from salvaged materials lined the walls, connected by catwalks and rope bridges. Gardens grew under improvised grow lights, tended by figures whose mutations had made them outcasts above. Lasso. The cry came from everywhere as the Morlocks recognized Bobby. Lasso's here. A woman with metallic skin like polished chrome rushed forward, genuine smile breaking across her face. You're early this month. We weren't expecting, she stopped mid-sentence, silver eyes fixing on Jay's masked form. Who's your friend? Bobby straightened, falling into his role. This is our sponsor. He's been funding our supply runs. The word sponsor rippled through the community like a stone in still water, creating expanding circles of whispered conversation and curious glances. Within moments, they were surrounded by figures that would have sent most surface dwellers screaming. A man whose skin hung in loose folds like melted wax. Children with scales, extra limbs, faces that defied conventional understanding. Their leaders emerged from the crowd, Callisto, tall and scarred with enhanced senses, Mask, whose face was a gray canvas of flesh, and others whose mutations had made them rulers here and exiles above. So you're the mysterious benefactor, Callisto declared, her voice carrying authority, her enhanced hearing picking up Jay's steady heartbeat. Lasso's mentioned you, but he's been tight-lipped about details. I don't appreciate mysteries when it comes to my people's safety. I prefer to let my actions speak, Jay replied, gesturing to the supplies. The next hour was chaos as supplies got distributed. Jay found himself in the middle of it all, handing out medical supplies, watching Bobby coordinate food distribution with practiced efficiency. But when the toys came out, something shifted. The Morlock children had learned early to be cautious around strangers, their mutations often making them targets of fear and hatred. But something about this masked figure, the way he crouched to their eye level, spoke to each child with genuine interest, never flinched at their unusual features, made their wariness begin to melt. This one's for you, Jay told a young girl whose skin was covered in beautiful alien patterns. He handed her a kaleidoscope, watching her eyes widen as she held it to one of the tunnel lights. Every time you turn it, you see something new. It's so pretty, she whispered, wonder in her voice, shifting patterns reflecting in her unusual eyes. Just like you, Jay replied simply. The girl beamed, clutching the kaleidoscope, and Jay felt something tighten in his throat at the pure joy on her face. Moving through the crowd with purpose, he spotted his real target, a small figure hanging back, watching with intelligent eyes that seemed too old for his young face. Leech had positioned himself near a support pillar, close enough to observe but far enough to avoid accidental contact. Jay approached slowly, pulling a wrapped package from his jacket. Hey there. I brought something special, just for you. Leech eyed him warily. At 12, he'd learned that adults who paid him special attention usually wanted something to do with his power, something that never ended well. What's that? See for yourself. Jay offered the package carefully. It's okay. I know what your power does, and it doesn't scare me. The boy's dark eyes widened slightly. With careful fingers, he unwrapped the package to reveal a handheld electronic game. The batteries are rechargeable, and I included extra games, Jay explained, settling cross-legged to bring himself to Leech's eye level. Thought you might get bored with just one. Why'd you bring me this? The question came out barely above a whisper, suspicion and hope warring in his voice. Because everyone deserves to have fun, Jay answered simply. Something in his tone reached the boy, because Leech took a small step closer. Are you like us? Different. Very different, Jay confirmed. But I'm learning that different doesn't have to mean alone. Chapter 32, The Power Broker. Word had spread through the tunnels like wildfire. Their mysterious benefactor had finally shown himself, and the platform filled with Morlocks of all ages, curious, suspicious, all drawn to someone who didn't flinch at their appearances. The crowd pressed in from every tunnel entrance. Ape emerged from the eastern passage, knuckles scraping stone. Tar Baby oozed down from an overhead grate, her liquid form reforming as she hit the platform. Even reclusive Cybele had ventured from her deep sanctuary, her pale form ghost-like in the shadows. Callisto pushed through the crowd, scarred face hard with suspicion. Enough games. Who are you really, and what do you want? The question hung in the air like a blade. Jay felt dozens of eyes on him, some barely human, others achingly so. The weight of a community that had learned the hard way not to trust surface dwellers pressed down on his shoulders. Behind Callisto, other leaders had gathered. Mask's gray flesh rippled with tension. Beautiful Dreamer's luminous features were guarded, though curiosity flickered in her otherworldly eyes. Even Plague, usually content to lurk in the deepest tunnels, had surfaced for this confrontation. You've been generous, Callisto continued, her enhanced hearing picking up every shift in his breathing, every micro-expression. More generous than anyone from up there has ever been. But generosity always comes with a price. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. These people had been burned before, by scientists, by government agents, by well-meaning do-gooders who saw them as problems to be solved rather than people to be helped. Jay stood slowly from his position beside Leech. The boy, sensing something important was about to happen, moved behind him, still clutching his new handheld game. The small device seemed almost ridiculous now, a child's toy in the face of whatever was coming. You want to know why I do this? Jay asked, his voice carrying clearly in the tunnel's acoustics. Why I send supplies down here? Why I care what happens to people the world has written off? The crowd leaned in despite themselves. Even the most suspicious among them wanted answers. I've seen what the surface world does to people who are different, Jay said. The fear. The hatred. The assumption that different means dangerous. The labs, the experiments, the casual cruelty of people who think mutation makes you less than human. His voice hardened with memory. I've watched children torn from their families because their gifts scared their neighbors. I've seen mutants imprisoned for crimes they never committed, simply because someone needed a scapegoat. I've stood in rooms where supposedly civilized people debated whether mutants deserved basic human rights. Sack shifted his massive frame closer, radiation scars glowing faintly in the dim light. You talk like someone who's been there. Because I have been, Jay said calculatingly. And I decided that's not acceptable. Not anymore. Pretty words, Callisto shot back, her scarred features skeptical. But words don't change anything. They never have. You're right. Jay's expression hardened, something fundamental shifting in his posture. Words don't change the world. Power does. Something shifted in the tunnel itself, a pressure that made everyone suddenly aware they were in the presence of something extraordinary. The air seemed to thicken, charged with potential energy that raised the hair on every arm, human or otherwise. Leech looked up sharply, his power-nullifying abilities registering something impossible. His yellow eyes widened as he felt nothing. No drain. Whatever power was building in this man existed beyond his reach. Jay knelt beside the boy again, his voice gentle despite the energy crackling around him. May I show them something, buddy? The crowd held its collective breath. Leech looked up with those two old eyes, processing the weight of the moment. He'd learned to read adults, to see through their masks and promises. But in Jay, he saw something different. The boy nodded with the complete trust only children could give. What happened next shattered everything the Morlocks thought they knew about mutation and power. The transformation was instantaneous, impossible and revolutionary. Despite Leech's presence, despite the boy's power-nullifying field that could drain any mutant ability within yards, Jay's power blazed to life like a star being born. Jay to create an impact, artificially let light emanate from him, warm white radiance. The very stones of the tunnel seemed to respond, ancient concrete and steel humming with newfound energy. But it wasn't the light that stopped every heart on the platform. It was what it was doing to Leech. The boy gasped as his transformation began. His pale, sickly green skin bloomed with a healthy color. The gaunt angles of his face, the hollow cheeks and sunken eyes that spoke of too many missed meals, filled out into those of a normal 12-year-old. His thin, brittle hair grew thick and lustrous brown before their eyes. When he looked up at Jay in wonder, his flat yellow eyes, the mark of his mutation, had become warm, human hazel. The change was profound, transcendent. This wasn't just healing. This was possibility made flesh, hope given form. The silence that followed was absolute. Not a breath, not a heartbeat seemed to disturb the cathedral quiet of that moment. Then Annalie whispered, "Impossible," and the dam burst. Gasps erupted from dozens of throats. Cries of amazement, prayers in languages both human and other echoed through the tunnel. Even Mask's usually impassive features showed something approaching awe, his gray flesh cycling through colors it had never displayed before. "You're still you," Jay said softly to Leech, his voice somehow carrying to every corner of the vast space despite its gentle tone. The boy stared at his own hands in amazement, flexing fingers that looked nothing like what he'd known all his life. "All the important parts are exactly the same. Your kindness, your courage, your heart, that's all still there. But now you can choose how the world sees you." When he stood and turned to address the crowd, every eye was fixed on him with a mixture of reverence and desperate hope. "My name is Power Broker," he announced, and his voice carried an authority that seemed to resonate in the very stones around them. "And I'm here to make you an offer." He didn't need to raise his voice. The presence he commanded was absolute, through the simple, undeniable proof of what he could offer. Here was someone who could do what no government program, no charitable organization, no well-meaning X-Men ever could: give them choice. "I can't promise to cure everyone," he continued, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Some of you may not want to be cured. Some mutations are gifts, not curses. But I can promise this: any one of you who wants to join me, who wants to use your abilities to help others like yourselves, will never want for anything again." His voice grew stronger, more confident. "Food that doesn't come from dumpsters. Shelter that doesn't leak when it rains. Medical care from doctors who see you as patients, not specimens. Education that doesn't end because someone's afraid of how you look." The crowd stirred. These were dreams most had long ago abandoned. Chunk stepped forward on unsteady legs, her voice barely audible. What do you want in return?" "Help," Jay stated with a controlled tone. "There are others like you all over the world. Mutants who've been driven underground, persecuted for being different, told they're monsters when they're really just people with extraordinary gifts. I want to find them. I want to help them. And I want to build something better than the world that rejected us." Caliban emerged from the shadows where he'd been watching, his pale features intense as he studied the aura surrounding Jay. His ability to track mutants was telling him something impossible, that Jay's power signature was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. "You speak truth," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of someone who could sense deception in others. "But there is power in you beyond understanding. Dangerous power." "All power is dangerous," Jay replied, meeting the mutant tracker's unsettling gaze without flinching. "The question is how we choose to use it. I could have stayed hidden, used my abilities for myself alone. Instead, I'm here, offering to share what I can do with people who need it most." The tunnel's atmosphere had transformed completely. Children who'd been taught to hide pressed forward, their eyes bright with wonder at the possibility of walking in sunlight without shame. Adults who had learned to expect nothing but cruelty found themselves believing in something they'd thought impossible: hope. "What about those who don't want to leave?" Callisto asked, her voice still carried its earlier suspicion. The sight of Leech, healthy, whole, human-looking but still himself, had shaken her worldview to its core. "Then this place becomes better," Jay declared with absolute conviction. "Better supplied, better protected, better connected to the resources you need. I'm not here to destroy what you've built in these tunnels. You've created something remarkable down here, a community, a family. I'm here to make sure you have choices." The response started with Sack. The massive, radiation-scarred mutant stepped forward, his movements deliberate and ceremonial. Slowly, with the gravity of a moment that would define their future, he dropped to one knee. "You offer us hope," he rumbled, his deep voice carrying absolute conviction. "That is more than the surface world has ever given any of us." What followed was unlike anything the tunnels had ever seen. One by one, then in groups, then in a wave that swept across the entire platform, the Morlocks knelt. Not in submission, but in recognition of something they had thought lost forever: the possibility of being more than just their mutations, more than just survivors hiding in the dark. Tubbs knelt beside his guardian, Annalie. Erd dropped to his knees despite the energy constantly crackling around his form. Even proud Caliban, tracker of the outcasts, slowly bent his knee, tears he hadn't shed in years cutting tracks down his scarred face. Jay looked out over them all, dozens of beings who had been cast out, rejected, told they were abominations, and felt the weight of their faith like a physical thing pressing against his chest. The guilt tried to resurface again more intensely than usual, but Jay was practiced in suppressing it. "I want you to remember something," he said, his voice carrying perfect clarity to every corner of the platform. You are not mistakes. You are not monsters. You are not accidents of nature to be hidden away and forgotten. The words seemed to take on a life of their own, echoing through the tunnel and hearts that had been told the opposite for far too long. Some wept openly. Others whispered prayers to gods they'd thought had abandoned them. All felt something fundamental shift in their understanding of what was possible. You are pioneers, Jay continued, gesturing to the community they had built in impossible circumstances. You're building something new in a world that wasn't ready for you yet. But that world is changing, whether it wants to or not. And in that moment, surrounded by the faithful, radiating power and purpose like a beacon in the darkness, Jay understood that he had crossed a line from which there could be no return. He was no longer just someone with abilities trying to help. He had become their savior. And whether willingly or unwillingly, they had become his people. Chapter 33, Cleansing the Rot, Part 1. The old subway platform had never seen this many people. Makeshift seats carved from concrete and salvaged materials formed rough circles around where Jay stood, the air thick with whispered conversations and nervous energy. Nearly 100 Morlocks had gathered, not just locals, but people who'd risked dangerous journeys through the underground to witness what they were calling a miracle. Jay scanned the crowd from behind his mask. Children sat wide-eyed next to their parents while the older residents watched with careful suspicion. The leadership clustered at the front in defensive formation, Callisto at the center, flanked by Sack and Beautiful Dreamer, with Caliban lurking in the shadows. And there, sitting slightly apart, was Mask. Before we move forward, Jay began, his voice carrying easily through the chamber, we need to address something that's been troubling me. We need to cleanse ourselves of any rot within our ranks. The temperature seemed to drop. Conversations died. Callisto's scarred face hardened. Careful, power broker. You're walking into dangerous territory. Am I? Jay turned his gaze to Mask. Tell me, friend, with your power to reshape flesh and bone, why have you never helped your fellow Morlocks? Why haven't you offered to give them normal appearances? Silence. Mask's gray, waxy features rippled slightly. When he spoke, his voice was smooth, practiced at deflection. I don't know what you're talking about. My mutation gave me this hideous bullshit. The word cut through his explanation like a knife. Jay stepped forward, and several Morlocks instinctively leaned back. I've done my research. Your power could help everyone here, but you've used it for nothing. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. Taking resources from people who need them while giving nothing back. Living off your community's charity while hoarding your gifts. That's the rot I'm talking about. The crowd stirred uneasily. A young woman with scale-covered skin spoke up. Mask helped us build this place. He's been here since the beginning. Has he? Or has he simply been here? There's a difference between contributing and just existing. Callisto rose, her enhanced senses picking up the rising tension. That's enough. You're an outsider here. You don't get to come into our home and make accusations. Your people. Jay's laugh was cold. Look around, Callisto. How many of the most severely disfigured Morlocks are here? How many are still hiding in the deep tunnels, too ashamed to show themselves even to their own kind? Sack's massive form shifted forward, radiation scars glowing faintly. Watch your tone. Callisto's protected us for years. And I respect that. But protection isn't progress. And sometimes, protecting the wrong person does more harm than good. Caliban emerged from the shadows, pale features twisted with suspicion. You seek to divide us. To turn us against each other. No, Jay said quietly. I seek to reveal what's already there. He closed his eyes. In his mental landscape, Jay stood on a white plain under starless sky. 5 distinct forms of power waited, but his attention focused on his power theft ability, humanoid white light resembling himself, and the newly acquired essence of Leech's suppression field, manifested as a massive reptilian creature coiled in on itself. Its scales shimmered with dark green that seemed to devour light. The creature's eyes opened as he approached, weary orbs that had spent a lifetime rejecting everything. It radiated exhaustion, the bone-deep tiredness of a power that had never known rest. I know you're tired, Jay said softly, extending his hand. You've spent so long pushing everything away that you've forgotten what it feels like to connect. The reptile hissed like steam escaping a broken pipe, pulling back defensively. You've suffered enough. But now I need you to become part of something bigger. Something that can choose when to push away and when to pull close. The white light of his power theft began circling the creature. Slowly, tentatively, the reptile began to uncurl. The fusion was seamless, two puzzle pieces clicking together. The reptile dissolved into streams of green energy that wove through the white light, transforming it into something new. Still resembling Jay, but pulsing with controlled authority, with the power to dominate. When Jay opened his eyes, he felt the change in his bones. 5 powers dropped to 4, but the fusion had created something far more versatile. "I'm going to show you something," Jay announced, his voice carrying new resonance that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. "Something that will make the truth impossible to ignore." He didn't speak any words of power. He simply expanded his presence. An invisible sphere erupted outward from his position, encompassing 30 feet in every direction. Within that bubble, active mutation simply stopped. Callisto stumbled, hand flying to her temple. I can't hear anything beyond this room." Caliban, still as pale, let out a strangled cry, pressing palms against his skull. "The connections, they're all gone. I cannot sense any of you." Beautiful Dreamer's ethereal glow died, leaving behind an ordinary woman with worried eyes. "This is what it feels like to be human." Sack stared at his disfigured body in wonder. The burning stopped. "I'm not dangerous anymore." Throughout the crowd, reactions rippled outward. Scales went slightly smooth and fleshy. Children stared at suddenly partially normal hands with fear and fascination. "My power is suppressing all of your non-physical mutations," Jay announced calmly. "You're experiencing what it's like to have no active powers." But it was Mask's transformation that drew every eye. The gray, waxy flesh that had defined his appearance for decades began shifting, smoothing. Drooping features pulled tight. Melted-looking skin regained healthy color and texture. Within moments, where the grotesque figure had sat, there was instead a normal-looking man in his 30s with dark hair and unremarkable features. The silence was absolute. Chapter 34, Cleansing the Rot, Part 2. The silence was absolute. "Meet the real Mask," Jay said quietly. A man who discovered he could reshape appearance into anything he wanted, including transforming himself in his distorted sense of beauty, making himself look like a victim of the very prejudice he claimed to understand. Beautiful Dreamer spoke first, her voice shaky without its otherworldly resonance. "That's impossible. We've known him for years. You've seen what he wanted you to see. A carefully crafted facade designed to earn your trust, your sympathy, your resources. Tell me, how many times has Mask offered to help with your appearances?" Scattered murmurs suggested several had asked. "Never," called out a young man whose face was a mass of bone growths. "And yet here he sits, having maintained a false form for decades." Without his powers to maintain the illusion, Mask sat exposed before his community. "You want to know the real sick part? Some of you, the ones too ashamed to come tonight, too disfigured to show yourselves even here, some weren't born that way. Some were made that way. Mask has been using his powers, all right. Just not how you think." Sack's hands clenched into fists. "You're saying he made people worse?" "I'm saying a man who can reshape flesh with a thought, who has lived among you for years, who has watched children grow up hating their faces, has made certain choices about how to use his gifts." The explosion of rage was primal and immediate. Morlocks who had spent years believing they were irredeemably monstrous suddenly understood their suffering might have been deliberate. Parents realized hope had been within reach all along, but withheld by someone they trusted. The crowd surged forward like a breaking wave. Mask scrambled backward in terror. Callisto and her lieutenants moved to intercept, but without their enhanced abilities, they were reduced to human reflexes and strength. The chamber erupted into chaos. Voices raised in fury, scuffling feet, someone screaming. Bodies pressed forward, driven by years of suppressed rage. Then Jay snapped his fingers. The sharp sound cut through the noise like a gunshot. Every person froze mid-motion, caught by something that had nothing to do with their missing powers. The recognition of absolute authority, the kind that didn't need to be earned or explained. When Jay spoke, his voice seemed to come from everywhere. "Stop." The single word carried divine weight. The Morlocks found themselves complying. Jay stepped forward, and the crowd parted without thinking. His movements were unhurried, deliberate, like someone who'd never had a command questioned. Justice isn't the same as vengeance. And I won't have this community tear itself apart, even for the right reasons. He knelt down, bringing himself eye level with the cowering men. His voice was quiet enough that only Mask could hear clearly, but the chamber's acoustics carried fragments to everyone. You're going to fix this. Every person you've harmed, every face you've twisted, every life you've made harder, you're going to undo it all. And you're going to do it gladly, because the alternative is so much worse than anything these people might do to you. Mask's voice was a hoarse whisper. And if I refuse? Jay's smile, visible even beneath his mask, was colder than the deepest tunnel. Then I'll let them have you. The threat was real. Everyone felt it. I accept your terms. Jay stood, his presence expanding to fill the chamber again. Mask will be held under guard until every Morlock who wants it has been restored to normal appearance. His powers will be used under supervision, for this community's benefit. He will work, without compensation, until his debt is paid. It wasn't the instant revenge they'd wanted, but it was something better, hope. Hope that the damage could be undone, that their children might yet see normal faces in mirrors. Callisto, still adjusting to her reduced senses, spoke up. And what gives you the right to make such decisions for our community? Jay turned to face her, and she took an involuntary step backward. The same right that gives anyone authority. The willingness to take responsibility for the consequences. I'm not asking you to follow me blindly, Callisto. I'm asking you to look around and decide whether my leadership has been beneficial for your people. She did look around, at the supplies that had transformed their quality of life, at Leech sitting in the front row with his normal human appearance, at faces that held hope for the first time in years. You've earned the right to be heard, she said carefully. That doesn't make you our leader. No. But it makes me someone worth listening to. And right now, that's enough. Bobby remained near the entrance, weathered face troubled behind his simple mask. When Jay finally made his way over, the alderman was quiet for a long moment. That was. Bobby began, then stopped, searching for words. I've seen a lot of things in my time, Mr. Power Broker. But I've never seen someone take control of a situation like that. Was it too much? Jay asked, genuinely curious. Bobby considered seriously. Probably. But maybe that's what it takes sometimes. He paused, watching Morlocks organize Mask's supervised restoration work. Just remember what I said before. I know. But the alternative is letting people like Mask continue to prey on those who can't protect themselves. And I can't accept that. Plus, it's convenient that it aligns with our goal. As they prepared to leave, Jay took one last look around the chamber. Morlocks were already organizing themselves, forming committees to oversee the restoration process, ensuring everyone who wanted help would receive it. Behind his mask, Jay's eyes were already cataloging next steps. Mask's power would accelerate the integration process dramatically. Caliban's tracking abilities would help locate other Morlock communities. Beautiful Dreamer's influence could smooth social transitions. The pieces were falling into place. The foundation of his network was solidifying. The Power Broker had work to do, and now he had the authority to do it without question. Chapter 35, Pancakes and Probability. The morning sun filtered through the windows of Jay's favorite cafe, casting golden streaks across worn vinyl booths and chipped formica tables. Jay sat in his usual corner spot, fingers drumming absently against his coffee cup as he watched the door. His mind wandered to the previous night's events. The Morlock situation had progressed better than expected. Mask was already deep into his supervised restoration work, and the transformation in community morale was remarkable. Children who had hidden their faces for years were now volunteering to help with tunnel maintenance, eager to contribute while they waited their turn for appearance correction. Everything is aligning just as planned, and in the process, he secured himself a supergroup that now owes him more than they realize. But it was the technical breakthrough that really excited him. The fusion of his power theft ability with Leech's suppression field had created something unprecedented. The implications were staggering. More importantly, he'd discovered something crucial about power compatibility. The fusion had worked because both abilities were fundamentally about removal or taking. Theft and suppression were just different expressions of the same underlying concept. Finding new fusions was now basically a matter of permutation and combination. The enhancement procedure with Reed and Hank was scheduled for a month from now. Everything hinged on that working perfectly. Also, Bobby's people had run the checks. Felicia Hardy was clean, just another 17-year-old with a thief for a father and an attitude problem. Right now, she was just a kid. Whatever she'd become later, that was still years away. Which meant psychokinesis was out of the question, which made this meeting all the more important. The door chimes jingled, and Jay looked up to see exactly who he'd been waiting for. Domino stepped into the diner with the fluid grace of someone perpetually ready for trouble. She was striking in an unconventional way, chalk-white skin marked by a distinctive black circle around her left eye that gave her face an asymmetrical beauty. Her short black hair was styled with casual ease, and she wore dark jeans with a fitted leather jacket that suggested both style and practicality. Most people would see her as an unconventional, attractive woman in her late 20s. Jay saw something far more valuable. She scanned the room with practiced efficiency before her eyes settled on him. A slight smile played at the corners of her mouth as she approached his booth. "Let me guess," she said, sliding into the seat across from him, "you're the one who's been asking around about me." "Guilty as charged." Jay signaled the waitress. "I recommend the pancakes. They're the best thing on the menu." "Pancakes, huh?" Domino leaned back, studying him with pale blue eyes that missed nothing. "Not exactly the breakfast of mysterious benefactors. You sure you're not just some guy with a weird fetish for syrup?" Jay laughed. "Fair question. But no, I'm Jay, and I'm here because I know about your particular talents, and I need them for something delicate." The casual atmosphere shifted imperceptibly. Domino's posture remained relaxed, but her weight shifted to the balls of her feet, hands positioning for quick movement. She was sizing him up. "My talents," she repeated carefully. "Most people wouldn't pay triple rates for basic merc work. You're right, I'm after a special talent of yours which most people would call impossible luck." Jay kept his voice conversational but watched her reaction closely. "In a month, I'm undergoing a medical procedure that's a bit risque." Domino's eyebrows rose slightly. She hadn't expected such directness. "That's either very clever research or a very lucky guess." "I don't believe in lucky guesses. I believe in preparation and the right tools for the job." "You're the right tool." The waitress appeared with coffee and a notepad. "What'll it be, hon?" "Pancakes for both of us," Jay said without breaking eye contact with Domino. "Extra syrup." When they were alone again, Domino leaned forward slightly. "Okay, I'll bite. What's the job, and what's the pay?" "The pay is excellent, 150,000 for a month of your time." "As for the job?" Jay paused, choosing his words carefully. "I need you available on call. Think of it as providing moral support for my procedure." "Moral support?" Her tone was flat. "For 50 grand. For being present during critical moments." Domino studied him for a long moment, then extended her hand across the table. "You've got yourself a deal, document. As long as the money's real and I don't get permanently hurt." Jay reached out to shake her hand, already focusing on his power. The moment their skin would make contact, he'd get his first real sample of probability manipulation. His danger sense exploded. The instant his fingertips grazed Domino's skin, it went haywire. Everything that could kill him lit up at once. His brain couldn't filter it out, every threat hit him like a sledgehammer to the skull. The spilled coffee by the kitchen turned into a slip-and-die trap. He could already feel his head cracking against the tile. The frayed power cord behind the espresso machine sparked and hissed, ready to fry him where he stood. That ceiling beam creaked like it was about to give up and bury him in splinters and plaster. The couple arguing 3 booths down, their voices getting sharper, the guy's fist starting to clench. Violence was about to spill everywhere. His head pounded with overlapping warnings. Too much input. Too many ways to die. The cafe felt like a minefield, and he'd just stepped on the first wire. Touch her and everything wants you dead. Jay jerked his hand back as if burned, coffee sloshing from his cup. "Sorry, He tried to suppress his danger sense, but couldn't as the danger was that great. He tried to activate his new suppression ability, but just as the thought entered his mind the warning spiked even higher. Whatever his instincts were screaming about, attempting to interfere would make things infinitely worse. Domino's hand remained extended, her expression shifting to one of mild concern. "You okay there? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Fine," Jay managed, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Just remembered something important I forgot to do." The pancakes arrived, providing blessed distraction. Jay forced himself to take steadying breaths while Domino attacked her stack with the efficiency of someone who didn't take regular meals for granted. "So," she said around a bite, "this moral support gig. I just need to be available when you call. Essentially. A month of your time, minimal actual work required. You get paid whether I need you once or a dozen times. Easiest money I've ever made." She raised her coffee cup in a mock toast. Here's to whatever crazy scheme you're running. They finished breakfast with carefully neutral conversation. Jay paid the check and walked her outside, his danger sense still humming with low-level anxiety. As they stood on the sidewalk, an ambulance came screaming around the corner. Jay's danger sense screamed again, but due to the already constant warnings, the vehicle seemed to appear from nowhere. He threw himself backward, feeling the wind from its passage ruffle his jacket as it missed him by inches. For a moment, he was somewhere else entirely, lying burnt to pieces on asphalt while sirens wailed in the distance. He remembered how his previous life had ended. Jesus! Domino grabbed his arm, steadying him. Are you sure you're okay? That thing came out of nowhere. Jay stared after the disappearing ambulance, pieces clicking together in his mind. If he'd stolen or suppressed her power back in the diner, if he'd been walking out here with probability manipulation, would his luck have been better or worse? His danger sense suggested worse, much worse. Which meant her field had been protecting her even before they'd made their deal. But that level of probability manipulation was far beyond what Domino should be capable of. Even in the comics, her powers were limited, focused mainly on combat situations. I'm fine, he said finally. Just thinking. Well, try not to think yourself into traffic. Bad for business. Chapter 36, Testing Luck. Over the next few days, Jay conducted careful experiments. He took Domino to an arcade first, feeding quarters into skee-ball machines and claw games while she watched with amused tolerance. His scores improved noticeably, not dramatically, but enough to suggest her proximity was having some effect. The casino was more revealing. Jay had expected to win big, but instead found himself losing slightly more than the statistical average. Interesting, but hardly the significant influence he'd hoped for. At a corner lottery stand, Jay bought a dozen scratch-offs with Domino looking on. 2 small winners, 10 losers. Hardly jackpot material. This is your master plan. Domino laughed as Jay crumpled the last losing ticket. Buy lottery tickets and hope for the best. I'm trying to understand how your luck works. The effects seem inconsistent. That's because you're trying to force it. She leaned against the newsstand, watching pedestrians flow past. My luck isn't conscious. It doesn't activate because I want something, it responds to actual danger. Threats. Things that could genuinely hurt me. So casual gambling doesn't register as life-threatening, no. My subconscious doesn't care if you lose $20 on scratchers. Although Jay knew this due to his comic knowledge, this now explained the ambulance. Her field had read his intention to steal her power and identified it as a genuine threat, setting probability in motion to protect her even before he'd acted. Later that evening at the cafe, Jay decided on honesty. Mostly. I need to explain something about my abilities, he said as they sat in the now quiet diner. I can heal others and temporarily suppress other mutants' powers. It's part of how I help people, thus the doctor title. And you want to test this on me? With your permission. I'm curious how your luck changes when your abilities are suppressed. Domino considered this, then shrugged. Sure. Might be interesting to feel normal for a few minutes. Jay reached for his power, but this time with a singular, deliberate focus on benevolent intent. He wasn't here to steal or weaken, only to borrow, briefly, with her full consent, so he could study her abilities firsthand. That distinction felt important, almost like the power itself understood the difference. And despite how long he'd carried this gift, the moment struck him, he'd never actually attempted a true, temporary copy before. This was uncharted territory. It was exhausting for her, she swayed slightly, blinking in confusion as her abilities were copied over. In his mental landscape, the copied power appeared as a small, 6-sided die made of translucent material. It flickered constantly, threatening to fade at any moment. When he tried to consciously control it, experimenting with a simple coin flip to come up heads repeatedly, he failed every single time. Frustrated, Jay tried focusing on his adaptive power trait, concentrating entirely on willing the coin to show heads continuously. Still nothing. The die in his mind remained maddeningly unresponsive to conscious direction. In a burst of irritation, Jay strode toward the cafe's front window. The copied power flickered weakly in his mental landscape, the translucent die spinning frantically as if sensing what was coming. What are you doing? Domino asked, but Jay was already drawing his arm back. He hurled the coin with everything he had, watching it arc through the evening air beyond the glass. It caught the streetlight for a moment, spinning silver against the darkening sky before disappearing into the urban maze below. The moment it left his sight, Domino's copied power faded from his mind like smoke. "Well," she asked, steadying herself against the booth. "Learn anything interesting?" "No change in luck, even when your powers were suppressed temporarily." Jay lied. She accepted a refill of coffee gratefully. "Anything else?" Jay stared out at the darkening street, thinking. The only way to potentially benefit from her abilities during his enhancement procedure was to have her physically present. Even then, it was wishful thinking. Her field would only activate if it perceived genuine danger to her specifically. But given what he was planning to attempt with Reed and Hank's help, genuine danger was practically guaranteed. "Just one thing," he said finally. "When I call, I'm going to need you there in person. Not just available by phone." "Figured as much. Lucky for you, I don't have anywhere else to be." Jay smiled, but his mind was already racing ahead to the enhancement procedure. Having Domino present might just be wish fulfillment, but it was better than attempting the procedure without any backup at all. Given what he was planning to risk, he'd need every possible advantage. The pieces were falling into place. The Morlocks were organized and loyal. Mask was providing controlled appearance modifications. Reed and Hank had the theoretical framework for safe enhancement procedures. And now he had probability manipulation on his side, even if it would only activate when things went truly wrong. Which, knowing his luck, was exactly when he'd need it most. Chapter 37, Fault Lines. The monitoring equipment hummed steadily around Jay as electrodes tracked every neural impulse. Reed's lab had been transformed into something resembling a high-tech medical facility, with Hank's additional equipment creating a maze of cables and blinking displays. Jay tried to focus on the readouts, but his mind kept drifting to the upcoming enhancement procedure. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was again, surrounded by medical equipment, his life measured in beeps and data streams. Just like Metropolitan General, except now he was the patient instead of the practitioner. It should have felt liberating, but instead the weight in his chest grew heavier with each steady beep. "Neural pathways look stable," Reed murmured, adjusting something on his tablet. "Hank, are you seeing any anomalies in the mutant gene expression?" "Nothing unexpected," Hank replied from behind a bank of monitors. "Though I must admit, Jay's physiology continues to surprise me. The sheer instinct of his genetic material to protect itself from any foreign interference is remarkable. It's almost as if your body is designed to reject any attempt at external control or manipulation." Jay's stomach twisted at those words. External control. Manipulation. Even his own DNA was calling him out. The shrill buzz of Jay's phone cut through the scientific chatter. The caller ID made his stomach clench. "Bobby," and it was the emergency line. "Excuse me," Jay said, pulling off the monitoring leads. "I need to take this privately." He stepped into the soundproofed corner of the lab, pressing the phone to ear. "What's happening?" Bobby's voice was tight with controlled panic. "Mask is gone." The world seemed to tilt. "What do you mean gone?" "2 guards are dead. Professionals. They left no evidence, knew exactly how to avoid Caliban when he was out searching for other Morlock-like groups." Jay's hand clenched into a fist. How could he have been so careless? Mask was irreplaceable. Without his power to restore the Morlocks efficiently, Jay's carefully constructed position as their messiah would shatter. And if someone forced Mask to use his power maliciously, to take mutations away and dump them on innocent people, the familiar weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders like a lead blanket. "Maria?" Jay asked, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Already on it. She touched him yesterday during the supervision check, so she can track his exact location. He's at 845th Avenue. Jay's blood ran cold. His comic knowledge kicked in immediately. The Hellfire Club. Of course. Sebastian Shaw, Emma Frost, the Inner Circle. People who made games out of other people's lives, who collected mutants like chess pieces. People exactly like him. Caliban reading anything there. Heavy mutant presence. Direct extraction would be suicide without serious backup. Why didn't you just give Mask's power to Maria or Max? Bobby's question hit like a physical blow. Someone from the Inner Circle could have. Because we need him, Jay snapped, louder than he intended. His power is specifically attuned to flesh reconstruction. Dealing with human physiology requires expertise and precision that comes from lived experience. I can't just hand that off to someone else and hope it works the same way. The Morlocks need precise restoration, not experimental surgery. There's a mole, Jay said quietly. Has to be. Use the truth powers you have, justify your codename, Lasso, and find them. Have Maria track their movements and contacts for the past week. And get Linda monitoring Mask's vital signs. They won't kill him yet. He's too valuable as leverage. Already started the process, Bobby said. What about you? Jay looked back at the lab, at Reed and Hank preparing equipment that might fundamentally change him. For a moment, the thought came, unbidden and sharp, if he used Kilgrave's powers, this wouldn't be happening. He could see it, Bobby smiling in utter devotion, Maria kneeling in gratitude, Ben telling him he was the best friend I ever had, with unwavering sincerity. A single word and every potential enemy would be gone. No betrayal. No uncertainty. Just obedience. The slap echoed through the lab like a gunshot. Jay's hand stung from the impact with his own face, his nose immediately began bleeding, and everyone in the room froze. Jay. Reed dropped his tablet and rushed over. What happened? Heal yourself. I was just about to do something idiotic, Jay muttered, wiping blood from his nose. The pain was grounding, real in a way that cut through the spiral of dark thoughts. Need some fresh air. He was already moving toward the exit when Hank's concerned voice followed him. Perhaps the stress from the upcoming procedure is affecting his judgment. Ben had been leaning against the wall by the door the whole time, arms folded. He straightened as Jay passed, concern etched deep into his rocky face. Without a word, he followed him out. The alley behind the Baxter building was mercifully empty. Jay leaned against the brick wall, letting the cool air clear his head. What was wrong with him? He'd just seriously considered using mind control, the one power he'd sworn he'd never touch. The line between him and Kilgrave had felt paper-thin for a terrifying moment. He was supposed to be better than this. He was supposed to be free from the suffocating expectations of his old life, free to make his own choices. Instead, he'd built another prison, just with different bars. Here. Ben's gravelly voice interrupted his spiral. The large man held out a napkin. You're still bleeding. Jay accepted it gratefully, pressing it to his nose. Thanks. Come with me, Ben said. I want to show you something. Despite everything, curiosity won out. Jay nodded and followed Ben through the streets of Manhattan. They walked in companionable silence, interrupted only by the occasional person asking for Ben's autograph or shouting encouragement from apartment windows. The warmth in their voices was real, not fear, not obligation. Jay couldn't remember the last time someone had looked at him like that. Eventually, they stopped in front of a small Soho studio apartment building. Ben's entire demeanor changed as they climbed the stairs, the rough edges of his voice softening, his massive frame somehow becoming less imposing. The woman who answered the door was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with conventional standards. Her dark hair framed a face that radiated warmth and intelligence, and when she turned toward Ben's voice, Jay realized she was blind. Ben. Her face lit up with genuine joy, not relief that he could help her, not calculation about what he could do for her, just pure happiness at his presence. I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow. I know, darlin', Ben's rough voice gentled in a way Jay had never heard before. I brought someone I wanted you to meet. This is Jay, Dr. J. Jay, this is Alicia Masters. Jay's comic knowledge supplied the rest, Ben's future wife, one of the few people who had ever seen past his monstrous appearance to the man underneath. Coffee. Alicia offered, already moving toward the kitchen with the easy confidence of someone navigating familiar territory. Water would be great, thank you, Jay said, feeling oddly intrusive in this intimate space. The apartment was small but filled with sculptures, beautiful, expressive pieces that captured emotion in ways that seemed impossible for someone who couldn't see. Jay found himself drawn to a piece in the corner, a sculpture of the thing that made him stop breathing. This wasn't the monster the world saw. This wasn't even the tragic hero Ben thought himself to be. The sculpture's rocky surface somehow conveyed gentleness, protection, even tenderness. Every line spoke of strength used to shelter rather than destroy, of power wielded with infinite care. Alicia's fingers brushed the edge of the piece. It's funny, she said softly. People think the surface is the truth. But sometimes the real shape of someone isn't on the surface at all. This was how someone who loved him saw him. That's my Ben, Alicia said softly. I made it after our third date. Took me 6 tries to get it right. Why 6 tries? Jay asked, his voice rough. Because I kept trying to sculpt what I thought he looked like. Had to learn to sculpt what he felt like instead. Jay looked between the sculpture and Ben, seeing the same essential qualities in both, but more than that, seeing the love that had transformed perception itself. Ben settled onto the couch with surprising grace for someone of his size. Jay, you know why I really brought you here? The seriousness in Ben's tone made Jay take a seat across from him. When I first got changed into this thing, Ben gestured at his rocky form, I wanted to die. Spent weeks locked away, wouldn't even look in a mirror. The dame I was gonna marry took one look at me and ran screaming. Can't say I blamed her. Alicia's hand found his, her fingers intertwining with his massive stone digits. What changed? Jay asked, though he knew he was still afraid of the answer. You did, kid. 3 months ago, you showed up and gave me something I thought was gone forever, hope. Ben's voice roughened. After you healed that callus, showed me what might be possible, I finally had the guts to step outside again. The words hit Jay like a physical blow. He'd done that healing as a demonstration, a way to build trust and establish his credentials. A calculated move in his larger game. That's when he literally bumped into me at the art supply store, Alicia added with a gentle smile. Knocked over half my clay samples. She didn't run, Ben said simply. Asked if she could touch my face, said she wanted to know what I looked like. When she did. His voice caught, she just smiled and said I had kind eyes. The room fell quiet except for the soft tick of a clock. You gave me hope for a cure, Jay. But she gave me a reason to want one. Ben leaned forward, his voice turning urgent. But if there's even the smallest chance this procedure could kill you, I'm walking away right now. You understand me, kid? Right now. The words shattered something inside Jay's chest. His breath caught, eyes suddenly burning with tears he couldn't stop. When was the last time, when was the first time, someone had valued his life over what he could give them? At the hospital, he'd been valuable for his skills, his willingness to work overtime, his ability to handle difficult patients. His mother called because she wanted grandchildren, status, the life she'd planned for him. Even his friends back home had only reached out when they needed medical advice or help. Here was someone willing to sacrifice their deepest desire to keep him safe. Not because of what he could do, but because of who he was to them. And it was all built on lies. Ben. Jay's voice cracked, the tears coming freely now. I mean it, Ben said fiercely. I've lived as this thing for months. I can live as it for the rest of my life if it means keeping you safe. That's what friends do. Friends. The word hit like a sledgehammer. The procedure isn't for you, Jay said suddenly, his voice harsh and cutting. Don't flatter yourself, Ben. This is for me. My enhancement, my risk, my choice. You getting cured is just a convenient side effect. He was standing now, pacing like a caged animal. You think I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart? You think I'm some kind of saint? I'm not. I'm doing this because I need to be stronger. The fact that it might help you is just coincidental. Jay, that's not. Ben started to rise from the couch. It is true. Jay shouted. Alicia flinched at the volume of his voice, and that small reaction sent another wave of shame through Jay. I'm sorry, he said abruptly. I'm sorry, Alicia. You didn't deserve that. Neither of you did. He was at the door before either of them could respond, slamming it behind him as he fled into the street. He wondered if anyone would ever sculpt him like that, and if the clay would crack the moment they touched it. Chapter 38, A Fancier Cage. The cool New York air stung Jay's face as he walked away from Ben and Alicia's apartment building, his footsteps loud on the empty sidewalk. He jammed his hands into his jacket pockets, but it didn't stop the shaking that had started when he slammed their door. What the hell is wrong with me? The question wouldn't leave him alone. Why had he yelled at her? Alicia was blind, for Christ's sake. She'd welcomed him into her home and he'd screamed at her like some kind of animal. And Ben, Ben had been ready to give up his cure just to keep Jay safe. He stopped walking and just breathed for a second. The memory of Alicia jerking back when he raised his voice made him want to punch something. She couldn't even see his face, just heard pure anger directed at her for no reason. Friends. That's what Ben had called him. Said that's what friends do, stick up for each other, put each other first. Jay had never had a friend like that. Hell, he wasn't even sure what that looked like. He was too busy staying ahead of everyone, figuring out what they wanted before they asked. People in his life always needed something from him, fix this, heal that, solve their problems. With the Morlocks, S.H.I.E.L.D., the X-Men, he was the guy who could handle things. That's how he'd set it up, because at least then he knew the score. But Ben had looked him in the eye and said he'd rather stay a monster forever than risk losing Jay. And Jay had thrown that back in his face like the ungrateful bastard he was. His phone buzzed, cutting through his self-recrimination. "Bobby," he answered without checking the caller ID. "Where are you?" "No hello, just straight to business." That was Bobby. Jay stopped at a corner, watching people walk by like they had their shit together. "Dealing with something." "Why?" "We need to talk about Mask." "Here we go." "Right. Because this shit wasn't complicated enough already." "I'll get to it." He sounded defensive and hated it. "No, you won't." Bobby's voice got that edge that meant the conversation was over. "Where are you?" Jay knew better than to argue when Bobby used that tone. "Washington Square Park." "Good. Don't move." "Bobby, I don't need." "Yeah, you do." 20 minutes. The line went dead. Jay stared at his phone for a moment, mind already racing through possibilities. Bobby never moved that fast unless something was seriously wrong. 20 minutes later Bobby showed up carrying a stack of pizza boxes like he was feeding an army. "What's this?" Jay stared at him. After everything today, Mask getting grabbed, 2 people dead, him losing it on the only people who gave a damn, Bobby brings pizza. Fuel. Bobby set the boxes on a bench. "When's the last time you ate?" Jay opened his mouth, then closed it. He honestly couldn't remember. "Right." Bobby opened the top box. "Perfect pizza, pepperoni and mushrooms. Max made this one." "Max." Jay took a bite without thinking. "Holy shit, this is good. Kids works nights encrypting and securing our communications, sends money home, still finds time to perfect his pizza recipe." Bobby sat down, watching Jay eat. "You know what the difference is between him and you? He's not a screw-up. He's busy as hell but he doesn't look like he's about to snap." Bobby leaned back. "When's the last time you did something because you wanted to? Not because someone needed it from you?" The question hit like a slap. What do I want? When was the last time he'd even thought about that? Jay set down the pizza. "I don't know. That's the problem." Bobby's voice got gentler. "Remember when we started the network? You said you were tired of being trapped at that hospital job." "Yeah, I remember." The pizza suddenly tasted like nothing. "But I wasn't trapped by the job. I was trapped by needing to be needed. By knowing exactly what my value was. And now." Jay looked around the park, families playing, couples walking, people just existing without calculating their next move. "Now I'm in a bigger cage. Fancier bars, same prison. Metropolitan General J, Miracle Healer J, Strategic Asset J. Different titles, same trap. Same cage," he said out loud. "Just convinced myself it was freedom." Bobby nodded. "There it is. Everyone who tries to care about me." Jay's voice cracked. "Ben, you, Alicia, you're all caring about a lie. Maria, Linda, Max, Tom, you're all caring about this person I pretend to be when I need something." Bobby was quiet for a long moment, then leaned back against the bench. "You think that's what I'm doing right now? You think I brought pizza because I need something from you?" The question stopped him cold. "Am I calculating this too? Right now?" Jay looked at Bobby, really looked at him. His friend had dropped everything, brought food, sat here listening to him fall apart. "No. You're just here." "Right. And you know what? Maria, Linda, Max, Tom, we're not idiots, Jay. We weren't born yesterday." Bobby's voice got more serious. "We knew you needed something from us when you showed up at that shelter. Hell, life taught us that everyone wants something. That's how we ended up homeless in the first place, trusting people who took everything and gave nothing back." Jay felt his stomach drop. "They knew. Of course they knew. But then you gave us something we'd never seen before," Bobby continued. "A real miracle. Healing that actually worked. Treatment for people the system had thrown away. Powers that made us more than we ever thought we could be. And we figured, okay, we'll get used if it means our friends and families get the medical care they need and the abilities to protect ourselves and each other. Fair trade, right? Bobby, Let me finish. Bobby held up a hand. But then we realized something. You were just a guy too scared to do good deeds and call them good. You had to package everything in transactions and mutual benefit because you couldn't handle people thinking you were actually decent. Scared. Shit, that's exactly what this is. Of course, we know you're doing it for real reasons, Bobby said with a slight smile. Nobody's purely selfless, well, maybe Captain America, but that guy's not human. But here's what you don't get, we follow you not just because of the miracles and the abilities you gave us, though that's part of it. We follow you because you've got a good heart and you keep trying to find ways for everyone to win. Jay stared at him, feeling something crack open in his chest. You knew. This whole time. Kid, you think we're stupid? You think we didn't notice how you always made sure everyone got something out of every deal? How you'd exhausted yourself giving us powers that would make us targets alongside you? How you'd spend hours figuring out how to help someone without making them feel like charity cases? Bobby shook his head. You gave Maria tracking abilities and then worried for 3 hours about whether the physical changes would make her self-conscious. You gave Max encryption powers and immediately started planning how to keep him safe from government surveillance. You're not half as good a manipulator as you think you are. You're just too scared to admit you're a decent person. The words hit Jay like a physical blow. He sat there, pizza forgotten, staring at Bobby as everything he thought he knew about himself crumbled. They saw through it. All of it. And they stayed anyway. You. His voice came out rough, barely a whisper. You all knew I was using you, and you stayed. We stayed because you weren't really using us, Bobby said gently. You were just too scared to believe anyone would stick around for Jay without all the calculations and careful benefits. So you built this whole elaborate system where everyone wins because you couldn't trust that people might just like you. Jay felt tears sting his eyes. All this time, I thought I was so clever. So careful. And they saw right through me and chose to care anyway. I don't understand, he said, his voice breaking. If you knew, why didn't you say anything? Why let me keep pretending? Because you needed the pretense, Bobby replied simply. You needed to believe you were in control, that everything was transactional. But we were watching you, kid. We saw how you'd sit up all night after giving us those abilities and making sure we were all safe. How you'd check on Maria when she was working to keep track of every SHIELD agent and tetching medicine to Linda to make most of her diagnostic powers. How you'd find ways to get Tom's medications covered without him knowing it came from you. They saw all of that. Those weren't transactions, Jay. Those were just you caring about people and being too stubborn to admit it. You know what living looks like? Bobby asked. What? It's when you wake up excited about something. Doesn't matter what, Max gets excited about pizza dough and testing his encryption abilities. Maria gets excited about tracking down landlords who try to cheat our people. Some people get excited about stupid TV shows or arguing about sports. Bobby grinned. It's about doing things because they make you feel alive, not because someone needs you to do them. When was the last time I felt excited about anything except for getting new powers or making my plans work? When was the last time I did something just for me? I can't remember the last time I felt excited, Jay said quietly. Then that's where you start. Jay took another bite of Max's pizza, really tasting it this time. The kid made this because he loves making it. Not to prove anything or get something back. Thank you, Jay said suddenly. For coming here. For the pizza. For this. Bobby started to respond, but Jay held up his hand. And I'm going to try not to figure out how to pay you back for it. Bobby's grin was worth everything. Now you're getting it. Don't go all therapist on me, Bobby added, standing and brushing crumbs off his jacket. You still overthink everything. Maybe try talking to someone who isn't wrapped up in all this hero stuff. Go on a date. Meet someone normal. Despite everything, Mask still missing, the guilt over screaming at Ben and Alicia, this whole identity crisis, Jay laughed. Actually laughed. When was the last time I did that? There we go, Bobby said. That's the sound I was looking for. Though knowing you, you'll probably turn dating into some kind of strategic operation. Probably, Jay admitted, and it felt honest instead of shameful. Bobby. Jay called as his friend walked away. Yeah. Next time Max makes pizza, save me a dozen of them. I want to eat it when I'm not having a breakdown. Bobby's laughter carried across the square. Jay's thoughts were quieter now. I still have to deal with Mask. Still have to face Ben and Alicia after that disaster. Still have to figure out how to be a person instead of just a collection of useful abilities. But maybe that was what freedom actually looked like, not having all the answers, but being willing to figure them out as you go. Chapter 39, Masks and Moles. Jay stood in Manhattan Square Park, staring at his phone screen. The notification from Caliban had been simple enough: people are getting restless. Come now. But simple didn't capture the ice that had settled in his chest, or the way his hands had gone completely steady for the first time in weeks. He pocketed the phone and turned toward the subway entrance. Bobby, he called out, his voice carrying that particular edge that made people stop what they were doing. I need Maria and Linda on Mask's vitals and location constantly. Any change, I want to know immediately. You sound different. Do I? Jay pulled out his burner phone and scrolled through contacts with mechanical precision. I'm calling in a favor first. The phone rang twice before a familiar voice drawled, rich with Mexican accent and street-smart attitude. Jay. Bit early for blood theft, cabron, or you just missing my pretty face? Zabi. Jay's voice was flat, businesslike. Someone took one of my people. I need you to scope out the Hellfire Club, and I need it quiet. A pause. When Zabi spoke again, his usual playful tone had sharpened. Orale, one of your people. You sound different, hermano. Like someone stepped on your tail. Can you help or not? The silence stretched for 3 heartbeats. Then, sí, claro. Better than bleeding old pendejos dry anyway. Give me a few hours, eh? Jay hung up without pleasantries and caught Bobby staring at him with those weathered eyes that had seen too much. What? Nothing. Bobby set the coffee down carefully. Just. One of my people sounded different coming out of your mouth. More like you actually meant it. Jay shrugged, but something in his chest had gone tight at the words. A week ago, he would have said asset or network member. Now the phrase felt natural, protective. Possessive in a way that should have worried him but didn't. Have we confirmed the moles? 3 confirmed Hellfire contacts, but there's overlap with S.H.I.E.L.D. and X-Men connections too. Someone's playing multiple angles. Bobby showed him the tablet, data streaming across the screen in neat columns. Classic intelligence work, create so much noise you can't tell who's working for who. How many suspects total? 5. All Morlocks, all with different potential motivations, but we couldn't narrow it down further without. Bobby gestured vaguely at Jay's head. Without your particular methods. Jay studied the data, feeling that familiar analytical calm settling over him like armor. It was the same feeling he'd had when planning the mass confrontation, cold, clear, and absolutely certain of what needed to be done. We'll need the masks for this. Get Power Broker and Lasso ready. Bobby nodded and headed for their equipment cache. Jay was already mentally cataloging what he'd need: the voice modulator, the modified costume that made him look more imposing in the tunnels, and most importantly, the psychological distance that came with wearing someone else's face. His phone buzzed with an incoming call. Jay glanced at the screen, Domino's number. For a moment, he considered letting it go to voicemail. Then, on pure impulse, he answered. Hey, Domino. You free for dinner tonight? Complete silence on the other end. Finally, her voice came through, incredulous and amused in equal measure. Are you asking me out right now? Wasn't I supposed to be your lucky mascot, not your dinner date? Maybe. She laughed, a sound like dice hitting felt. You know what? Sure. This should be interesting. Either you're having a breakdown, or you're finally getting your priorities straight. Either way, I want a front row seat. After hanging up, Bobby stared at him with an expression caught between amusement and genuine concern. You know, when I said you should go on dates, I didn't. Right now, while hunting traitors, I know. Jay waved him off, but felt something loosening in his chest. I was gonna say I'm proud of you, but out, old man. But Jay felt lighter somehow, like something had loosened in his chest. The kind of lightness that came from doing something purely because you wanted to, not because it served some larger strategic purpose. Bobby held up his hands in mock surrender. Fair enough. Just don't blame me when she shoots you for being late because you were busy terrorizing Morlocks. She'd probably find that charming. That's what worries me. The Morlock tunnels felt different with the mask on. Heavier. More dangerous. Jay adjusted his power broker voice modulator as they descended through maintenance corridors that hadn't seen city workers in decades. The familiar weight of the costume changed how he moved, how he held himself. The power broker wasn't just Jay with better equipment, he was someone else entirely. Someone who made hard choices and lived with the consequences. The main chamber buzzed with nervous energy, children peeking around corners before being shooed back by watchful parents, elderly Morlocks gathering in worried clusters, the usual background hum of daily life replaced by tense whispers. 5 chairs sat arranged in a semicircle, each occupied by a restrained figure. Harsh lighting from jury-rigged flood lamps cast stark shadows across faces that ranged from defiant to terrified. The Morlock leadership formed a loose perimeter, Callisto at the center with her arms crossed, flanked by Sack's massive, radiation-scarred form and Beautiful Dreamer's ethereal presence. Power broker. Callisto stepped forward, her enhanced senses reading the room's tension like a book. They're ready. Jay studied the suspects with clinical detachment. 3 of them couldn't meet his masked gaze, their body language screaming guilt. A woman with gills and shark-like features stared back with pure defiance. An older man with crystalline skin that caught and fractured the harsh light just looked tired, bone-deep exhausted in the way that came from carrying shame too long. The weight of the voice modulator, the way the eyeholes narrowed his vision, the subtle change in how others looked at him, it all combined to create distance. Jay could feel guilt, could second-guess himself. The power broker simply acted. When he spoke, his voice carried the electronic distortion that had become his signature in the tunnels. "Look at me," he said quietly, letting Kilgrave's stolen ability flow into his words. It felt like swallowing poison. The viral component of the power circulated under his skin, repulsive and wrong, but undeniably effective. All 5 heads turned in perfect unison, eyes glazing with artificial compliance. "Tell me why you betrayed your people." The first 3 spoke in overlapping confessions: money. Surface lives. The Hellfire Club promised integration, real integration, not just tolerance. The woman with gills fought the compulsion, her enhanced physiology giving her some resistance. When she finally spoke, her voice carried more venom than submission: "I didn't betray anyone. Storm was our real leader before she handed the position to Callisto. Then you showed up, taking authority you never earned, making decisions for people whose struggles you've never lived." But it was the crystalline men whose words cut deepest. His voice carried the weight of a father's desperate love: "Shield offered to pay for my wife's surgery, the kind that costs more than I'll make in 10 lifetimes. All I had to do was report on activities and provide information about the power broker's methods and capabilities." The old Jay would have focused on the betrayal. This Jay couldn't stop thinking about the desperation that had led to it. "Beautiful Dreamer," he said, his modulated voice carrying absolute authority. "Adjust their memories. Remove operational knowledge and details of this interrogation. Replace it with confusion about recent events." Beautiful Dreamer stepped forward, already drawing on her cigarette to induce the dream smoke necessary for memory manipulation. Her power took hold of the first suspect smoothly, but then Jay felt something else, the lightest brush against his own mind. A whisper of compulsion: "Trust me completely." His mental shield slammed up automatically. Jay's hand was around her throat before conscious thought caught up with instinct. He lifted her just enough that her toes barely touched the ground, his power suppression ability severing her telepathic connection like a blade through silk. The chamber went absolutely silent. Even breathing seemed to stop. "Never," Jay said, his voice carrying the kind of quiet menace that was somehow worse than shouting. "Try that again." He set her down with deliberate gentleness that was somehow more threatening than violence would have been. Beautiful Dreamer's hands shook as she nodded understanding. "Finish the memory work." "Just that. Nothing else." She completed the task in silence, her usual ethereal confidence replaced by the stark awareness of how quickly mercy could become judgment. After the suspects were led away, the 3 guilty of simple greed to face exile, the father to face community service until his debt was worked off, the defiant woman released with a warning, Jay addressed the crowd that had gathered. "Mask has been taken by the Hellfire Club." His voice carried through the chamber with the kind of authority that didn't need amplification. "They've infiltrated us, bought our people, turned them against each other." The crowd leaned forward, drawn by the gravity in his words. "Every one of you came here because the surface world decided you didn't matter. You built something better down here, a real community, a place where being different wasn't a crime. The Hellfire Club wants to destroy that. They want to prove that you're still victims, still powerless, still at the mercy of people who see you as things rather than people. Jay's gaze swept the chamber, making eye contact with faces that had learned to expect disappointment. They took masks to send a message that they can reach into your home and take anyone they want. They took your children's future, your right to exist peacefully among above-ground people. His voice rose, carrying the kind of conviction that could start revolutions or end them. But you're not victims. Not anymore. You're a community that survived everything the world threw at you and built something worth protecting. Mask might be a scumbag who caused you all harm and suffering, but he's ours to punish. And no one gets to just take what's ours. Hands rose throughout the crowd. Not just the leadership, but ordinary Morlocks ready to fight for one of their own. Callisto, Jay said, tension crackling in his voice, hit them directly. Loud and visible, but clean, no civilians get hurt. Direct assault. Callisto's scarred face hardened. That's not how we operate. We survive by staying invisible. Invisibility didn't protect Mask. The words came out sharper than Jay intended. Sometimes you have to make noise to be heard. And sometimes noise gets people killed, she shot back. These are my people's lives you're risking. They're their own people who choose to do this. The statement hung in the air between them. Caliban, I need tracking on all their mutants. Every enhanced individual in that building, I want to know their positions. His comm unit buzzed with an incoming transmission. Zabi's voice came through crystal clear, got what you need, mate. 3 floors above ground, but the basement's showing unusual activity, can't enter due to the bio lock. Heavy security for a would-be club, and you wouldn't believe the members I managed to peek at. Jay looked around the chamber, strike teams forming, Caliban's pale features tightening in concentration as his tracking ability reached out across the city, Morlocks who'd spent years hiding now preparing for a fight they'd chosen rather than one forced on them. This was what leadership actually looked like. Tell me everything, Jay said into the comm. Chapter 40, Diamonds Are Forever. The chandeliers cast warm golden light across the marble floors of Le Bernardine's private dining room, where crystal glasses caught the flicker of candles on pristine white tablecloths. Jay adjusted his charcoal Tom Ford suit, the fabric flowing like liquid silk as he pulled out Domino's chair. She looked stunning in a midnight blue dress that hugged her curves perfectly, her alabaster skin seeming to glow against the dark fabric. What's with the sudden date? Domino asked, settling into her seat with practiced grace. Her mismatched eyes studied him with curious intensity. Jay loosened his tie slightly, offering a self-deprecating smile. Recently had a breakdown, thought it'd be refreshing to enjoy life, especially with a beauty like you. He gestured to the opulent surroundings. Life's too short to waste on brooding in dark corners. A faint blush colored Domino's cheeks, though she tried to hide it behind her wine glass. How recent? About 3 hours ago. Domino paused mid-sip, her eyes widening before she burst into laughter, a genuine, melodic sound that turned heads at nearby tables. I thought only Wade could be so silly. Now here you are, taking emotional breakdowns and turning them into dinner reservations. The mention of Wade sent Jay's mind racing. Wade. Deadpool. His expression grew serious for a moment as he considered the implications. A fourth wall breaker in this world meant variables he couldn't account for, meta-knowledge that could unravel carefully laid plans. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. Domino noticed the shift immediately. Hey, I'm sorry. That was stupid of me, bringing up another man during our date. Jay's smile returned, warmer this time, his eyes trailing appreciatively over the way her dress highlighted her figure. Actually, that reminds me. I have a proposition, a bet, if you will. He leaned forward conspiratorially, close enough that she could smell his cologne. I think I can get you a treasure from an alley nearby, something worthy of someone with your unique gifts. I finally understand how your powers can help with more than just combat. Curiosity sparked in Domino's mismatched eyes, and she leaned closer too, creating an intimate bubble between them. What kind of treasure are we talking about? Jay extended his hand across the table, palm up. Trust me. Domino sighed, though her lips curved into an amused smile. Jealous men really are the dumbest creatures on earth. But she placed her hand in his anyway, their fingers intertwining for a moment longer than necessary. The familiar sensation of power copy flowed through Jay's fingertips, Domino's probability manipulation settling into his consciousness like a warm, electric current. Domino visibly sagged, her energy temporarily depleted. Ice cream, Jay said, signaling the waiter while his thumb traced a gentle circle on her wrist. The lady needs the best you have while I step out for a moment. I'll be right back. The Manhattan alley behind the restaurant buzzed with pre-mission tension. Jay pulled the power broker mask over his features, the synthetic material conforming to his face like a second skin. His finger found the comm device. Go. Chaos erupted 3 blocks away as Morlocks poured from the sewers like a tide of forgotten humanity. Caliban led the charge, his pale, gaunt form directing traffic while Callisto's silver-streaked hair whipped behind her as she coordinated the assault teams. Dozens of mutants, some barely recognizable as human, swarmed the Hellfire Club's elegant brownstone. Civilians screamed and scattered, their evening strolls forgotten in the face of what looked like a monster movie come to life. Car alarms wailed as panicked drivers abandoned their vehicles. The Hellfire Club security forces emerged in tactical formation, but they were prepared for human threats, not an army of desperate mutants. Within minutes, the Inner Circle members themselves stepped onto the battlefield, Donald Pierce's cybernetic enhancements gleaming under the streetlights, Harold Leland's bulk making the sidewalk crack beneath his feet, Tiresias' calculating eyes scanning for strategic advantages, and Shinobi Shaw materializing from the shadows with his father's arrogance but none of his experience. Jay activated his suppression field, normally a 30-foot sphere but compressed through adaptive power to a precise 10-foot radius. The translucent barrier moved with him as he waded into the fight, now with the benefit of selectively neutralizing Hellfire members' abilities while leaving the Morlock's powers intact. 10 minutes maximum, Jay's distorted voice crackled through Caliban's earpiece. Find Mask and retrieve him. No unnecessary casualties. Shinobi lunged forward, his usual smirk faltering as his density powers failed him completely within Jay's suppression field. His phasing attempt turned into nothing more than an awkward stumble. Leland tried to increase his mass, his face contorting with concentration, only to topple forward as his power cut out completely. Tiresia's enhanced mental faculties flickered and died, leaving her looking around in confusion as if she'd suddenly forgotten where she was. Only Pierce remained unaffected, his cybernetics still functioning. The Hellfire members quickly adapted, drawing firearms. But Jay's borrowed luck had already begun to manifest, translucent dice spinning lazily in his mental plane, each tumble shifting probability in his favor. Pierce fired first. His cybernetics locked on with machine precision, right up until the bullet smacked a street sign, pinged off a hydrant, bounced across 3 car windows, and somehow split his hair perfectly down the middle before burying itself in a hot dog cart. The cart didn't just burst, it went off like a condiment volcano, drenching him in mustard, sauerkraut, and relish. What in the Sam Hill? Pierce sputtered, pawing mustard out of his cybernetic eye. Leland, still blinking through pickle juice, decided to charge. Bad idea. His foot landed on a banana peel, probably launched from the cart's explosion, and he went airborne, crashing through the window of a lingerie boutique in a mess of shattered glass and collapsing mannequins. Teresia tried to cover him, but got distracted by a street mime who picked that moment to start doing the world's slowest invisible box routine right in her line of sight. She still fired, and missed, thanks to a pigeon dive-bombing her face mid-shot. Screaming in academic Latin, she stumbled backward straight into an open manhole a city worker had uncovered seconds earlier. Shinobi, watching all this, decided retreat was the smart play. He tried to phase into the ground, except Jay's suppression field turned that into sinking waist-deep in wet cement. The harder he struggled, the deeper he went. "This is impossible," he yelled, panic cracking through his usual smug tone. And then, because the universe wasn't done with him, a construction crane, its hydraulics rattled loose from the earlier chaos, swung around and dumped an entire load of concrete right on his head. When the dust settled, only his perfectly styled hair stuck out, like a monument to awful timing. "Jesus Christ," Callisto muttered into her comm, her enhanced hearing picking up every ridiculous sound effect. "Power broker, are you seeing this? It's like the universe has a personal grudge against these people." "Callisto," Jay's voice cut through the chaos as he stepped over Leland's moaning form, his boots somehow managing to avoid every piece of broken glass and condiment puddle despite the battlefield around him. "Bandage the injured. We need them fresh for the sales pitch." The Hellfire Club's elegant brownstone looked like a war zone painted by a madman's brush, yellow condiments splattered across marble steps, broken lingerie mannequins scattered like fallen soldiers, and a construction crane that had decided to redecorate the front lawn with modern concrete sculpture. Jay found Tessa, codename Sage, slumped against the mahogany paneling of the library, her normally sharp eyes unfocused and glazed. She looked up at him with the dazed expression of someone whose vast intellect had just been temporarily reduced to normal human levels, a sensation she hadn't experienced in decades. "Tell Xavier," Jay said, his mask's voice modulator making the words seem to echo from everywhere at once, the electronic distortion adding an otherworldly quality that made him sound like judgment itself. "Infiltration isn't his style. Leave that to Mystique. Sage's eyes widened in recognition and fear, her remaining telepathic abilities immediately identifying the threat level of the figure before her. Her enhanced cognitive and DNA-rooted abilities except for her telepathy, capable of processing thousands of variables simultaneously and holding the memories of decades, flickered and dimmed under Jay's power drain. Through his comic nerd perk, Jay instantly accessed everything he knew about Sage's complicated loyalties. Originally Charles Xavier's spy within the Hellfire Club, she'd been slowly corrupted by Celine's dark magic, psychic tendrils that had wormed their way into her telepathic channels during their first encounter. What Xavier didn't know was that his agent had become a double agent against her will, her enhanced mind making her the perfect conduit for Celine's influence. Odd Celine isn't here tonight, Jay thought. The Black Queen's magic would have complicated the operation, sure, but not in the way someone would think. The elevator chimed softly as Jay reached the penthouse office. Emma Frost stood silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan's glittering skyline providing a dramatic backdrop. Her white business suit was impeccable, her platinum blonde hair perfectly styled despite the chaos below. Impressive work, she said without turning around, her Massachusetts accent crisp and controlled. Though I have to ask, how did you know I'd be here instead of at the Hellfire Club meeting in London? Luck, I guess, Jay replied simply. But I'm more curious about something else. You were already an adult during the Cuban Missile Crisis. How are you still so young? Emma finally turned, her lips curving into a predatory smile. Diamond is forever, darling. Her transformation was instantaneous, skin shifting from porcelain to brilliant crystal, refracting the city lights into rainbow patterns across the walls. She launched herself forward with inhuman speed, her diamond fist aimed directly at Jay's masked face. But Domino's luck was still flowing through his system, and the translucent dice in his mind rolled sixes. Emma's punch, meant to shatter bone and end the fight instantly, instead connected with the corner of her own antique desk at precisely the wrong angle. But this wasn't just any desk, somehow, impossibly, Emma's prized miniature adamantium letter opener had chosen that exact moment to fall from the desk's surface, displaced by the vibrations from the chaos below, and wedge itself perfectly between her knuckles and the hardwood. The collision created a chain reaction of improbable physics, her diamond fist struck the adamantium with tremendous force, but instead of crushing the metal, the impact created a harmonic resonance that traveled up her crystalline arm like a tuning fork. The vibration caused her to stumble backward into her high-backed leather chair, which spun around with suspicious momentum and launched her headfirst toward the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her desk. Her perfectly manicured diamond nail, a uniquely shaped crystal formation that had cost more than most people's cars, cracked under the stress and broke off, spinning through the air like a deadly crystalline throwing star. Just as she was about to crash into the reinforced glass, Jay deactivated her powers with surgical precision. Emma's diamond form flickered back to vulnerable flesh just as she impacted her own reflection in the mirrored surface of the window. The shock of suddenly being human again, combined with the disorientation of her failed attack, set her stumbling into a collision course with the corner of her liquor cabinet. The double impact, first the window, then the cabinet, created a perfect storm of confusion and momentum. Emma's eyes rolled back as the combination of physical shock and power suppression overwhelmed her nervous system, and she collapsed to the Persian rug with all the grace of a falling chandelier, her white suit now wrinkled and her perfect hair disheveled. Jay caught the diamond nail as it spun past his head, laughing despite himself. Super luck, he mused, pocketing the gem. Got to love it. He tried to heft Emma's unconscious form over his shoulder, but due to his exhaustion, grunting with effort, he dragged her down to where Callisto was organizing the prisoners. Pack them all into the Morlock holding cells, Jay ordered. And be careful with the blonde. She's heavier than she looks. Callisto's scarred face showed a mixture of professional admiration and concerned curiosity. Power broker, the level of coincidence we just witnessed, that's not normal tactical luck. What exactly are you not telling us? Jay's mask concealed his expression, but his voice carried a note of satisfaction. Sometimes the universe decides to pick a side. Tonight, it chose ours. In the sub-basement, Caliban's pale, gaunt form stood guard outside a reinforced cell, his tracking abilities having led them directly to their target. Mask huddled inside, his body bearing the evidence of extensive experimentation. His face, what was left of it, was a patchwork of surgical scars, far worse than the self-inflicted deformities he'd maintained among the Morlocks. Jay's jaw clenched beneath his mask as he took in the sight. The Hellfire Club's twisted experiments had turned one of the most powerful flesh manipulators into a living laboratory specimen, his flesh bearing the marks of procedures that would have killed a normal human. Congratulations, Jay said grimly, his voice cutting through Mask's whimpering like a blade. You got what you always claimed to want, permanent disfigurement that matches the ugliness of your soul. He stepped closer to the cell, his suppression field encompassing the space. But your punishment isn't over. It's changing. Get back to work, make everyone's appearance normal. Give our people the faces they deserve, and maybe you'll earn back a fraction of the trust you destroyed. Mask's head snapped up, hope flickering in his reconstructed eyes. You slaver, you want me to work in these conditions? I'm giving you redemption. Don't waste it, Mask. 10 minutes later, Jay slipped back into Le Bernardin through the kitchen entrance, having shed the power broker identity in a nearby alley for Bobby to take care of. He'd taken a moment to check his appearance in a darkened storefront window, ensuring no trace of his activities remained visible. His suit was immaculate, his hair perfectly styled, the only evidence of his activities being the slight sheen of excitement in his eyes and the diamond nail in his jacket pocket. His temporary copied powers had already faded, leaving him feeling slightly hollow where Domino's probability manipulation had resided in his consciousness. Domino looked up from her third helping of chocolate gelato, her energy mostly restored. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she licked the spoon slowly, deliberately. That was either the longest bathroom break in a date, or you actually managed to find something interesting in Manhattan's alleys. Jay reached into his jacket pocket and produced the diamond nail, its faceted surface catching the candlelight like a captured star. Got this off another girl's finger for you. Figured you might like something that matches your explosive personality. Domino's eyes went wide, then she burst into delighted laughter. You're completely insane. She took the unique diamond, turning it over in her fingers, her touch lingering on his hand as she did. I love it. She leaned across the table and kissed him, her lips tasting of chocolate and mint and something indefinable that might have been adrenaline. The kiss was longer than he'd expected, more intense, her hand sliding up to cup his jaw as if she was trying to read something in his expression. When they broke apart, she was grinning, but her eyes held a sharp intelligence that suggested she was putting pieces together. So, she said, settling back into her chair but not releasing his hand, her thumb tracing patterns on his palm, ready to tell me what really happened out there. Because unless Manhattan's alleys have gotten significantly more glamorous since this morning, this little beauty came from somewhere much more interesting. Jay smiled, refilling their wine glasses with his free hand while their fingers remained intertwined. What makes you think anything happened? Maybe I'm just lucky. Honey, Domino said, holding up the diamond nail so it sparkled in the light while squeezing his hand suggestively, I'm literally a living luck charm. I know the difference between coincidence and chaos. She took a sip of wine, her eyes never leaving his. But I also know when to appreciate a good mystery, and thank you for making this the most interesting date I've had in years. Outside, sirens wailed in the distance as emergency responders dealt with the aftermath at the Hellfire Club. But inside their private dining room, Jay and Domino simply enjoyed their wine, the tension of the evening giving way to something warmer, more intimate, more promising. After all, diamonds make memories be forever. Chapter 41, Lines in the Sand. The last spoonful of tiramisu disappeared from Domino's plate as she leaned back in her chair, her fingers playing with Emma's diamond nail like a worry stone. The private dining room had grown quieter around them, other diners having filtered out into Manhattan's glittering night. So, she said, her voice dropping to that husky register that made Jay's pulse quicken, my place or yours? I'm thinking we could continue this treasure hunt you started. Her foot found his ankle under the table, sliding up his calf with deliberate pressure. The gesture was subtle enough that the remaining waitstaff wouldn't notice, but unmistakable in its intent. Jay felt his body respond immediately, heat pooling low in his stomach as her mismatched eyes held his with unmistakable invitation. The diamond nail caught the candlelight as she rolled it between her fingers, and for a moment, he could picture those same fingers trailing across his skin. Rain check, he said, the words feeling like gravel in his throat. Domino's foot stopped its exploration. Rain check. Her eyebrows shot up. After that dessert? After you literally stole diamonds from another woman for me. She gestured at the empty plates between them. Honey, I was ready to drag you out of here 20 minutes ago. Jay's smile was strained as he signaled for the check. Trust me, you have no idea how much I want to. His hand found hers across the table, thumb tracing her knuckles. But my last breakdown was 3 hours ago, remember? This feels too good, too fast for a first date. Since when do you strike me as the type to take things slow? Jay's grip tightened fractionally. You deserve better than a rebound from my psychological crisis. Domino studied his face for a long moment, her expression shifting from frustrated desire to something softer. You know, most guys use that line to get out of commitment, not into it. I'm not most guys. No, she agreed, bringing his hand to her lips to press a soft kiss to his palm. You're really not. 20 minutes later, Jay's Tom Ford suit hung in his penthouse closet, replaced by the power broker's tactical gear. The transformation was more than cosmetic. The moment the mask settled over his features, his entire bearing shifted. The conflicted men from the restaurant disappeared, replaced by something harder, more focused. Bobby waited in the alley behind the building, his own transformation into lasso complete. So, kiddo, Bobby said as they made their way toward the underground entrance, didn't I tell you not to mix dates with work? And look what you did, calling me after striking out. Too good, too fast, Jay cut him off, adjusting his mask. But duty calls, old man. Classic. Bobby shook his head. You sure you're good for this? What we're about to do down there? The Morlocks need someone who'll actually fight for them. And when the X-Men show up, then they'll learn some lines can't be uncrossed. Jay pulled his mask down fully. Masks on. Time to work. The main gathering chamber buzzed with energy Jay had never felt before in the tunnels. Nearly every Morlock in the community had assembled, filling the space from wall to wall, some still bearing their mutations, others restored to human appearance thanks to Mask's unwilling cooperation. Callisto stood at the chamber's center, her scarred face showing genuine hope for the first time in years. Beautiful Dreamer flanked her on one side, Sunder on the other, his massive frame casting shadows across the stone walls. Bring them out, Jay's distorted voice echoed through the chamber. The crowd parted as Caliban led a procession into the space. First came Mask, his surgically scarred form moving with reluctant dignity. He'd spent the hours working tirelessly to restore normal appearances to those who wanted them, his penance for years of inflicting his own trauma on others. Behind him came the Hellfire prisoners, Emma Frost's white suit stained and wrinkled, Shinobi Shaw nursing a head wound, Harold Leland limping, Donald Pierce with circuitry sparking from recent damage, and Sage looking around with the dazed expression of someone suddenly incomplete. 3 hours ago, Jay called out, his voice carrying to every corner of the chamber, I made you a promise. I said I would give you hope, not pity. That you would stand together as a community, not hide as outcasts. He gestured to Mask, who stood straighter despite his obvious discomfort. This man betrayed you. Twisted your faces to match his own self-hatred. But even he can find redemption through service to others. The crowd looked at their restored neighbors and cheered, raising their voices in the first unified expression of joy the tunnels had heard in decades. We are not monsters, Jay continued, his words resonating from the walls themselves. We are not freaks. We are not forgotten. We are a community, and communities protect their own. The cheering grew louder, voices echoing off stone until the chamber rang like a cathedral. Shut up, all of you. Emma Frost's voice cut through the celebration like a blade. Despite her disheveled appearance, she radiated imperious authority. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? I am Emma Frost of the Hellfire Club. My resources could buy and sell every one of your pathetic lives 1,000 times over. Shinobi Shaw straightened beside her, wincing but matching her arrogant tone. Father will tear this city apart looking for me. The Shaw fortune, the connections we've built, you're all dead already, you just don't know it. The Hellfire Club has existed for decades, Pierce added, his cybernetic eye whirring as it focused on Jay. We've survived wars, revolutions, the rise and fall of governments. What makes you think a handful of sewer rats can threaten us? Harold Leland laughed, a sound like grinding stone. I've crushed buildings with my bare hands. Once my powers return. The laughter died in his throat as Jay stepped closer, his suppression field expanding like an invisible wave of negation. Leland's expression shifted from confident threat to dawning horror as he felt his mass manipulation ability simply stop. Pierce's cybernetics remained functional, but Shinobi's phasing flickered and failed, Emma's diamond transformation refused to activate, and Sage was too dazed to even notice the change. Powers won't return, Jay said simply, his voice carrying electronic authority that made even the stones seem to listen. Not while you're in my presence. He tilted his head slightly, the gesture somehow managing to radiate casual dominance. Did you really think you could threaten my people and walk away? How adorably naive. Emma's composure cracked first. You want money? I can transfer 50 million to any account you name. Untraceable, no questions asked. Power. Shinobi tried next, desperation creeping into his voice. Join us instead. The Hellfire Club could use someone with your unique abilities. Full membership, seat at the inner circle table. When Jay didn't respond, Emma's facade crumbled entirely. Sex, then. You want me? She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a purr despite the dirt on her clothes and the fear in her eyes. I can be whatever you need me to be. Whatever sick fantasies you have about the White Queen. Diamond is forever, Jay quoted back at her, his mask's modulation making the words sound like judgment itself. Isn't that what you said? Just another fossil with a shiny coat. The threat hung in the air like a blade, and Emma's face went ashen. The Morlocks' voices began to rise around them like a gathering storm. Kill them, someone shouted. Make them pay, called another. The bloodlust was building, feeding on decades of accumulated rage and fresh wounds. Sunder's massive voice boomed over the crowd. How many others are still missing? How many would have died in their laboratories? The calls for execution grew louder, more unified. Jay could feel the mob's energy building toward a tipping point that would end in blood and screaming. Not happening, bub. Logan stepped into the torchlight, claws extended, adamantium gleaming like liquid death. Behind him came the rest of the X-Men, Storm floating with her white hair flowing, Cyclops with his hand hovering near his visor, Jean Grey's eyes beginning to glow with phoenix fire, Rogue floating behind Storm with absorbed energies crackling, Colossus in his metallic form reflecting the flames, Nightcrawler perched on a wall outcropping like a blue gargoyle, Beast hanging from a support beam with predatory grace, Kitty Pryde phasing through the stone floor, and Angel's wings spread wide. Enough to cast shadows across half the chamber. Professor Xavier's hoverchair hummed quietly as he entered, his bald head gleaming, his presence commanding attention through sheer force of will and decades of earned authority. The Morlocks' reaction was immediate and fucking beautiful to watch. About a tenth of them, mostly those who remembered Storm's leadership, dropped to one knee in instinctive deference. Old habits died hard, and Aurora had once been their goddess made flesh. But the others, led by beautiful Dreamer and Sunder, stepped forward with outright hostility radiating from every pore. You don't get to judge us now, beautiful Dreamer called out, her voice carrying across the stone. Where were you when they came for Mask? Where were you when we were rotting down here, forgotten and abandoned? Sunder's massive frame blocked the torchlight as he moved closer. Storm, you left us. You chose them, he gestured at the X-Men with barely contained fury, over us. You don't get to return now and dictate our justice. Those who'd knelt began to rise uncertainly, caught between old loyalties and new realities, watching their former goddess face the consequences of years of benign neglect. Logan's claws extended another inch, catching the firelight. I don't care about your politics, kid. Nobody gets executed on my watch. Kid. Jay's electronic laugh was like broken glass wrapped in silk. He turned to face Wolverine fully, and something in his posture made the legendary X-Men's instincts scream danger. James Howlett. Born 1832. You want to talk about age, old man. The casual use of Logan's real name, a name buried deeper than most government secrets, sent ripples of shock through both teams. Logan's claws retracted slightly, his enhanced senses telling him he was facing something far more dangerous than he'd initially calculated. Touching, Jay's electronic voice cut through the tension like a blade. Tell me, Wolverine, how many people have you executed? How many throats have you opened? How many lives have you ended because someone told you they deserved to die? Logan's jaw worked silently, his feral instincts screaming at him that the masked figure represented a threat beyond his considerable experience. We came for Sage, Professor Xavier said, his cultured voice carrying clearly through the chamber despite the growing tension. Tessa, the woman you know as Sage, is our operative. She's been undercover in the Hellfire Club for years, gathering intelligence on their activities. Storm floated higher, her voice carrying the authority of thunder itself. This isn't justice, Callisto. This is vengeance. And vengeance solves nothing. Jay turned to face her directly, his mask reflecting the torchlight like polished death. Storm, before coming here to lecture us about justice, did you ever ask yourself why it escalated to this? He gestured to the restored Morlocks with theatrical precision. How many years did you tell them to wait? To be patient. To trust that things would get better while they rotted in darkness. Storm's eyes began to glow with nascent lightning. I gave them hope. You gave them empty fucking promises. Jay's voice carried across the chamber with electronic authority that made everyone present feel the weight of judgment. Hope without action is just another word for lies. How many more would have died while you negotiated with people who see mutants as experimental animals? Cyclops stepped forward, his hand moving to his visor with practiced precision. Stand down. This ends now. Does it? Jay's laugh echoed strangely through his voice modulator, sounding like broken glass and dark promises. The X-Men powered up in perfect unison, a display of coordination that spoke to years of training together. Jean's eyes blazed with blue telepathic fire, Rogue's fists clenched as absorbed energies rippled beneath her skin like caged lightning, Colossus's metallic form reflected the torchlight in patterns of liquid steel, and Storm's hair began to whip in winds that had no earthly source. Jay's suppression field expanded outward like an invisible sphere of negation, 30 feet in diameter, washing over the assembled X-Men like a cold wave of absolute denial. You know what's funny about legends? Jay said conversationally as reality rewrote itself around him. They're only impressive until someone better shows up. The effect was immediate and absolutely devastating to watch. Iceman's frost evaporated instantly, leaving Bobby Drake staring at his suddenly normal hands in disbelief. Jean's glow died like a snuffed candle, and she staggered as the vast psychic energy she'd been channeling simply ceased to exist. Cyclops' hand flew to his visor as his optic blasts cut out entirely, leaving him as powerless as any baseline human. Storm dropped from the air like a stone, landing hard on the chamber floor as her weather manipulation vanished without a trace. Only Beast and Nightcrawler remained visibly unchanged, their physical mutations beyond the reach of Jay's power suppression, though Kurt's teleportation abilities were as dead as the rest. Mein Gott, Kurt breathed, his German accent thick with shock and something approaching religious terror. What has happened to us? What the hell? Wolverine snarled, his claws retracting against his will, leaving him staring at normal human hands for the first time in decades. Jay walked through the chaos like he owned it, completely unbothered by the fact that he'd just neutered the most famous superhero team on the planet. Feels weird, doesn't it? Being normal. Being limited. His electronic voice carried a hint of amusement. Welcome to what everyone's Tuesday. Beast's brilliant mind raced like an overclocked computer, his enhanced intellect working overtime despite the chaos erupting around him. Something nagged at him, a pattern he couldn't quite identify, an itch his scientific mind couldn't scratch. The suppression was too precise, too selective, too fucking convenient. And the way this power broker spoke, the tactical knowledge he displayed, the intimate familiarity with their codenames and abilities. Most fascinating, Beast muttered under his breath, his keen eyes studying Jay's masked form with the intensity of a researcher examining a particularly intriguing specimen. The specificity of this power negation suggests an intimate knowledge of our individual abilities. Almost as if. Jay's voice cut through the chamber with electronic authority that made everyone present straighten unconsciously. My name is Power Broker. The words carried weight, not just sound, but presence itself. And I protect those who cannot protect themselves. He gestured to the restored Morlocks around him, his voice softening with genuine care. These people, my people, have suffered enough. They've been hunted, experimented on, treated like animals. That ends now. Mask has the ability to reshape flesh at a molecular level. The Hellfire Club kidnapped him specifically to study that power, to see if they could replicate it, weaponize it, turn it into another tool for their sick experiments. Xavier's wheelchair hummed as he tried to move closer, but his telepathy remained completely suppressed, leaving him more isolated than he'd been since childhood. You can't simply execute them. There are legal channels, proper procedures. Oh, Charles. Jay's electronic voice dripped with condescending amusement. The great Professor X, reduced to begging. Tell me, how does it feel to be just another man? No telepathy means no way to make people do what you want them to do. The casual cruelty of the observation made several X-Men flinch, but Xavier's isolation was complete, he couldn't even sense their emotional support. Legal channels that have ignored every complaint, every missing person report, every piece of evidence we provided, Callisto interrupted, her scarred face set in hard lines that spoke to years of disappointment and betrayal. Professor, with all due respect, your legal channels failed us long before Power Broker arrived. Logan lunged forward despite his powerless state, his instincts and training still making him dangerous even without his claws. Decades of combat experience didn't disappear with his mutation, he was still a predator in human skin. But before he could reach Jay, a small figure stepped between them with the kind of courage that stopped hearts. Jimmy, previously called Leech, his face now perfectly human thanks to Jay's intervention, placed himself directly in Wolverine's path. The 12-year-old child, despite his years underground living in darkness and fear, looked up at the legendary X-Man without flinching. Please don't hurt him, Jimmy said quietly, his young voice carrying clearly through the chamber. Power Broker gave me back my face. He gave me friends. He gave me hope. Jay placed a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder, the gesture somehow managing to be both protective and utterly menacing. You heard him, Logan. Are you really going to hurt a child to get to me? Is that what heroes do now? The simple words hit Logan like a physical blow, stopping him mid-charge. Around them, the other X-Men shifted uncomfortably, realizing they'd been outmaneuvered by a 12-year-old's courage and their enemy's tactical brilliance. Jay's voice softened as he addressed the boy. Jimmy, step back. Let the adults handle this. The electronic modulation couldn't hide the genuine affection in his tone. You've already shown more bravery than most grown men ever will. One by one, other restored Morlocks stepped forward, forming a human barrier between the X-Men and their chosen leader. Men and women who had hidden in shadows for years now stood tall, their normal faces reflecting the torchlight as they made their choice crystal fucking clear. Jay's voice carried across the chamber, no longer electronic and cold, but warm with genuine pride. Look at them. Look at these people who were told they were monsters, freaks, unwanted. They're standing together. They're standing strong. They're standing for each other. Caliban's pale, gaunt voice carried with ethereal authority. We lived in darkness because the world above told us we were monsters. Power Broker didn't just give us hope, when that hope was stolen, he gave us the courage to fight for it ourselves. Sunder's massive frame cast shadows as he spoke. You want to know why we follow him? Because he's the first person who ever asked what we wanted, instead of telling us what we should accept. A young woman, her face now showing the beauty that had been hidden beneath mutation-induced growths for decades, stepped forward with tears streaming down restored cheeks. Storm, I knelt to you because I remembered when you led us with wisdom and strength. But leadership means knowing when to step aside for someone who can do what you cannot. The X-Men found themselves facing a wall of determined people, not the broken outcasts they'd expected to find, but a unified community ready to defend their chosen protector. Fighting would mean harming innocents, and every hero in the chamber knew it. They'd built their entire fucking lives around protecting people exactly like these. Storm rose from where she'd fallen, her powerless form somehow still radiating the kind of authority that came from being worshipped as a goddess. I order you to stand down. All of you. You order. Beautiful Dreamer's laugh held no humor, just bitter disappointment. Aurora, you haven't been our leader for years. You forfeited that right when you chose Xavier's dream over our reality. You don't get to issue orders now. Even those Morlocks who had initially knelt remained standing. The community that had once looked to Storm for guidance had found new leadership, and old loyalties meant nothing in the face of fresh hope. We're taking Sage, Xavier said firmly, his chair humming as he tried to move closer to where the dazed telepath sat in confused silence. She's our responsibility. Jay's laugh echoed strangely through his mask's modulation, sounding like broken promises and shattered illusions. Your responsibility? Charles, do you even know what Celine did to her? The chamber fell silent except for the crackle of torches and the sound of hearts beating too fast. Every time Sage used her telepathic abilities to report back to you, she opened her mind to psychic channels that Celine had already corrupted with centuries of dark magic. Your precious agent has been feeding the Black Queen information about X-Men activities for years without even knowing it. She's been an unwitting double agent since her first goddamn mission. Xavier's face went pale as old parchment. That's impossible. I would have detected. Would you? Jay's electronic voice dripped with contempt. The great Professor X, who missed Sebastian Shaw's influence over Emma Frost. He gestured dismissively at the powerless telepath. Charles, your track record for detecting psychic manipulation is fucking laughable. Maybe stick to running a school instead of pretending to be a spy master. The casual dismissal of Xavier, one of the most respected figures in the mutant community, sent shock waves through both teams. Storm's jaw clenched, Scott's fists tightened, but without their powers, they were just angry humans watching their mentor get verbally eviscerated. The revelation hit the X-Men like a physical assault. Scott's hand fell away from his powerless visor as implications crashed through his tactical mind. Jean staggered as she tried to process years of potentially compromised missions. Storm's fists clenched uselessly at her sides as lightning that would never come again. How long? Beast asked quietly, his intellectual curiosity overriding his shock while his mind continued to work at the puzzle before him. Something about this entire situation felt orchestrated, too convenient, too perfectly designed to fracture their team. How long has this been going on? That's for you to figure out, Doctor, Jay replied, and Beast's enhanced hearing caught something in the electronic modulation, a familiarity that made his scientific mind scream warnings. Beast's eyes narrowed behind his glasses as pattern recognition algorithms ran wild in his enhanced intellect. The way this masked figure had just addressed him, the intimate knowledge of their code names, their individual abilities, their personal histories, his scientific mind was screaming that something fundamental didn't add up. But what? What was he missing? The chamber fell into heavy silence. X-Men faced Morlocks across an ideological divide that seemed impossible to bridge. Jay's suppression field maintained the balance, the only thing keeping this from becoming a massacre. Then a new voice cut through the tension. I need all of you to stand down. Right now. Nick Fury stepped into the torchlight, long coat sweeping behind him. A full shield strike team followed, weapons ready but not aimed. A third player had entered the game. Well, Fury said, taking in the scene with his single eye, this is exactly as fucked up as I expected. He looked from the powerless X-Men to the unified Morlocks to the terrified Hellfire prisoners. Power broker, X-Men, prisoners, nobody moves until we sort this out. The standoff was now three-way. In the flickering torchlight, silence held three factions in perfect, dangerous balance. Chapter 42, Glass Houses. The silence stretched until Fury's presence filled the chamber. His single eye swept across the scene with the practiced assessment of a man who'd seen every kind of clusterfuck the world had to offer. Behind him, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents held tactical positions, their weapons ready but not yet aimed, professional restraint barely containing the tension. Well, Fury said, his voice cutting through the underground stillness, this is about as fucked up as I expected it to be. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped further into the torchlight, his long coat settling around him like a battle standard. Power broker, X-Men, prisoners, nobody moves until we sort this mess out. And trust me, we're going to sort it out. Jay's mask reflected the flickering flames as he turned to face this new player. His suppression field hummed invisibly around him, keeping the X-Men powerless while the Morlocks stood ready behind their human shields of restored faces. Director Fury, Professor Xavier said, relief evident in his cultured voice despite his powerless state. We came here to retrieve our operative. Shut it, Charles. Fury's tone brooked no argument. You had one job. Keep the mutant community stable while we handled the political fallout. Instead, I've got Morlocks fighting in the streets, Hellfire Club facilities destroyed, and half of Manhattan's emergency services tied up dealing with what looks like a goddamn monster movie. Storm, her powerless form still radiating authority. Director, the situation is more complex than. Complex. Fury's laugh was bitter. Lady, I've got my superiors breathing down my neck, asking why we can't contain a bunch of sewer rats. Your original deal with us was to prevent exactly this kind of public incidents. Jay stepped forward, his electronic voice carrying across the chamber with calm menace. Stay out of it, Fury. Let mutants solve mutant matters. That's not how this works. Fury's single eye fixed on Jay's masked form. The moment you took your little underground rebellion public, it became my problem. And I solve my problems. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shifted slightly, weapons still held ready. The message was clear, they were prepared to escalate if necessary. X-Men, Fury continued, you're going to pair with my agents for immediate containment. We shut this down before it spreads to other cities. Bobby Drake, still staring at his powerless hands in disbelief, looked up. Director. We've got a slight problem with that plan. What kind of problem, Drake? The kind where our powers don't work anymore. Bobby gestured helplessly at his normal skin. Whatever this guy did, only Beast and Nightcrawler still look like mutants, and even Kurt can't teleport. Beast's brilliant mind continued working through the puzzle, his enhanced intellect racing through possibilities. Most curious, Beast muttered, adjusting his glasses as he studied Jay. The specificity suggests an intimate knowledge of our genetic structures. Jay's laugh echoed strangely through his mask's modulation. Dr. McCoy, always the scientist. Tell me, Fury, which UN Security Council member is a Hellfire lackey? I'd like to have a conversation with them. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. Even the torchlight flickered as if responding to the menace in Jay's distorted voice. Fury's expression hardened. How do you know about Security Council involvement? Same way I know you were too late to stop their influence from spreading through your organization. Jay stepped closer, his suppression field moving with him like an invisible sphere of negation. You want to talk about problems, Director? Let's talk about how S.H.I.E.L.D. is no better than anyone here. The Morlocks shifted behind their leaders, tension rippling through the crowd like electricity. They could sense their protector building toward something, and they were ready to follow wherever he led. Working with dictators when it suits you, Jay continued, his voice carrying to every corner of the chamber. Making deals with terrorists when they have information you need. Partnering with the Hellfire Club when their resources prove useful. Using the X-Men as your pet peacekeepers while letting innocents suffer to maintain your precious status quo. Fury's jaw clenched. That's how the world works, son. You pick your battles and make hard choices. Someone has to keep the lights on while idealists like you play revolution in the sewers. Idealists. The electronic modulation couldn't hide the edge of genuine amusement in Jay's voice. Director, I think you've got me confused with someone who still believes in fairy tales. The moment stretched taut as both men sized each other up, the seasoned spymaster who'd built an empire on necessary compromises, and the masked figure who'd emerged from nowhere to challenge everything Fury thought he understood about mutant politics. Then Fury fired back, his voice sharp with authority and frustrated anger. You want to talk about fairy tales? Let's talk about you, power broker. Coming out of nowhere, manipulating an entire population with parlor tricks and false promises. Handing out facelifts like some bargain basement messiah, giving these people hope you can't possibly deliver on. The effect on the Morlocks was immediate and volcanic. Voices rose in outrage throughout the chamber, men and women who'd found dignity through Jay's intervention now faced with casual dismissal of their transformation as worthless trinkets. The sound was like a hive of angry wasps, decades of suppressed fury finding voice in unified rage. Caliban's pale form tensed with barely contained violence, his gaunt features twisting with something dangerous and primal. Beautiful Dreamer's ethereal features hardened into something that promised retribution. Even the restored children pressed forward, their newly human faces flushed with indignation that ran deeper than their years. Fake hope. SKK's reptilian voice carried clearly over the crowd's growing rage. You think their restored faces are fake? Our dignity is fake. Callisto stepped forward, her scarred face set in hard lines. Our unity is fake. The mood shifted from tense standoff to the precipice of violence. The air itself seemed to vibrate with potential energy, like the moment before a dam bursts. Even without their powers, the X-Men recognized the signs, a mob building towards savage retribution, decades of suppressed rage finding a target in the men who'd just dismissed their transformation as circus tricks. Then Jay simply snapped his fingers. The sound echoed through the chamber like a gunshot, sharp and commanding. Suddenly, the Morlocks fell silent from choice, choosing to listen to their leader rather than act on their justified fury. It was a display of absolute authority that needed no supernatural power to enforce, just the complete trust of people who'd found someone worth following into hell itself. Much better, Jay said calmly, as if the near riot had been nothing more than a minor interruption. Now, Director Fury, since we're discussing the credibility of hope. Jay walked toward Fury with measured steps, his boots echoing off stone as the suppression field moved with him invincible to all. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tensed, but Fury held up a hand to keep them from escalating. There's an old Indian proverb, Jay said, stopping just outside Fury's personal space. His mask caught the torchlight, making it impossible to read any expression beneath. Those whose houses are made of glass shouldn't throw stones at others' houses. Speaking of glass houses, Jay continued conversationally but silently enough for only Fury to hear, his electronic voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any shout. How's Natasha's family doing? You know, the ones you've been telling her are dead for years, while they either rot in Russian prisons or under the still operating Red Room's control. Fury's single eye widened fractionally, the only sign of shock on his carefully controlled features. But Jay caught that micro-expression that revealed everything. The legendary spymaster's poker face had cracked, just for an instant. Or should we discuss Project TAHITI? Jay's electronic voice carried a note of dark amusement that made Fury's blood chill. Fascinating work, using Kree genetic material to create resurrection serums. Tell me, how many test subjects died screaming before you got the formula right? How the hell do you know that? Fury's voice was deadly quiet, his hand moving unconsciously toward his sidearm. The same way I know you've been running illegal human experimentation programs under the guise of enhanced individual research. Jay tilted his head, the gesture somehow managing to convey casual interest despite the mask. The same way I know about the fridge facilities, the index, and your delightful habit of recruiting criminals and terrorists when their skills prove useful to your little shadow empire. Fury's mind raced as he felt a strange déjà vu wash over him. This conversation, this casual revelation of state secrets, felt familiar. You're connecting me to someone, Jay observed, watching Fury's face carefully through his mask's eye holes. The doctor, perhaps. Cool guy, I heard he was single and available in the market. His head turned slightly toward the X-Men, the gesture somehow managing to appear amused despite the electronic distortion. Who are you? Fury demanded, not falling for his psychological tricks, his composure finally cracking. Jay's laugh echoed through the chamber, and for a moment, just one terrifying moment, the electronic distortion seemed to glitch, allowing something else to bleed through. Something that made Beast's enhanced intellect freeze in sudden, impossible recognition. Chapter 43, The Price of Beauty. The laugh cut off abruptly, Jay's mask turning toward Beast with laser focus, as if he'd caught the mutant scientist's moment of recognition. I'm exactly who I said I am, Director, Jay said, his electronic voice steady once again. I'm the power broker. And if you want to keep being Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. instead of just another corpse in a shallow grave, I suggest you back the hell off. The threat hung in the air, but Fury wasn't a man who'd survived this long by backing down from dangerous situations. His jaw set with stubborn determination. I can't leave empty-handed. The council expects results, and if I don't deliver, they'll find someone who will. Someone who might not be as diplomatic as I've been tonight. Then take your results, Jay said simply. Take the Hellfire prisoners. But understand, you're not taking what makes them superior. Fury's eye narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Instead of answering directly, Jay turned toward where Mask waited among the other Morlocks. The surgically scarred mutant straightened when his leader's attention focused on him, a slow grin spreading across his damaged features. Mask, Jay's electronic voice carried clearly, each word dropping into the silence like stones into still water. These prisoners have hidden their true nature behind pretty faces for far too long. Why don't you bring their real beauty to the surface? To your heart's content. The grin on Mask's face widened into something genuinely unhinged, years of suppressed rage and creative sadism finally finding an outlet. His hatred of Hellfire Club experimentation would finally get its revenge through him as an instrument of poetic justice. Finally, Mask whispered, his voice carrying a sick joy that made several people step back. Finally, I get to show them what it feels like. No, Storm said immediately, her powerless form still radiating moral authority. This is too much. You cannot. Can't what? Caliban interrupted, his pale, gaunt face turning toward the former goddess of the Morlocks with bitter accusation in every line. Make them look like us. Make them experience what we've lived with every day of our miserable fucking lives. The cutting observation hit the X-Men like a physical blow to the solar plexus. Beast's enhanced intellect processed the moral trap immediately. How could they argue that permanent disfigurement was too cruel a fate without implying that the Morlocks' original appearances were somehow worse than death itself? That's not, we didn't mean, Jean Grey stammered, her powerless state making her feel more vulnerable than she had in years. Oh, so looking like us is worse than death? Caliban's voice carried a bitter edge that decades of underground existence had honed to razor sharpness. So our faces are so horrific that inflicting them on others constitutes cruel and unusual punishment. How very fucking enlightening to learn what our supposed allies really think of us. The X-Men fell silent, the ugly implications of their moral outrage exposed like infected wounds. They could weep for beautiful people facing disfigurement while accepting the Morlocks' monstrous appearances as natural consequences. They could protect the Hellfire Club's lost perfection while ignoring the ugly ones who suffered in darkness. Mask didn't wait for further debate. His power flowed outward like liquid creativity, targeting the Hellfire prisoners who weren't protected by X-Men intervention. Shinobi Shaw's perfect features twisted into a grotesque parody of his father's arrogance. Harold Leland's face became a reflection of the cruelty he'd shown others. Donald Pierce's remaining human features warped to match the mechanical coldness of his cybernetics. Their screams echoed through the chamber as flesh reshaped itself according to Mask's twisted artistry, their bodies reflecting the ugliness of their souls for the first time in their pampered lives. Only Emma Frost and Sage were spared. The X-Men had moved to intervene just in time, though their powerless state meant they could offer only physical protection rather than any real defense. Enough, Xavier said firmly, his wheelchair humming as he positioned himself between Mask and the two women. We understand your point. The disfigurement ends here. Jay nodded approvingly. Acceptable. Emma can leave, but all assets under her name, legal and illegal, go to the Morlocks. Consider it community improvement funding. You can't just steal, Emma started, her diamond transformation trying and failing to activate under Jay's suppression field. Can't I? Jay's electronic voice carried dark amusement that made Emma's blood turn to ice water. Director Fury, Professor Xavier, do you guarantee this deal will be honored? Because I'd hate for Emma to discover what happens when people break their word to me. Fury and Xavier exchanged glances, both men recognizing the political trap they'd walked into like lambs to slaughter. Emma Frost's fortune was built on decades of exploitation and illegal activities. Legally, she had few protections. Morally, they had even fewer grounds to defend her blood-soaked wealth. The deal will be honored, Xavier said reluctantly. SHIELD will ensure compliance, Fury added through gritted teeth. Jay stepped toward Emma, who instinctively backed away until she hit the stone wall behind her. Her diamond form tried desperately to activate, but the suppression field held her powers in complete check. What do you want? Emma asked, her voice steadier than her expression suggested. My body. Is that the price of keeping what's left of my face? Your body. Jay's modulated laugh echoed strangely, like broken promises and shattered illusions. Emma, you're old enough to be my grandmother. I have standards. Instead of the sexual assault she'd expected, Jay reached out with stolen power, Sage's enhanced mental abilities and X-gene jumpstart, stolen during their earlier encounter and modified through his own understanding of mutant genetics. His touch was clinical, precise, reaching not for her flesh but for the genetic structures that governed her mutation, and a new application of this was born. Emma's eyes widened in shock and growing horror as she felt something fundamental shift in her. Her diamond transformation activated suddenly, her skin shifting to brilliant crystal, but instead of the controlled shift she'd mastered over decades, the change felt different. Permanent. Locked. What did you do to me? Emma's crystalline features couldn't express emotion properly, but her voice carried pure panic. Insurance, Jay replied simply, his electronic voice carrying the weight of absolute finality. You'll remain in diamond form until every cent of your assets has been transferred to Morlock community funds. Try to break the deal, try to hide resources, try to welch on any part of the agreement, and you'll spend eternity as a living statue, conscious but unable to feel, unable to touch, unable to experience anything but the cold perfection of your own reflection. Emma tried to shift back to flesh, her panic rising as the transformation refused to respond. The power that had been her greatest strength had become a beautiful prison. You bastard. She lunged forward, her diamond fists aimed at Jay's mask, but stopped short when she met his gaze through the eye holes. Even through the electronic distortion and the physical barrier, something in his eyes made her survival instincts scream warnings. Emma, Jay's voice carried a note of almost gentle menace, like a parent explaining consequences to a particularly slow child. I suggest you consider your next move very carefully. I've been patient with you because you're useful alive. That patience has limits that you really don't want to test. Emma stepped back, her diamond form reflecting the torchlight like a living sculpture of crystallized terror. The threat was implicit but unmistakable. She could be beautiful and functional, or she could be beautiful and dead. The deal stands, she said finally, her voice containing decades of bitter pride swallowing itself. Jay turned back to address the chamber as a whole, his presence dominating the underground space with casual authority that made everyone present feel small and temporary. Director Fury, Professor Xavier, I suggest you leave. Now. Before this becomes the kind of battlefield none of us can control. This isn't over, Fury said, but his agents were already beginning to withdraw. The political ramifications alone would take months to sort through, and they had what they'd come for, prisoners to satisfy the council, even if those prisoners were no longer the powerful assets they'd once been. It never is, Jay agreed. But next time, remember, some houses are made of stronger glass than others. The X-Men began their own tactical withdrawal, supporting Storm and helping the powerless team members navigate the tunnels. Only Beast lingered for a moment, his scientific curiosity warring with tactical necessity. Power broker, Beast said quietly, his enhanced intellect still racing through patterns and possibilities that didn't quite add up. Your knowledge, your abilities, the precision of your power suppression, there's something familiar about your methodology. Something that reminds me of. Jay's mask turned toward the blue-furred genius with laser focus. Dr. McCoy, sometimes the most brilliant minds ask the most dangerous questions. And sometimes those questions have answers that brilliant minds aren't prepared to handle. Indeed, they do, Beast replied softly, his scientific instinct screaming that he was missing something crucial. Indeed, they do. As the three factions withdrew from the underground chamber, the Morlocks remained, united, empowered, and now wealthy beyond their wildest dreams. Their cheers echoed off stone walls as Jay stood among them, his suppression field finally dissipating as the immediate threat passed. Chapter 44, Interlude 1, Diamond Economics. The Blackbird lifted off from the Morlock tunnels with Emma Frost locked in her diamond form, a crystalline prisoner who made their aircraft look like it was smuggling a disco ball. The weight distribution was shot. Emma's transformed state had added nearly 300 pounds to their passenger limit, and Storm was compensating by manipulating the weather. Scott sat rigid in the co-pilot's seat, his jaw working overtime. Housing a terrorist at the school went against every tactical bone in his body, but arguing with the professor about moral obligations was pointless. The cabin hummed with post-mission tension. Emma sat in crystalline silence, probably plotting ways to murder Power Broker and the whole of Morlocks once she figured out how to turn back. Then Kurt Wagner teleported into the seat across from her with his trademark BAMF, sulfur still curling around his blue form. "So, Emma." Kurt's yellow eyes studied her diamond body. "I have been thinking about that," Power Broker said back there. Emma's diamond features couldn't convey the "oh God, what now" expression she was feeling, but her voice carried that weary resignation reserved for dealing with idiots. "By all means, Wagner. Dazzle me." "Vel, you are made of solid diamond now, ja. Zay vol body." "Obviously. What's your point?" Kurt grinned. "Do you have any idea that you are actually worth right now?" The cabin went dead silent except for the Blackbird's engines and Logan choking on his beer. "I beg your pardon." Zay 4 Cs. Color, clarity, cut, and carat. "Emma, you are ZE biggest diamond in ZE world." From his corner, Beast looked up from his tablet. "Kurt, you magnificent fool, you've stumbled onto something here." "Don't." Emma's voice cut like a laser. "Don't you dare, McCoy." But Beast was already in full mad scientist mode, fingers dancing across his tablet. "From a gemological standpoint, this is unprecedented. According to our medical records, Emma's mass increases from 144 pounds to 436 pounds in diamond form." Bobby looked up from his magazine. "Okay, she's chunky. So what? Diamonds aren't measured in pounds, Bobby. They're measured in carats. 1 carat equals 0.2 grams, which means 436 pounds converts to roughly 198 kilograms, multiplied by 5,000. His tablet beeped. 988,831 carats. Kitty's head snapped up. "Did you just say almost a million carats?" Kurt's jaw hit the floor. "Mein Gott. That is the size of a small building." "A small building made of what appears to be vivid blue diamond," Beast added. "Natural blue diamonds are among the rarest gems on Earth." Emma's laugh was bitter. "Oh, this just gets better." Kitty had that look, the same expression she got before pranking someone. "Beast, how much is a blue diamond worth per carat?" "Kitty." Emma's voice was full of warning. Beast adjusted his glasses, missing the homicidal aura radiating from their passenger. The Blue Moon of Josephine, a 12.03 carat fancy vivid blue, sold for $48.4 million in 2015. That's roughly $4 million per carat. Silence. Kurt's tail went rigid. Veer million. Per carat. For larger stones, the Oppenheimer Blue was 23.24 carats and sold for $35 to $50 million. More reasonable at $1.50 to $2.20 million per carat. Beast dove back into his calculations. Using the conservative estimate of $1.5 million per carat, multiplied by Emma's 988,831 carats. His tablet dinged. That would be approximately $1.48 trillion. Bobby's soda went everywhere, Rogue dropped her cards, and Warren fell out of his seat. "Trillion." Kitty shrieked. "With a T." Logan spoke up from his corner, cigar dangling. "Darlin', you're worth more than Canada's entire GDP." Kurt was hyperventilating. "That is more money than most countries." Scott's voice came out strangled. "Emma's walking around worth more than." Stark, Rogue finished. "More than Apple, Amazon, and Google combined." But Bobby had that look he got before doing something stupid. "Wait, Beast, she's technically artificial, right? Not naturally formed." Emma's death glare could have cut through Logan's skeleton. "Drake, I swear to God." Beast's curiosity reignited. "Absolutely. Emma's diamond transformation is artificially induced. In gemological terms, that classifies her as laboratory-grown rather than natural. That difference does that make?" Kurt leaned forward. Lab-grown diamonds are typically 80 to 90% cheaper than natural stones. The cabin held its breath. So instead of $1.35 trillion. Beast paused. We're looking at $112 to $319 billion. Warren blinked. That's still enough to buy half of a state. But wait. Kitty was vibrating with glee. What about regular prices instead of fancy auctions? Like, if you walked into a jewelry store. Beast was in his element now, while Emma radiated enough fury to power a nuclear reactor. For commercial-grade blue diamonds, market prices average around $711.73 per carat. Beep. $703.78 million and 47 cents. Logan's laugh was pure evil. From over $1 trillion to 700 mil, sweetheart, you just depreciated faster than a Maserati off the lot. Rogue grinned. Sugar, you went from national debt to baseball team money in 5 minutes. Emma's voice could have flash frozen the Pacific. Are you finished converting my molecular structure into your shopping catalog? But Beast, oblivious to how close he was to becoming a corpse, held up one finger. There's one final consideration. Cut quality dramatically affects diamond pricing. Emma's current form isn't precision cut like a traditional gemstone. It's more organic and rough, especially after what Power Broker put her through. Emma whispered 2 words that carried more menace than any villain's monologue. Oh no. Rough diamonds, even blue ones, trade at significant discounts. We're probably looking at $150 to $300 per carat for uncut specimens of this size. More tapping. Another beep. So, our final estimate is approximately $148 to $297 million. The laughter that erupted was loud enough to be heard outside the jet. Logan was wiping tears. Bobby had fallen out of his seat. Emma. Bobby wheezed. You went from buying Amazon to maybe purchasing CNN. Kurt was practically convulsing. From White Queen with corporate empire to, still ZE White Queen, just with a smaller empire. Logan lit a fresh cigar, grinning through smoke. Darlin', I've seen stocks with better price stability. Emma's crystalline form radiated fury. When I get out of this form, I'm going to demonstrate exactly what rough cut means to each of your faces. But Beast, possessing a death wish, made one final observation. Though I should mention, your theoretical value could appreciate if we could get you certified by the Gemological Institute of America. Hank. Every voice roared in unison, including Storm from the cockpit. As the mansion's lights appeared below, Bobby couldn't resist one final shot. Hey Emma, want me to check the diamond futures market tomorrow? Kurt nodded. Ja. Or perhaps VE should get you professionally appraised. Kitty giggled. We could take her to one of those we buy gold places. Logan's chuckle was weaponized evil. 250 million ain't bad for a terrorist's bounty. Warren, who'd been quietly processing, suddenly spoke up. Wait, what if Emma gets stuck like this? Permanently? Then we're housing a $250 million liability. The insurance paperwork alone. Warren. The collective roar nearly rattled the windows. As they filed off the aircraft, Kurt made one last attempt. Well, at least now VE know Emma is worth her weight in diamonds literally. The sound Emma made wasn't quite a growl, nor a scream, but it was funny for the X-Men after everything they'd endured in the Morlock tunnels. Hearing it lifted their spirits more than any of them had expected. Chapter 45, Tallying Rewards. Jay's eyes cracked open to his ceiling, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. The digital clock on his nightstand showed 11:47 a.m., but the exhaustion weighing down his bones suggested he could sleep for another week and still wake up feeling like he'd been hit by Thor's hammer. Oh my OAA, he thought, rolling over with a groan. When did saving people start feeling like getting run over by the entire Fantasticar? The events of the past 24 hours crashed over him like a tsunami. Beast and Reed's clinical diagnosis at the Baxter building, getting ready for his enhancement procedure. Bobby's panicked call about Mask's kidnapping, the terror in his voice cutting through Jay's carefully constructed emotional walls. The crash out at Ben and Alicia's apartment, where he'd finally let someone see the scared kid hiding behind all that stolen powers. Bobby finding him in the park afterward, talking him down from the edge of doing anything stupid. Then came the gathering, convincing the Morlocks to trust him with their lives for a raid that would have been suicide. Balancing a date straight out of a spicy novel with Domino with raiding the Hellfire Club to get Mask back. The battle itself, where he'd felt more alive than ever while temporarily copying Domino's luck powers. The screams still echoed in his memory, but they didn't bother him nearly as much as they should have. And finally, a Mexican standoff with both X-Men and S.H.I.E.L.D. Jay pushed himself upright, his spine popping like bubble wrap as he surveyed his bedroom. Clothes scattered across the floor. The power broker's mask sitting on his dresser, its eyeholes staring at him with judgment he didn't particularly want to unpack right now. But despite the bone-deep weariness, Jay couldn't shake the satisfaction humming through his chest. The rewards had been worth every bruise, every moment of uncertainty, every ounce of stress while facing the standoff in those underground tunnels. First, the Morlocks' total acceptance. He'd seen it in their eyes during the standoff, the way they'd fallen silent when he'd snapped his fingers. That kind of loyalty that had to be earned through blood and sweat, and tears. Second, his strategic positioning in the broader mutant political landscape. Fury knew his name now, knew he was a player worth taking seriously. The X-Men had felt his power firsthand and wouldn't underestimate him again. The Hellfire Club's inner circle was either disfigured or financially ruined. He'd carved out a space at the table where mutant politics were decided. Third, Emma Frost seized assets, which would fund Jay's plan for Morlock community improvement for years. Clean water, proper medical supplies, real food instead of scrap scavenged from the surface world, and some decent housing that didn't require crawling through sewer tunnels to reach. The look on Emma's diamond face when she'd realized her fortune was gone forever had been worth the price of admission all by itself. Fourth, Sage's powers, stolen during their brief encounter and now integrated into his own growing arsenal. The potential applications were staggering: enhanced mental processing, perfect memory, and the ability to perceive DNA structures at the genetic level. He could jumpstart dormant X genes. Even tweak existing mutations, if he could get Reed's enhancement procedure done. And fifth, the most important reward of all, his personal breakthrough. For the first time in both his lives, he'd learned to express himself honestly. The scared guy trapped in the hospital was still there, would always be there, but he wasn't driving anymore. Jay swung his legs over the side of the bed. Time to see exactly what he'd gained from this whole clusterfuck of violence and politics. He closed his eyes, sinking into the meditative state that granted access to his mental plane. The world fell away like shed skin, into the endless white void where all his powers manifested as living representations of their true nature. The space stretched infinitely in all directions, a blank canvas where consciousness took visual form. His original ability dominated the center of the plane, massive, imposing, carved from gray. The figure radiated absolute control. It had grown so much since his first visit here. Tommy's healing aura stood to the left, a bright green figure that pulsed with life energy so pure. The power radiated warmth and hope. Claire's danger sense manifested as a golden yellow sentinel, its surface reflecting light like polished armor. The figure stood in a protective stance, arms spread wide as if shielding something precious from harm. It had saved his life more times than he could count. Kilgrave's mind control took the form of purple smoke and worms given humanoid shape, persuasive and repulsive even in this abstract representation. And finally, the newest and most complex, stood Sage's stolen power, or rather, what had once been Sage's power. The figure appeared as a steel-blue robotic form, perfectly balanced between human and machine. But unlike the others, this power felt divided. Incomplete. Jay approached the steel-blue figure, studying its construction. Sage's abilities weren't a single power but rather two distinct aspects that she'd never learned to separate: mental computation and DNA perception. Instead of a simple combination, Jay tried and dissect this stolen ability, understand its parts, and rebuild them according to his own specifications. The steel-blue figure seemed to sense his intent, its form flickering with resistance as his original power theft reached out to claim dominion over it. But resistance was futile against the gray giant that stood at the center. His power theft took what it wanted and reshaped them to accommodate its need. The robotic figure split down the middle like a cracked mirror, dividing into two separate entities that orbited each other. The first fragment, DNA perception, flowed toward his original power. The gray giant accepted the integration with casualness, its carved features remaining unchanged, but its eyes shifting to deep oceanic blue. Now he could see the genetic structures that govern mutation, identify latent powers hiding in dormant X genes, and, with enough training and his upcoming enhancement, actually tweak existing abilities to create something entirely new. The second fragment, mental computation, spun through the air toward his danger sense, the two powers recognizing their natural compatibility. The golden sentinel accepted the steel-blue computation parts, its surface gaining blue streaks that pulsed with electronic-like circuitry. Suddenly, Jay's mind felt sharper, more focused, capable of processing multiple information streams simultaneously while maintaining perfect recall of every detail. Photographic memory, he realized with growing excitement. Kinetic memory. Enhanced pattern recognition. Multitasking capabilities. And the danger sense to tie it all together into something far more. The fused power felt incomplete, like the first stage of something that could evolve much further with enough boost. But even in its current state, the enhancement was staggering. He could feel his mind operating on multiple levels simultaneously. Jay opened his eyes, returning to the physical world with a sharp intake of breath that felt like surfacing from deep water. His apartment looked the same, but his perception of it had fundamentally shifted. He could see the dust patterns on his nightstand that revealed the building's air circulation systems, noticed the structural weaknesses in the ceiling that suggested the apartment above had water damage. The enhancement was intoxicating, like being handed a Sharingan after spending his entire life functionally blind. But it came with a price, constant information overload that needed to be shut down, as Jay could feel his brain heating up. Gonna take some getting used to, he thought, pushing himself off the bed and padding toward the kitchen. Jay filled his kettle with precise measurements, exactly 16.9 fluid ounces of water, heated to 195 degrees Fahrenheit for optimal chai brewing. While the water heated, he leaned against his counter and let his thoughts settle into order. Fury's words from last night echoed in his enhanced memory with perfect clarity, coming out of nowhere, manipulating an entire population with parlor tricks and false promises. Handing out facelifts like some bargain basement messiah. The accusation stung because it contained truth. Jay did control the Morlocks, and he did hide his face behind a mask. From the outside, the power broker probably looked exactly like the kind of manipulative cult leader who preyed on desperate people for personal gain. Old Jay would have left it that way, content to rule from the shadows while letting others make assumptions about his motivations. But the breakthrough had changed something fundamental in his approach to leadership. He'd learned the value of honest expression, of letting people see the real person behind the power. The Morlocks deserved better than a faceless dictator, even if that dictator had their best interests at heart. They deserved to know who they were following, to make informed choices about their loyalty instead of blindly trusting. Which means I need to have a real conversation with them, Jay realized, measuring chai spices with precision that would have impressed a molecular gastronomist. Vulnerability had never been his strong suit, but last night had proven its value. Bobby's support in the park, the way the Morlocks had rallied to his cause, all of it had come from moments of genuine human connection rather than displays of overwhelming power. His kettle whistled, and Jay poured the water over his spice mixture with focused attention that would have made a tea ceremony master proud. The ritual of making chai was always soothing. He also needed to apologize to Ben and Alicia. The breakdown at their apartment had been cathartic, but it had also been unfair to two people who'd only been trying to help. They deserved an explanation. Ben, if he got a chance, would probably get a kick out of meeting the Morlocks, Jay thought with the first genuine smile he'd managed since waking up. Guy knows what it's like to be judged for how you look. And Alicia could probably teach some of the kids about art, give them something beautiful to focus on instead of just survival. Jay poured himself a cup with hands still a bit shaky, given his exhaustion. The first sip sent warmth spreading through his chest, familiar comfort, and the sensation of taste and satisfaction. He was about to head for the shower when his phone rang, the electronic trill cutting through his peaceful morning. The caller ID showed a number he recognized, Agent Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most persistent middle management sociopath. Jay stared at the phone for 3 rings, seriously considering letting it go to voicemail. But if Coulson was calling this early after last night's clusterfuck, it was probably important. Or catastrophic. With S.H.I.E.L.D., those were often the same thing. Agent Coulson, Jay replied carefully. To what do I owe the pleasure? Straight to business. I like that. Coulson's tone suggested he was smiling. My team and I just returned from an extended expedition in the Arctic. Your wild goose chase finally bore fruit. The humor vanished from Coulson's voice, replaced by excitement. We found something up there, Jay. Something that's going to require your particular skill set to handle properly. I'm sending you an address. We need you there within the hour, a car is waiting for you below your apartment. Fuck, Jay thought, draining his chai in a single gulp that would have scalded a normal throat, and with it leaving his temporarily achieved tranquility. Can't even get one peaceful morning in this world. Time to finally meet the moral compass of this world. Chapter 46, Frozen Assets. Jay stood in front of his closet, running his fingers over a charcoal gray suit. The fabric felt expensive, Egyptian cotton blend with just enough sheen to look good against his skin without screaming money. He pulled on the jacket, adjusting it until it sat right. His brain, still getting used to all the upgrades, automatically catalogued every little detail, how the shoulders fit, the collar angle, whether his burgundy tie was knotted tight enough. Funny, he thought, checking himself in the mirror. 3 months ago I was wearing stolen scrubs and calling it fashion. Now I'm about to meet Captain fucking America, and I'm worried about whether my tie looks good. Jay headed for the door. 4 flights of stairs felt easier today, even though he was dead tired. Adrenaline was one hell of a drug. The black sedan outside his building screamed government from half a block away. Jay walked over to the driver's side, expecting some stone-faced agent in cheap sunglasses. Instead, he found himself staring at Melinda May. Agent 33. The cavalry herself, sitting behind the wheel. Her dark hair was pulled back, no-nonsense style, and her eyes had that steady look that came from years of dealing with very dangerous people. Jay slid into the passenger seat, actually surprised. "Morning," he said, settling into leather seats that belonged in a luxury car, not government transport. Wasn't expecting Coulson to send his star player. May glanced at him in the rearview mirror, eyebrow raised. "Surprised to see a woman." Jay grinned. "Surprised to see the cavalry playing taxi driver. Figured you'd be off somewhere teaching rookies how to kill people with office supplies." Something shifted in May's face, surprise, maybe, or the realization that he knew exactly who she was. "Director Fury specifically asked me to handle your transport," she said, pulling smoothly into traffic. "Apparently you're important." Jay leaned back, watching the city blur past tinted windows. "That's Fury for you. Can't just send a regular guy to pick someone up. Has to make it a whole thing." May navigated through Manhattan traffic, but Jay's enhanced senses caught the tension in her shoulders, how her hands gripped the wheel just a little too tight. She was nervous. Not scared. Jay doubted Melinda May got scared anymore, not after Bahrain. Which meant Coulson hadn't told her everything about where they were going. "So," Jay said, "how much did Phil actually tell you about today?" "Enough," May said, turning toward Times Square. They drove through the heart of Manhattan, past tourists and street performers and all the organized chaos that made New York feel alive. They pulled into an alley between 2 buildings that looked abandoned until you noticed the security cameras and the way the shadows seemed wrong, like they were hiding things. May led him to what looked like a maintenance door, peeling paint, rust stains, the kind of thing a team probably spent days making look authentic. She pressed her palm against something hidden under the graffiti, and the door clicked open. "After you," she said, pointing toward stairs that went down into darkness. The hidden facility was like stepping back in time. Everything screamed 1940s medical, surgical tables that belonged in a museum, 4 stands made of actual steel instead of modern stuff, even the lights looked period correct. But underneath all the vintage window dressing, it was a fully functional medical facility pretending to be a historical exhibit. "Nice touch," Jay said, running his hand along a cabinet that was hiding enough high-tech monitoring gear to stock a modern hospital. Fury really went all out with the presentation. "The director likes his theatrics," May said, leading him deeper into the place. They found Coulson standing next to a table with something covered by a white sheet. His usual professional cool had cracked, fingers tapping against his leg, shoulders too straight, like he was trying not to bounce on his toes. "Jay," Coulson said, turning toward them with a smile like Christmas morning. "Thanks for coming. I know this is last minute, but when we finally found him." He gestured at the covered shape. "Him?" Jay asked, though he already knew who was under that sheet. Coulson's hands actually shook a little as he pulled back the covering, like he was unwrapping the Holy Grail. Steve Rogers lay on the metal table like some fairy tale prince. Even unconscious and covered in ice crystals, he looked exactly like Chris Evans, all-American jaw, the works. "Captain America," Coulson said, voice soft like he was talking about a religious artifact. "We found him right where you said he'd be, buried in ice, perfectly preserved, just waiting for someone who could bring him back." Jay walked over to the table slowly, taking his time to look at all the monitoring equipment. The captain's vitals were barely there. Core temperature just above freezing. Brain activity at the absolute minimum to keep cells alive. It was actually brilliant. The super soldier serum had completely rewired his biology to survive stuff that would kill anyone else. "So," Jay said, pulling on surgical gloves, "what exactly do you need me to do?" "Same thing you did for Tommy Henderson," Coulson said. "Fix the damage, help his body remember how to work normally. If we can't thaw him out safely." He paused, looking worried for the first time since Jay had met him. At least we tried, right? Jay was about to start negotiating when footsteps echoed from outside, heavy, deliberate, and somehow making the air feel more dangerous. Nick Fury walked into the room like he owned it, which he probably did. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. moved like a predator, leather coat doing that dramatic billowing thing as he positioned himself between Jay and the exit. Then he pulled out a gun and pressed it against Jay's head. "How the fuck," Fury said, voice quiet and deadly, "did my most classified secrets become gossip for every new enhanced asshole?" Jay felt the cold metal against his temple, noticed how Fury's finger stayed on the trigger guard instead of the trigger. Professional intimidation, not actual murder. His danger sense and brain agreed. Threat level was actually pretty low, despite the gun. "Director," Jay said calmly, not moving, "if you're gonna point guns at people, you should probably mean it." Fury's jaw tightened, but something about his posture stayed controlled. "Oh, I fucking mean it," he said, but Jay could read the tells. "How is Jay the Doctor connected to the power broker?" Fury demanded. "How does some street-level healer know about every classified op I've run in the past 10 years? Jay smiled, completely calm despite having a gun to his head. "I'm a doctor, Nick. Doctors fix people. Sometimes the people I fix pay me back with interesting stories. Amazing what patients tell you when you're putting their guts back where they belong." "That's not a fucking answer." "It's the only answer you get while you're waving guns around like some B-movie villain," Jay said. "So either shoot me or let's get on with saving your Boy Scout." Fury stared at him for a long moment, like he was doing math in his head. Finally, reluctantly, he lowered the gun. He clicked his comm, "Hill, get in here." Agent Maria Hill walked in 30 seconds later with a hard drive, looking like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her suit looked expensive enough to stop bullets. When she saw the tension in the room, her hand drifted toward her weapon. Jay grinned and switched to an exaggerated Canadian accent. "How's it going, Roby? Ted doing okay these days?" Hill's eyes went narrow, but she didn't say anything. She handed him the drive like she was handling explosives. "Howard Stark's research," Fury said. "Abraham Erskine's notes. Everything you asked for." Jay took the drive, hefting its weight. Weeks of planning and manipulation, all for this moment, access to the science behind the super soldier program. "Unfortunately," he said, sliding the drive into his jacket, "your little gun show just made this more expensive." Fury's eye flashed with what looked like equal parts rage and respect. "Excuse me." "Emotional distress, Nick. Pain and suffering. The trauma of having a gun pressed to my head while I'm trying to help save your golden boy." Jay's smile could have cut steel. "I need compensation." "What the hell do you want?" "A vial of the captain's blood." The response was instant and overwhelming. Coulson had his gun out so fast it was like magic. Hill drew her sidearm in one smooth motion. May moved with lethal grace, finding the perfect angle. Even Coulson looked heartbroken, like Jay had just said he was gonna kick his dog. "Motherf," Fury started, his gun snapping back up. Jay's danger sense ran the numbers instantly. For weapons pointed at him, but the threat level stayed surprisingly low. These were warnings. Fury needed him alive to wake the captain, so the guns were for show. "Guys." "Lady," Jay said, nodding at each armed agent. "This seems like overkill." "You want to experiment on Captain America's blood," Coulson said, voice tight with anger. "Clone the serum." "I want to help him," Jay said calmly. "The super soldier serum isn't just an upgrade, it completely rewired his biology. If something goes wrong while we're thawing him out, if his body freaks out during the transition, I need to understand how his enhanced system actually works." The logic was solid, even if it wasn't the whole truth. Jay did want to help Steve Rogers, but he also wanted that super soldier enhancement for himself. Combined with Erskine's notes, it would give him a serious edge in his own enhancement plans. Fury studied him for what felt like forever, running calculations behind that single eye. Finally, grudgingly, he nodded. "1 vial," he said. "And if you do anything besides help the captain, I'll put a bullet in your brain myself." "Deal," Jay said. "Now can we please get started?" The longer he stays frozen, the more damage builds up. The thawing took 6 hours. Jay had them bring in industrial heating units, the kind they used to de-ice aircraft carriers. The heat had to be applied slowly, evenly, letting Rogers' enhanced metabolism adjust to rising temperatures without going into shock. Every 20 minutes, Jay put his hands on the captain's chest and pushed Tommy's healing factor into the super soldier's body. The enhancement fixed ice crystal damage to cells, got blood flowing in frozen tissues, and kept organs working as the body slowly remembered how to be alive. It was brutal work. Each healing session completely drained Jay. He had to rest between sessions while the heating units kept doing their thing. But bit by bit, Steve Rogers started looking less like a frozen corpse and more like he was just sleeping. His skin slowly got its color back. His chest started rising and falling with shallow breaths. Brain activity jumped on the monitors as his enhanced nervous system came back online. By hour 5, Rogers' vitals were in normal human ranges. By hour 6, he was naturally sleeping instead of suspended animation. He'll wake up on his own, Jay told the assembled SHIELD agents. His enhanced metabolism will take care of the rest. When? Coulson asked, hovering over the captain like a worried parent. Could be hours, could be days. Depends on how much his mind needs to process. Jay stretched, feeling exhaustion sink into his bones. You could get a telepath to speed things up, but I'd be careful. Charles Xavier, for example, would probably go digging through his memories while he's unconscious. Fury's face darkened. That's not happening. Smart, Jay said. Steve Rogers has enough trauma without adding unwanted mind reading to the mix. As they got ready to leave, Jay caught May's attention. Agent May, could you drop me at the Baxter building? But I need to hit a pawn shop first. May raised an eyebrow but nodded. In the car, Jay pulled out his phone and texted Bobby, meet me at the Queen's warehouse in 3 hours. Bring Maria. We need to talk. Jay stared out the window at the city going by, thinking about the vial of super soldier blood in his jacket, the research files that would boost his chances of successful enhancement, and the sleeping legend they'd just brought back to life. Chapter 47, Making Amends. The elevator ride to the Fantastic Four's floor felt longer than usual. Jay shifted the weight of the oversized tote bag on his shoulder, checking his watch for the 3rd time in 2 minutes. The bag was heavy enough that a normal person would have struggled with it, but that wasn't what made his stomach twist. It was what he'd done to Ben. The memory of storming out of Alicia's apartment still made him cringe. The look on Ben's face when Jay had basically told him he didn't matter, that helping him was just a side effect. The elevator dinged, and Jay stepped into the familiar living space of the Fantastic Four. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making everything feel warm and inviting. Jay. Susan's voice carried genuine happiness as she looked up from architectural plans spread across the coffee table. Perfect timing. Reed's been muttering about the procedure all morning, and Johnny's driving everyone crazy with his new racing game. She glanced at the massive bag he was carrying, smirked, and in an over-exaggerated expression said, "What's in the box?" Jay couldn't help but laugh at the poor imitation. "Why don't you call everyone?" Susan's curiosity was practically radiating off her. Reed. Johnny. Ben. Jay's here, and he's brought something. The response was immediate. Reed appeared first, emerging from his workshop with that distracted look he got when he was deep in a problem. Johnny swooped down from upstairs, literally landing that he did just to show off. Ben came last, and Jay's heart sank a little. The big guy's usual warm greeting was replaced with a polite nod, his eyes not quite meeting Jay's. The tension from their last encounter hung between them like a wall. "Hey there, Jay," Reed said, his natural curiosity already fixated on the bag. "Susan mentioned you brought something." "Before I get to that," Jay said, setting the bag down carefully, "I want to thank you all." "Really, thank you." The sudden sincerity in his tone made everyone go quiet. "The past few months have been intense," Jay continued. "And through all of it, you've had my back. That means more to me than you know." Susan's eyes got that soft look. Reed was nodding slowly. Ben's expression softened just a fraction, though he still didn't meet Jay's eyes directly. "Amen, Doc," Johnny said, but his usual cockiness was tempered with something warmer. "You're gonna make me all emotional. Next thing you know, I'll be crying at commercials like Sue." "I do not cry at commercials," Susan protested with mock indignation. "The one with the puppy and the soldier coming home. That was one time." "Don't push it, Human Torch," Jay shot back, but he was smiling. "Besides, I brought presents." That got everyone's attention. Jay opened the tote bag and started pulling out carefully wrapped packages. "Ben," he said, extending a flat, rectangular package toward the Rocky Man. This one's for you. Ben looked surprised, hesitating for a moment before accepting it. When he unwrapped it, his entire body went still. Inside was a baseball in a custom display case, but this wasn't just any ball. The leather was aged to perfection, and the signature across the sweet spot was unmistakably authentic. Holy shit, Ben breathed, his Brooklyn accent thick with emotion. That's Babe Ruth. Game-winning hit from the 1932 World Series. The called shot game, Jay confirmed, watching as Ben's massive fingers traced the edge of the case like he was handling a religious artifact. Jay, this is, how the hell did you even find something like this? Ben's accent was getting thicker as emotion overwhelmed his usual careful diction. Let's just say I have connections who owe me favors, Jay said simply. And I know what baseball means to you. Johnny was practically vibrating with excitement. Holy crap, that's actually Babe Ruth. Do you know what something like that's worth? That's museum quality stuff right there. Jay turned to Johnny, extending another package. Speaking of museum quality. Johnny tore into it with typical enthusiasm, then stopped dead. No fucking way. No. Fucking way. Johnny's voice cracked slightly, all his usual bravado evaporating. Language, Susan said automatically, but she was craning her neck to see. Johnny held up a racing jersey with trembling hands, red and white, with the distinctive Marlboro sponsorship logos and a signature across the chest. James Hunt. This is from his championship year, Johnny whispered, then looked up at Jay with something approaching awe. Dude, this is the actual jersey. From 1976. From the season where he beat Luda after the crash at Nürburgring. Figured you'd appreciate having something from a driver who was as recklessly talented as you are, Jay said, enjoying the way Johnny's eyes went wide at the compliment buried in the insult. Reckless. I prefer artistically aggressive, Johnny shot back, but he was clutching the jersey like it might disappear. Jay, this must have cost. Don't worry about what it costs, Jay interrupted gently. Susan was next. Jay handed her an envelope instead of a package, and she opened it with curiosity written all over her face. As she read, her expression shifted from confusion to wonder and joy. Jay. She said softly. What is it, Sue? Reed asked, moving closer to read over her shoulder. It's a certificate, Susan said, her voice thick with emotion. I'm now the lifetime sponsor of a polar bear mother and her 2 cubs at the Central Park Zoo. And I get to name them. Polar bears are endangered, Jay said quietly. But these 2 cubs have a real chance because of programs like this. Seemed like something you'd want to be part of. Susan did start tearing up then, and made Reed immediately move to put an arm around her. That leaves you, Reed, Jay said, pulling out the final item. It was just a simple hard drive, unremarkable in every way. Reed accepted it with the same reverence Ben had shown the baseball. What's on it? Reed asked. Before you do anything, Jay said seriously, scan that thing for malware. Run it through every security protocol you have, then open it in an isolated system. Reed's eyebrows shot up. That's oddly specific. Just humor me. Reed disappeared into his lab for about 10 minutes. When he came back, his expression was somewhere between impressed and concerned. Jay, this thing is absolutely riddled with sophisticated malware. Some of the most advanced stuff I've ever seen. Where did you get this? Jay muttered under his breath, this is so fury. What was that? Susan asked. Nothing, Jay said innocently. Were you able to clean it? Of course I was able to clean it, but that's not the... Reed stopped mid-sentence as he actually looked at the contents of the drive. His face went completely blank, then shifted through confusion, disbelief, and finally something approaching scientific euphoria. Jay, he said very quietly, what exactly am I looking at here? Howard Stark's complete research archive, Jay replied casually. Plus all of Dr. Abraham Erskine's project notes on the supersoldier serum. Reed actually staggered. Johnny caught his arm, looking concerned. Reed. You okay? This is... Reed's voice cracked slightly. This is decades of work. Revolutionary work. Some of these theories were thought to be lost forever. Jay reached into his jacket and pulled out a small vial filled with dark red liquid. He held it up to the light, watching it catch the afternoon sun. Reed's expression immediately shifted to suspicious. Please tell me you didn't buy that off some black market dealer again. Nothing like that, Jay said. This was obtained directly through S.H.I.E.L.D., in exchange for services rendered to a very important figure. Johnny snorted. What kind of services? And how important was the person to give up all this? Like, what, Captain America himself? Jay's face remained completely neutral. He didn't confirm, didn't deny, just stayed perfectly still. The silence stretched until Reed's analytical mind caught up. Wait. If this is what I think it is, and you're saying S.H.I.E.L.D. gave it to you directly, I can neither confirm nor deny the specifics of my arrangement with Director Fury, Jay said in a tone that was clearly mimicking official government speak. Holy shit, Johnny whispered. That's actually Steve Rogers' blood, Reed finished, his voice filled with scientific reverence. But that's impossible. His body was never recovered. Jay just shrugged. Like I said, can't confirm or deny. Reed was already moving, his mind clearly racing through the implications. Do you understand what this means? Combined with Erskine's notes, this could accelerate the enhancement procedure while ensuring a greatly reduced margin of error. The level of analysis we can do, the safety protocols we can establish. That was the idea, Jay said quietly. Reed paused in his excited pacing, running a hand through his hair as another thought occurred to him. Oh, and Jay, Dr. McCoy called this morning. Apparently, there was some kind of incident last night involving the underground mutant community. He didn't go into details over the phone, but he sounded rattled. Said he'd still be working on the procedure but remotely from the mansion for security reasons. Jay's eyebrows raised slightly, his enhanced mental processing immediately cataloging potential complications. Is he still planning to assist with the procedure? Absolutely, Reed confirmed with emphasis. He was very clear about that. Said whatever happened, whatever political complications arose, he wouldn't miss this. Should be here on the scheduled date, ready to proceed. The celebration was interrupted when Ben cleared his throat. Everyone turned to look at him, and Jay felt his stomach drop at the serious expression on the rocky face. Jay, Ben said quietly, can I talk to you for a minute? Private. This was it. The moment Ben told him exactly what he thought of Jay's behavior at Alicia's place. Jay nodded, following Ben to the far corner of the living space, near the windows. I owe you an apology, Ben said quietly. Jay blinked. That was not what he'd expected. Ben, no. I'm the one who. Let me finish, Ben interrupted, his Brooklyn accent thicker than usual. What you said at Alicia's, about the procedure being for you, not for me. You were right. I was being cruel, Jay said immediately. I was lashing out because you were scared, Ben said simply. And because you thought I was putting pressure on you that you didn't need. Thing is, kid, I was. Jay stared at him. I've been so focused on the idea of being normal again that I wasn't thinking about what it was costing you, Ben continued, his accent getting thicker as emotion made him less careful about his speech. That ain't fair. Your life, your choices. I had no right to make you feel guilty about it. Ben. Jay's voice was rough. Jay felt something tight in his chest start to loosen. I was still an ass. Yeah, you were, Ben agreed with characteristic Brooklyn bluntness. But we all got our moments. Question is, we good? We're good, Jay said, meaning it. But I want to make it up to you anyway. Ben raised an eyebrow similar to watching Johnny's pranks. Oh yeah. How's dat? Jay pulled out his phone and showed Ben the screen. It displayed a confirmation number and an itinerary. Tonight, you're gonna go get Alicia and get dressed up nice. Jay, what did you? A car's picking you both up at 7, Jay continued with the satisfaction of someone executing a perfectly planned surprise. Dinner at Daniel, which I'm told serves food so good it makes people weep tears of joy. Then a private box at the Met for La Boheme, and before you say anything about not understanding opera, Alicia will explain everything, and you'll love watching her love it. Ben stared at the phone screen like it might bite him. After that, a carriage ride through Central Park, because apparently that's romantic and not just touristy nonsense when you're with the right person, Jay said quietly. The whole thing's paid for, including tips. All you have to do is show up and have a good time with the woman who loves you exactly as you are. Ben's voice was very quiet, his Brooklyn accent softening with emotion. Kid, this must have cost a fortune. I can afford it, Jay said simply. And you deserve it. Both of you do. For a moment, Jay thought Ben might brush him off. Instead, the big guy pulled him into a hug that probably would have cracked ribs on a normal person. "Thank you," Ben said roughly, his voice thick with gratitude. "For everything." "Don't mention it," Jay replied, patting Ben's rocky shoulder. "Just promise me you'll have fun. With Alicia." "How could I not?" As they rejoined the group, Jay felt lighter. The gifts had been received exactly as he'd hoped, with genuine joy and surprise. More importantly, things with Ben were back on track, the tension that had been eating at him finally resolved. "So," Susan said as Jay picked up his now empty tote bag, "where are you off to now?" "Got a meeting," Jay replied casually. "Some business to take care of." Reed looked up from where he was still marveling over the research files, his mind already racing through theoretical applications. "Nothing dangerous, I hope." Jay grinned. "With me? When is it ever dangerous?" The collective groan from all four of them made him laugh as he headed for the elevator, their voices mixing in the kind of good-natured complaint that only came from people who genuinely cared about each other. 20 minutes later, Jay was heading toward Queens, his mind already shifting to the next task of the day. Chapter 48, Family Intervention. Jay pushed through the warehouse door, expecting to find Bobby and Maria waiting for him. Instead, he found himself facing a full house. Linda sat cross-legged on the old couch they'd dragged in months ago, her medical diagnostic powers making the diamond on her forehead catch the overhead light. Max was hunched over his laptop near the window, his fingers dancing across the keys as encrypted data streams flowed across the screen. Tom stood by the far wall, his silver-ringed eyes tracking Jay's movement with the kind of attention that meant he was seeing through someone else's perspective too. Jay said, stopping just inside the doorway. "I thought I was meeting Bobby and Maria, not hosting a family reunion." Bobby looked up from where he'd been leaning against the wall, cigar dangling from his lips. "Kid, we need to talk." "About what?" Jay asked, but he felt their expression. Concern. Frustration. Something that felt almost like disappointment. Maria turned from her spot near the map wall, arms crossed. "About how you had a complete breakdown in park yesterday, Bobby found you ready to do something stupid, and instead of talking to any of us about it, you immediately went off to raid the Hellfire Club and then got into a pissing match with the X-Men and S.H.I.E.L.D. Jay blinked. "How did you?" "Bobby told us," Linda said quietly. "We're family, Jay. When one of us is hurting, we all feel it." The words hit harder than they should have. Jay felt like a kid being called out by disappointed parents, and the sensation was both uncomfortable and oddly warming. "I did what needed to be done," Jay said simply, moving further into the room. Mask was taken. The Morlocks needed him back. Everything else was just consequences. "Just consequences," Tom repeated, his voice carrying that slight echo. "Jay, you went up against Emma Frost and half the inner circle. Then you faced down X-Men and had a standoff with Nick Fury himself. That's not consequences, that's escalation." Max looked up from his screens, concern written across his features. "We heard S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about you now. Both sides of you. That changes everything." Jay slumped into the chair across from them, suddenly feeling the weight of the past few days. "Look, I appreciate the concern, but..." "Food first," Max interrupted, standing up abruptly. "You look like hell, Jay." He was already moving toward the small kitchen area they'd set up in the corner of the warehouse. "I've been experimenting with this new pizza dough recipe, and I think I finally got the hydration levels right." The sudden shift made Jay smile despite himself. "Max. We're here for you, man," Max continued, already pulling out his phone. "Whatever's going on, whatever weight you're carrying, you don't have to do it alone. That's what family does, right?" "Family shares the load," Linda added softly. "Good times and bad." Tom nodded. "We've got your back, document. Always have." Bobby stubbed out his cigar, looking genuinely apologetic. "Kid, I should have called them sooner. After finding you in that park, seeing how close you came to." He shook his head. "Family shares sorrows and joys. That includes the scary moments when someone we care about is hurting." Jay felt something tight in his chest start to loosen. "All right," he said quietly. "Bring out the pizza. But I need to tell you all something first." The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. Jay's danger sense unfurled like invisible radar, scanning every corner, every shadow, every possible hiding spot, enhanced with mental processing of Sage's abilities. "We're clean," he announced after a moment. No one is listening in. Jay, Maria said carefully, what's going on? Jay took a breath, then another. How do you explain to the people who trust you most that you've been carrying around very dangerous powers? I need to upgrade Bobby's abilities, he said finally. We need better protection against mental attacks, and there's something I've been holding onto that isn't meant for me. The silence stretched until Max spoke up. Upgrade how? Remember when I gave you all your powers? Jay asked. Well, there's something I didn't mention. I don't just steal abilities and hand them out. Now I can modify them and improve if I try hard enough. And sometimes. He looked directly at Bobby. Sometimes I realize I'm not the right person to carry certain gifts. Bobby's expression grew serious. What kind of gift are we talking about, kid? Jay closed his eyes, sinking into the meditative state that granted access to his mental plane. The endless white void stretched around him, and there they were, his collected powers, manifesting as living representations of their nature. The gray giant stood at the center, dominant and imposing, its ocean blue eyes reflecting the DNA perception he'd stolen from Sage. To the left, Tommy's healing factor pulsed with green life energy. The golden sentinel of his danger sense stood protective and alert, now streaked with blue circuitry from Sage's mental computation abilities. And there, writhing in the shadows, was the purple smoke-given humanoid form, Kilgrave's mind control, whispering constantly of easy solutions and absolute power. Jay opened his eyes to find everyone staring at him. I've been carrying around Kilgrave's power, the guy I asked you to stake out Jessica Jones for, he said quietly. Complete mental domination. The ability to make anyone do anything with a word. The reactions were immediate and varied. Linda gasped. Max's fingers froze over his keyboard. Tom's silver-ringed eyes went wide. Maria took an instinctive step back. Bobby just studied, Jay. You never used it, Bobby said. It wasn't a question. Once, to make the Morlock moles confess, Jay confirmed. But carrying it, it's like having a loaded gun pressed against your own temple every day. The temptation to just make problems go away, to force people to be loyal, to eliminate opposition with a few words. He shrugged. It's not meant for me. And frankly, I'm wasting its potential. What do you mean? Linda asked. Jay stood up, moving to the center of the room. Bobby, I need to borrow your abilities for a moment. Don't worry, I'll give you something better. Before Bobby could object, Jay reached out with his power theft. The sensation was familiar now, that warm current flowing between them as abilities transferred. Bobby's truth detection and truth inducement flowed into Jay, adding themselves to his growing collection. Instead of simply storing the ability separately, he used his adaptive nature to fuse them together, creating something new and more refined. Back in his mental plane, the gray giant reached out with casual dominance toward Kilgrave's writhing purple form. The pheromonic mind control power tried to resist, its worm-like essence twisting away, but there was no escaping the gravitational pull of Jay's primary ability. What I'm about to do, Jay thought, his voice taking on strange resonance, is tear apart one of the most dangerous abilities for a society and rebuild it into something safer. The purple smoke began to dissolve under the gray giant's touch, its essence being systematically shredded and purified. The whispers of absolute control fell silent as the power was broken down to its component parts: mental influence, communication enhancement, psychological defense, and emotional manipulation. Jay kept only the useful elements, discarding the truly dangerous aspects entirely. Then he merged the purified remnants with Bobby's fused truth abilities, creating something entirely new. The result was a figure of soft purple light, radiating authority without malice, influence and domination. Jay opened his eyes and extended his hand toward Bobby. This is going to feel strange. The power transfer was more complex this time. Bobby's body tensed as the new ability settled into place, his jaw tightening as neural pathways rewired themselves to accommodate the enhanced gift. How do you feel? Jay asked. Bobby flexed his fingers experimentally, then met Jay's eyes. Different. Like I can feel the truth in everything around me, but also like I could guide people toward honesty if I needed to. The basic functions are the same as before, Jay explained. You can detect lies and induce truthfulness. But now there are additional capabilities. If someone lies to you directly, you can force them to tell the full truth. Once per day, in absolute emergencies, you can give anyone a direct command that they'll follow for up to an hour. Maria whistled low. That's dangerous, Jay finished. Which is why I'm trusting it to the one person in this room who's never asked me for anything beyond friendship. Bobby, this also provides mental protection not just for you, but for anyone you consider an ally in your vicinity. Bobby was quiet for a long moment, testing the edges of his new abilities like someone learning to walk after months of physical therapy. Kid, he said finally, this is a hell of a responsibility. I know, Jay said seriously. And I know the temptation to abuse it will be there. Power corrupts, especially power over other people's minds. But if anyone can handle it responsibly, it's you. Why not just destroy Kilgrave's ability entirely? Tom asked. Jay shrugged. Because in the right hands, mental influence can be a force for good. Bobby can help people overcome psychological trauma, break through delusions, and even provide emergency mental first aid. The trick is using it to help people find their own truth, not imposing your will on them. Linda studied Bobby with her diagnostic abilities, the diamond mark on her forehead pulsing softly. The powers integrated cleanly, she reported. No signs of psychological stress. Whatever you did, Jay, it worked. Max leaned back in his chair. So we're officially too dangerous for our own good now. We were always too dangerous for our own good, Maria pointed out. Now we're just properly equipped to handle it. Bobby stood up, testing his balance as he adjusted to the new mental weight. All right, kid. I'll keep us safe. Deal, Jay said, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders that he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. The warmth in the warehouse felt precious and fragile, like something that could be shattered if they weren't careful to protect it. All right, Jay said, settling back into his chair as Max started placing actual pizza orders on his phone. Family meeting officially adjourned. But from now on, when one of us has a crisis, we talk about it before we go off to fight demigods and government agencies. Deal, the others echoed. Chapter 49, Famous Last Words, 1. Jay tugged at his navy Henley for the fourth time, catching his reflection in the hotel's marble-walled lobby. The shirt fit well enough, not clingy but not loose either, matched with dark jeans and his leather jacket. Comfortable but put together. After the last date, he wanted today to feel normal. Whatever the hell normal meant when you were going on a date with a mercenary who could make bullets forget how to fly straight. The elevator chimed, and out walked Domino looking like trouble in the best possible way. Black skinny jeans, combat boots, and a fitted crimson sweater that made her pale skin seem to glow under the lobby lights. Those mismatched eyes of hers caught sight of the bouquet in his hands and immediately lit up. Well now, aren't you just the sweetest thing, she drawled, accepting the white and black roses with theatrical surprise. Flowers and everything. What's next, honey? You gonna pull out a ring and make an honest woman out of me? Jay grinned, offering his arm like some old-fashioned gentleman. Figured I'd test my luck. Sides, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, honey, Domino laughed, sliding her arm through his with ease, those are what we in the business call famous last words. But I appreciate a man who likes to live dangerously. Central Park, Jay said as they headed for the exit. Picnic blanket, good food, and absolutely zero folks in masks. Now you're just showing off, she teased, but he caught how her shoulders loosened up a bit. Even someone like Domino needed normal every now and then. Early noon in New York could be perfect when it wanted to be, and today it was showing off. Crisp air that carried the smell of changing leaves, golden sunlight filtering through the tree canopy like nature's own spotlight show. Jay had picked Sheep Meadow on purpose as it was far enough from the main walkways to feel private but still public enough to be safe. They spread their blanket under a cluster of oak trees, Manhattan's skyline visible in the distance. Jay unpacked sandwiches from Katz's Deli, proper pastrami and none of that processed garbage, real potato salad from this little place in Brooklyn, and 2 bottles of craft beer. All right, Domino said, settling cross-legged on the blanket, this is nice. Real nice. Which means I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. When do the ninjas show up? No ninjas, Jay promised, popping open her beer and passing it over. Scout's honor. Were you actually a Boy Scout? About 3 weeks. Turns out I wasn't too keen on following rules, even as a kid. Domino's laugh was bright and genuine. Well, that sure explains a few things. Though I gotta say, your camping skills have improved some. This beats the hell out of the fancy diner with the longest break. They ate slow and easy, trading stories that danced carefully around the more dangerous parts of their lives. So there I was, she said, gesturing with half a pastrami sandwich, hanging upside down from a helicopter, trying to disable the rotor while the pilot kept doing barrel rolls like he was auditioning for the damn Blue Angels. And the whole time, my employer's screaming through the comm that he needs the helicopter intact, 'cause it's apparently some vintage model worth more than my yearly take. Please tell me you didn't. Oh, I absolutely did. Good news was, we landed safe. Bad news was, we landed smack dab in the middle of his prize-winning rose garden. She grinned like a cat with cream. Some clients just got no sense of priorities. Jay was mid-laugh when his danger sense hit him like a sledgehammer to the skull. The familiar tingle exploded into a full-blown alarm. His beer bottle slipped from fingers that suddenly felt numb, amber liquid soaking into the blanket. Jay. Domino's voice sounded as if it were coming from under the water. Sugar, what's wrong? He forced himself to focus through the sensory overload, his stolen mental processing from Sage kicking in to analyze the threat patterns. Multiple assailants, high-velocity projectiles, coordinated attack. This wasn't some random street violence. This was professional. We gotta move, he said, already reaching for his phone. Now. His thumb found Reed's emergency contact as he hauled Domino to her feet, his danger sense painting trajectories of incoming hurt across his mental map. Reed picked up on the first ring. Jay. What's? Central Park, Sheep Meadow, Jay said, scanning the area while pulling Domino toward a cluster of bigger trees. Multiple hostiles in a coordinated attack. Civilians are about to get hurt badly. How fast can you get here? 2 minutes. Reed's voice went sharp and focused. Find cover. Jay's comic perk was already processing the scene, cataloging details his conscious mind had missed. That family on their own blanket 50 yards away, dark-haired guy with military posture, beautiful brunette laughing at something one of the kids had said, 2 little ones playing with a frisbee. The man's bearing, the way he held himself, the careful positioning that let him watch approach routes while looking relaxed. Frank Castle, but not the Punisher yet. Just a guy enjoying a wonderful afternoon with his wife, Maria, his daughter Lisa, and his son Frank Jr. Ah, shit, Jay breathed, understanding washing over him. Jay, talk to me, Domino said, her own combat instincts fully online now. What are we looking at? Jay opened his mouth to answer just as the first gunshots cracked across the meadow. Gunfire erupted from 3 directions, a coordinated ambush designed to leave no witnesses. Muzzle flashes bloomed from the tree line as what looked like rival gangs, caught up in their own territorial pissing match, turned a family picnic into a war zone. But Jay's danger sense had painted Frank Castle's family right at the center of the crossfire, and he realized with certainty that some of these bullets weren't random. Someone had used the gang violence as cover for a targeted hit. Get down. Jay tackled Domino behind a thick oak tree as bark exploded around them like wooden shrapnel. But even as they hit the dirt, his eyes stayed locked on the Castle family, watching Frank's Marine training kick in as he threw his body over his wife and kids. It wasn't gonna be enough. Domino's probability powers kicked in without her even thinking about it, warping chance around their position like an invisible shield. Bullets that should have punched right through them hit tree trunks instead, bounced off randomly placed park benches, or somehow got tangled up in the string of some kid's lost balloon. But her power couldn't cover the whole damn meadow, and the Castle family was 50 yards of killing ground away. The family, Jay gasped, his danger sense screaming warnings as he watched blood bloom across Maria Castle's yellow sundress like a horrible flower. I gotta. Are you out of your damn mind? Domino grabbed his jacket as he started to move. That's a kill zone out there. More gunfire erupted, and Jay saw little Frank Jr. stumble, his small body crumpling as his father's anguished scream cut through the chaos like a knife. Lisa was down too, her dark hair spreading across the grass like spilled ink. Jay's vision tunneled. Every instinct screamed at him to run away from the danger. Bullets were already tracking toward their position, and he understood with cold certainty that some of these shooters were specifically hunting him. A familiar whine cut through the air, repulsors charging up. The Fantasticar descended like some blue and silver angel, Reed Richards at the controls while Johnny Storm blazed alongside it, his flame form bright against the afternoon sky. It's clobberin' time. Ben Grimm's voice boomed as he leaped from the moving vehicle, 2 tons of orange rock landing with an impact that shook the ground and sent gang members flying like scattered bowling pins. His massive stone fists turned armed thugs into airborne projectiles. Johnny swooped low, precisely controlled flame bursts disabling weapons without cooking the idiots holding them. Stay down, morons. The Human Torch is having a really bad day. Susan Storm materialized beside their tree, her force field spreading to deflect the remaining gunfire. Her blue eyes met Jay's with clear understanding. "I'll cover you," she said simply. "Go save them." Jay ran with Susan, and when he reached the bloodied family used every ounce of his stamina to heal and get them out of mortal danger at least. Exhaustion hit him like a physical wall as he finally stopped pouring his healing aura into Frank Jr.'s small, still form. The little boy's breathing had steadied, the bullet wounds closed up tight, and internal bleeding stopped. But the process had drained Jay worse than any healing he'd ever attempted, as the damage had been extensive, requiring him to essentially rebuild damaged organs while working in the middle of active gunfire. His hand shook as he moved to check on Maria and Lisa. Both alive, both breathing steady, both whole. The holes in Maria's yellow sundress remained, but the flesh beneath was unmarked, flawless. Maria stirred first, her eyes fluttering open with that confused, disoriented look of someone who'd been dying a minute before. "Lisa," she whispered, immediately reaching for her daughter. "She's okay," Jay managed, his voice raw from the effort. "They're all okay." Frank Castle's eyes snapped open with the awareness of a career soldier, instantly cataloging threats and checking the tactical situation. But when his gaze fell on his family, who were alive, breathing, and safe, something broke open in his chest. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he gathered them close, his big hands shaking as he touched their faces, their hair, confirming the impossible reality. "How?" he whispered, looking at Jay with an expression of desperate gratitude that cut right through to the bone. "How did you?" "Paramedics are coming," Jay interrupted, exhausted and unable to meet those haunted eyes. "Get M to a hospital. They need full workups. Make sure everything's still working right. I could only do so much in these conditions." Chapter 50, Famous Last Words, 2. The sound of approaching sirens mixed with the excited chatter of news crews who'd caught wind of superheroes in action reached Jay. Within minutes, reporters were flooding the scene like sharks smelling blood, cameras rolling, microphones thrust forward like weapons. But they weren't swarming Johnny Storm or Ben Grimm. They were rushing straight toward Jay. "Sir. Over here." Some blonde reporter from Channel 7 pushed to the front of the pack. "Is it true you've just healed 3 nearly dead gunshot victims? Are you the mysterious healer who's been treating the homeless throughout the city?" Jay's mouth went dry. His unmasked drawback was finally coming due as the inevitable moment when his secret identity would become public knowledge, just like XYZ had warned him. He could feel the weight of dozens of eyes and camera lenses zooming in on his face. He thought about running, about deflecting, about maintaining the careful anonymity he'd built. But as his gaze swept across the scene, and decided to turn this into an opportunity. "Yeah," he said, his voice carrying clear across the sudden hush that fell over the crowd. "That's me. I'm the doctor." The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Camera flashes went off like strobes, reporters shouted questions over each other, and Jay could practically feel his life changing in real time. "Doctor, what's your real name? How long have you had these abilities? Are you with the Fantastic Four? Is it true you can bring people back from the dead?" Jay held up his hands, waiting for the noise to die down to a manageable roar. When he spoke, his voice was steady despite the chaos churning in his chest. "My name's Jay, just Jay," he said. "I've been helping people in this city for months now, usually from the shadows. I'm not working for any particular team or organization. I just try to help where I can." "Mr. J," the Channel 7 reporter pressed, "how did you get your powers? Are you a mutant?" Jay glanced at Domino, who was watching from the sidelines with an unreadable expression on her pale face. "We are," Jay said simply, not bothering to correct the assumption about where his powers came from. "But that doesn't have anything with us helping people. We help people because it's the right thing to do. Because everyone deserves a chance to go home to their families at the end of the day." His gaze found Frank Castle, who was still holding his children like they might disappear if he let go. Because every life matters, whether the cameras are rolling or not. "Dr. J," called a reporter from CNN, "what do you say to people who might be afraid of mutants living among them?" Jay was quiet for a long moment, considering his words carefully. When he spoke, his voice carried conviction. "I'd say we've always been among you," he began, then paused as another reporter shouted a question. "But doctor, how do we know you're not dangerous?" interrupted someone from Fox News. Jay's expression hardened slightly. "Look, I get it. Change is scary. When I was a kid, people were terrified of computers taking over the world. Now you can't live without your phones. That's different though, isn't it?" the CNN reporter pressed. Those were tools, not people with potentially dangerous abilities. Is it? Jay stepped closer to the microphones. Right now, while we're having this conversation, Storm is helping meteorologists track weather patterns. Beast is working with scientists on medical breakthroughs. Nightcrawler is teleporting medical supplies to disaster zones faster than any helicopter. A reporter from the back shouted, "But what about the dangerous ones? The ones who hurt people?" Jay's voice grew more pointed. "Here's what gets me, you cheer for Reed Richards when he stretches his way out of danger. You love Tony Stark flying around in his metal suit. You practically worship Steve Rogers, and he got his powers from a government experiment. Those are heroes, though," the Fox reporter interrupted. "They chose to use their abilities responsibly. And what about the kid born with the ability to heal?" Jay shot back. "Suddenly, that's terrifying. Same powers, different origin story. One's a hero, one's a menace. Tell me that makes sense." The crowd had gone quieter, hanging on his words. "We're not the future coming to replace you, we're the present, trying to help you. We're your kids, your neighbors, dealing with something extraordinary." "So what's your message to America?" the CNN reporter asked. Jay's voice dropped, becoming more intimate. "The real question isn't whether you should be afraid of us. It's whether you're ready to stop punishing people for how they got their gifts instead of what they do with them." Susan Storm materialized beside him, her force field still shimmering faintly in the afternoon light. "I think that's enough questions for today," she said with authority that made even veteran reporters take a step back. "Our friend needs medical attention, and these civilians need space to process what they've been through." The Fantastic Four formed a protective circle around Jay and Domino as they made their way to the Fantastic Car. Jay's legs felt like overcooked pasta, his healing tapped out, but somehow he made it to the vehicle without faceplanting in front of the cameras. "Cozy," Domino observed dryly as she squeezed into the passenger compartment. With all 5 of them trying to fit, space was at a premium, and she ended up settling onto Jay's lap casually. Nothing like a little intimacy after completely blowing your secret identity. "Hey now," Johnny called from where he was flying alongside the vehicle, his flame form flickering with juvenile amusement. "Don't go getting too comfortable in there, document. Some of us remember when you were experimenting with that Southern Belle from the X-Men. What was her name again? Rogue." The silence in the Fantastic Car became thick enough to cut with a knife. Jay felt Domino go very still in his lap, her weight shifting as she processed this little nugget of information. Susan's disapproving glare could have flash-frozen the Hudson River, while Reed's shoulders tensed as he focused intensely on piloting. Jay's stomach dropped. The exhaustion from healing 3 people was nothing compared to the sick feeling of watching Domino's face go carefully blank. "Johnny," Susan said in a voice that could have made polar bears shiver, "maybe you should focus on flying and leave the commentary to people who actually have social skills." "Rogue, huh?" Domino's voice was carefully neutral, but Jay could feel the tension radiating through her body. "That's interesting. The untouchable ex-girl. Must have been quite the challenge." Jay closed his eyes, feeling like he was defusing a bomb made of hurt feelings and poor timing. "Dom, it ain't." "What?" Johnny's voice carried genuine confusion mixed with his usual smartass glee. "I'm just saying, our boy Jay here's got quite the romantic resume. First, the girl who literally can't touch anyone, now the luck-powered." Reed's elastic arm stretched impossibly far out the window, his hand connecting with the back of Johnny's flaming head in a satisfying smack that sent the younger Storm tumbling through the air before he recovered his flight pattern. "Ow. Reed. That actually hurt." "Good," Reed replied mildly, retracting his arm like a rubber band snapping back. "Maybe it'll encourage better decision-making in the future." But Frank Castle's family was alive. Maria would tuck her kids into bed tonight instead of being zipped into body bags. That had to count for something. "So," Domino said conversationally, settling more comfortably in his lap as they headed toward the Baxter building, "was this the kind of normal date you had in mind?" Jay laughed despite everything, the sound raw but genuine. Shouldn't have said those famous last words. Behind them, Johnny's voice carried on the wind, "I still don't understand what I said wrong." Reed's elastic arm stretched out for another disciplinary smack.